Now, today, we are gonna see, what if manipulated Harry Potter joined the cosmic war at Hogwarts? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the descript, ion to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Entry 001 recovered from Unspeakable Doorlines Field Journal. Date: unknown. Clock unreliable. Temporal interference suspected. I don't like being forced into hiring this guy. That's the third time I've written that sentence. The parchment keeps fading it, like the department itself is embarrassed. I'm not. The others won't say it out loud, but they agree. Talus especially. He keeps deferring, trying to sound resigned. Poor scumbag's been through this loop before, I think. I told them to shut up when he walked in. He doesn't look like much. Nondescript, which, for our kind of work, is either a strength or a warning sign. Time will tell. No accent. That threw me. American, maybe, but there's something deeper. The way he watch us like he's cataloging. Not judging. Entry 002 transcript of private meeting, preserved by magical dictation quill. Location: Department of Mysteries Safehouse 47B, Nocturne Perimeter. Each of us went after the level blue target. Each time, no memory. Just gaps, fragments. This isn't like any amnestic effect we've cataloged. We suspect Dolohov, or someone worse. Soul magic, demonic rituals. I found the drop house myself. Didn't go inside. I remember that much. And you want him alive. Yes, we need to know what he's doing. Before it's done to anyone else. Understood, said the outsider. No protest. Professional. Chillingly so. Entry 003 personal log. J. Null, Carter. Alias. John encrypted journal. Analog backup only. These people think they're hiding something from me. I'm not offended. That's smart. They don't know what a null is. Most people don't. A dead zone. Immune to. Weird. I'm here on PM's orders. Not the magical one, the actual one. They want eyes inside. I'm to be those eyes. Ears too. Maybe a scalpel. The pay's absurd. I stopped caring about the money after Orion. Still, it funds the support net. Alice is already pulling sigil data from the scene. Rituals. Conduits. I hate magic. It's too faith-based for my taste. Entry 004 audio log recovered from hotel surveillance, time stamp corrupted. Playback begins mid-conversation. You're a muggle. Is that like a nomag? Spell impact sounds. Obliviate. Memento us. No, no. Stop that. Sounds of struggle. Chokehold applied. Subject unconscious. Entry ends. Entry 005 debrief note. Handwritten by Agent Doorline. Bloodstained. Filed under. Unexpected outcome. Muggle containment failure. He bested me. Unarmed. I thought he was just another soft-skulled squib the brass wanted to play politics with. I was wrong. He didn't flinch at Obliviate. Didn't flinch at the stunning charm. I was unconscious before I could even realize it was over. He left my wand where I could see it. That's the part that bothers me. Like he knew I'd need to see it. Like he was being considerate. That, or taunting me. Entry 006 support node transmission log. Alice, location. Undisclosed, line secured via Q node encryption, name, address found. Matched ring imprint from Karkaroff incident. Most ancient and noble house of black. Recommendation. Alert handler immediately. Subject may possess inherited magic unknown even to departmental historians. This is old magic. P.S. Tell Null to stop letting his phone die. Again. Entry 007 Null's notebook margin notes. Written in graphite. Likely during meal or idle surveillance. Most likely candidates. Regulus Black. Missing. Presumed dead. Sirius Black. Dead, but body never recovered. Odds. Regulus is the safer bet. Which means, probably not. Entry 008 addendum. Handwritten by. Doorline filed separately. Stained with tea. Possibly Earl Grey. I hate that I'm starting to trust him. He's not one of us, but somehow he understands the stakes. The job, maybe even better than we do. Still, if word gets out we hired a muggle, I'll be laughed out of the department. He doesn't care. I think that's why I'm scared. Found journal entries. Operation, NULLCASTER. Phase 2. Initial breach. Entry 009 Internal Memo, Department of Mysteries Subject. Muggle Asset, Null. Classification. Level 1 Priority Confidential. 2. Director Tallis. From. Acting Field Chief Marwin. Null. Has demonstrat. Ed unexpected resistance to active spellwork, including but not limited to memory alteration, telepathic intrusion, and passive wards. Doraline's report confirms. He does not register on most magical detection protocols. Either he's a squib with undiscovered compensatory artifacts or something rare an external fixed point. Possibly even a voidborn, requesting full bloodline screening and metaphysical echo tracing. Note. I don't like the way he looks at Pensieves. Entry 010 Doraline's personal journal, redacted version, date, 2 days post-breach. He asked me if magic ever lies. I didn't have an answer. He caught me off guard again. Just like at the drop house. I know he saw something in the chalk sigils. Something we missed. I keep telling myself he's a liability. But the truth is, he's the only one seeing the full picture. That scares the heck out of me. Entry 011 Audio Fragment. Recorder hidden in Null's gear bag. Transcript verified via lip-sync reconstruction. What I am, doesn't matter. You sure. You talk like a wizard. But you move like you've seen war. Real war. I have seen war. Your kind just looks shinier. Long pause. Doraline thinks I'm dangerous. She's right. Entry 012 Surveillance Sketchbook. Field Operative. Crow. Drawings annotated with blood type. Magic aura analysis. Subject entered the site alone. No backup. Wards peeled off like mist from his coat. One was anchored. Shouldn't be possible. He left with something in his coat. A book. A bone. Hard to tell from this angle. Magic hates him. Or fears him. Or both. Recommend non-magical surveillance only. Magic breaks around him. Like he's an eraser. Entry 013 Found note. Crumpled in Doraline's pocket. Possibly written by Null. Handwriting confirmed via enchant ink comparison. You don't have to like me, Doraline. You just have to believe me. There's something old coming. Older than Voldemort. Older than the dark. And it wants everyone to forget it was ever here. Entry 014 Briefing Memo. Operation Co. The name. Deep Wake. Compiled by Support Agent Alice, with annotations. Target. Entity operating out of the Hollow Quarter. Last seen. Beneath shuttered Gringotts Vault 913, Black Family Seal. Protective. Circle shows signs of ritualistic nullcraft. No known practitioner alive. Null has requested to enter alone. Director Tallis approval pending. Recommended rejection. Agent shows increasing signs of spiritual entanglement. Entry 015 Doraline's second journal, private wardlocked copy. Unshared. Handwritten. Unedited. I followed him again. He talked to something down there. Not a person. Not anything human. The walls bled when he spoke its name. He didn't blink. I followed him again. This line loops for the next 5 hours. Agent Doraline is under surveillance. Subject moved to St. Mungo's 5th Ward. E.N. Try 016 Fragmented transcript. Pensieve dump from Null's memory. Viewer notes indicate possible temporal overlap. London, but not. Fog is wrong. Sky has no stars. Woman with white eyes calls him, Warden. He corrects her. Null. The gate must stay closed. And if it opens, then I go back. Entry 017 Official Departmental Redaction Notice issued retroactively. Entry removed from public archives. Redacted. The following entry has been removed from the Operation Nullcaster record. Reasons include breach of reality containment, metaphysical contamination, unauthorized invocation of true name protocols, further review pending. Do not attempt to retrieve. Late summer, July. The northern coast of France lay shrouded in pitch-black silence. Heavy clouds loomed overhead, a deep gray tapestry occasionally illuminated by the flicker of silent lightning. The air pressed with the threat of rain, thick and damp. Near the edge of a cliff, a solitary cottage braced against the gusting wind that sent garden leaves tumbling. Albus Dumbledore had chosen this place for respite, far enough to escape the clamor of everyday demands, yet close enough to Paris and Hogwarts to make reaching either in under an hour no inconvenience. The location suited him perfectly. The cottage was modest. a study, a bedroom, and a narrow kitchen. Dust lay thick on the cauldron tucked into a corner neglected, long unused. Albus rarely brewed anymore. The most it saw was firebrandy poured into a glass during long stretches of correspondence and bureaucracy. New ICW initiatives destined to die quietly in committee. The ever-revolving hunt to fill Hogwarts, cursed defense against the dark arts post. And now, yet again, the Muggle studies chair. Dumbledore sat at his desk, half buried beneath a mountain of scrolls and parchment. Quills wrote in a steady rhythm, scribbling signatures or edits before each page drifted off to join a growing pile on a nearby side table. His half-full glass sat to the right, an UNU Sewell mix of amber and cerulean liquid that smoked slightly, pulsing with magical volatility. It held the window draft at bay from scattering the pages in front of him. A bookshelf loomed behind, refill, CTED neatly in a small mirror fixed atop his desk. Many tomes were dust-coated and forgotten, but a select few bore the marks of frequent use. One particular volume was wedged beneath his favorite robe rack, a makeshift shim to keep it steady. Perched atop it, as always, was Foxreggle and watchful. The Phoenix gave a short, melodic trill, warm and teasing, with a slightly aggressive undercurrent. Albus looked up from his work, smiled, and offered a wink. The bird's song was always a comfort. He took a sip of the searing drink, singeing his mustache and lips, and leaned back, savoring the rare reprieve from what he liked to call the most infernal creation of Merlin himself, paperwork. Then came the sound. A soft clinking metal against glass somewhere in the quiet room. Albus froze, his ears honing in. From the bottom shelf of the bookcase, a small bronze object began to stir. Dimpled like dragon hide, it spun violently inside a dusty glass container that now sloshed with clear liquid. Water trickled along the edges. The device was knocking loudly now, reverberating through the glass. Albus stood, moved to the shelf, and crouched down. He tapped the glass with his wand once, twice. On the third tap, he paused. Then a fourth. The device slowed. It stopped hovering in the center of the jar, trembling gently on the surface. "Fox," he said, voice calm but alert, "ready yourself." He stepped back, tossed back the remainder of his drink in a single practiced motion. Then with a soft pop, Dumbledore vanished. London. Morning. John. The morning in London had been deceptively calm before the chase erupted. The streets buzzed with the usual weekday chaos, horns blaring, pedestrians weaving, lorries growling through narrow alleys. But then a figure in dark robes came crashing through a second-story window and dropped into the street, wand drawn and spells already flying. John was right behind him. Glass exploded around him as he dove after the fleeing wizard, landing in a crouch. He drew his firearm mid-fall. His eyes locked on the flurry of colored bolts, red, green, and blue tearing through the morning air. Civilians screamed, diving for cover. The wizard didn't look back. Why hurled hexes over his shoulder in the hope of slowing his pursuer. John wasn't deterred. He'd had the unspeakables seal the area with anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards the moment the address was confirmed. It had cost him 2 hours. Which he hated. 2 hours the target had to plan, escape, or kill again. But the net was set now, and there'd be no magical slipping away. When the line of sight finally cleared, John raised his weapon and fired once. The shot rang like thunder. The robed figure staggered mid-stride, a dark splash hitting the pavement, then crumpled to one knee. That should have been the end of it. But nothing was ever that simple. A woman, eyes vacant, surged toward him from the side, clearly under a compulsion charm. She didn't even blink when he dropped her with 3 quick shots to the leg. She crawled, dragging herself forward with inhuman drive, reaching toward him with bloodied hands as John vaulted over her, still chasing. He saw the smear of blood trailing around the corner of a cafe, leading to an alley. The trail was thinner, no ether he'd run dry or patched himself up. John's mind ticked through the options: magical, healing, pre-prepared potions, or something unnatural. He remembered werewolves in Alberta with similar resilience. A taxi honked in front of him. The backseat door hung open. Slumped inside was the wizard, head thrown back, his blood-slick hair matted against the window. But he wasn't unconscious. Jolted upright and slammed his fist against the horn. "Get back here, you filthy muggle," he bellowed at the absent driver, voice raw with desperation. John moved fast, flanking the car and slipping into the blind spot behind the rear pillar. A spot where the wizard couldn't easily aim. He leveled his weapon, crosshairs resting squarely on the wizard's skull. And paused. The man didn't react to the sound of footsteps or the aim of a weapon. Didn't flinch at the gunshot when John fired into the rear tire. He was either a seasoned combatant or deranged enough not to care. Probably both. With a roar, the wizard blasted the cab door off its hinges and leapt out, wand raised. His robes were tattered, dirt-caked, and stiff with old blood. His beard was grayed and knotted. Up close, he stank of something rotten like mold and iron and fear. John's instincts screamed unstable. The wizard grinned, started twirling his wand like a knife in a bar fight. John didn't wait. 2 shots. Center mass. Both struck. Both pinged off with a metallic ring. Armor. Magical or otherwise, the man was protected and not just by robes. Before John could adjust, the wizard retaliated. A green bolt of light Avada Kedavra. No chant. No flourish. Just death. It missed, hissing past as John dove aside. Another flick of the wand, and the ground at John's feet cracked, tearing open with a violent rumble. Pavement split, gravel flying. He jumped back, barely avoiding the sudden chasm. No time, no choice. John charged. He crossed the short distance and slammed into the wizard like a battering ram. They crashed to the ground. The wand flew from the man's hand, skittering under the cab. John wasted no time, mounted him, knees braced, forcing the full weight of his body into pinning him. The wizard twisted, trying to reach his wand. John saw the outstretched hand, and responded. From a sheath in his boot, he drew a cold iron knife. And drove it down clean through the wizard's hand, pinning it to the asphalt. The man screamed. Blood poured, the hand split into a grotesque mess of flesh and bone. Fingers curled like broken twigs. Still, he clutched the ruined appendage to his chest and began muttering in a half-language John didn't recognize. A pop split the Ira sound John knew too well. Apparition. But it hadn't come from the wizard beneath him. Get off that man. A woman's voice barked. Freeze. Shouted a deeper one. 2 British bobbies had arrived, Muggle police, tasers drawn. John didn't look up. He raised a fist and brought it down on the back of the wizard's skull. Strike. Bone met bone, and his knuckles throbbed. Strike. Again. The wizard groaned, trying to shield his head. Strike. This one missed clean, but the resistance under him was fading. ZTTT. Lightning bolted through John's spine. He jerked upright involuntarily, muscles locking, mind white-hot with pain. He couldn't move. The wizard beneath him shifted, still dazed but not out. The lull wouldn't last. Cuff him. One of the officers yelled. A metal clasp snapped around John's wrist. He winced as a boot slammed into his ribs, rolling him off the downed wizard. Dragged backward, vision swimming. John knew exactly what was about to happen. The target would recover. He'd find his wand, and he'd vanish again. Another day, more dead. But then came a new voice. Calm, controlled. Not Muggle police officers, the man said with the ease of a conductor commanding an orchestra. My name is Albus Dumbledore. Here are my papers. I'll be taking over this training exercise now. His eyes twinkled with something just shy of amusement as he took in the chaos before him. Late summer, July, 96 PT2. Albus Dumbledore did not envy the newspaper editors come morning. It was just before his morning tea when he arrived at the old hideout once favored by Gellert Grindelwald. A modest flat tucked away in London, its unremarkable facade had hidden the secrets of 2 ambitious young men who fancied themselves architects of destiny. Albus remembered the long afternoons spent here, poring over dusty scrolls and half-whispered rumors in pursuit of the Deathly Hallows. Back then, they were merely boys, brilliant, yes, but still boys playing at gods. When that dream soured and Albus was forced to bring Grindelwald down, he took great pains to bury his involvement. T. had included securing this flat with wards so delicate that only spells of significant power and unforgivable curse, perhaps, would trigger them. It had been years since he'd thought of this place with anything but quiet shame. But now, on the last day of July, the past had clawed its way forward once more. Regulus Black, long thought dead, had been found Herreroving, cursed, and barely coherent. The D. Department of Mysteries had moved quickly, cloaking their operative and spiriting him away for debriefing. The implications were staggering. Street Mungos had barely agreed to take him in had his surname been anything but Black. They might not have, but gold speaks loudly, and the Black family had long greased the right palms. Still, even their influence couldn't mask the layers of compulsion and curse. Magic woven through the young man's mind. The healers were baffled. Worse, they were nervous. The initial report listed a laundry list of dark magic, some identifiable, others theoretical at best. The worst was the lingering signature of Tom Riddle's magic, unmistakable and foul. The dark mark. The ministry would bury it, of course. So would the Black family. The easiest path forward was to tuck him away in long-term care. Slap a confidentiality order on the entire affair, and pretend the dead had stayed dead. By afternoon Tedelaide though it was, Albus sat chewing a shortbread biscuit with more intensity than the moment deserved. Normally, he would have enjoyed his preferred sandwich, peanut butter, banana, and olives on crustless bread, paired with a glass of milk. Today, biscuits and bureaucracy. The young ministry functionary he faced raised an eyebrow at Albus' culinary eccentricities, but said nothing. They both knew Dumbledore's name carried enough weight to unlock records most others could only dream of. Albus had no official standing in the investigation, but as the first wizard on the scene, he had invested interest. That, and a memory or two that refused to let go. He skimmed the latest reports. The Department of Mysteries had taken charge of the investigation, frustrating the Aurors to no end. Obliviators, at least, were thrilled with the overtime scrubbing memory. From a dozen muggles and more than a few careless wizards. But what Albus needed was the operative, the person who had found Regulus, triggered the wards, and set everything in motion. The department had cloaked them, sealed their records, and, as always, refused to share more than necessary. But Albus had his ways. He left the ministry and made his way to a building with no name on the door and 4 desks inside, 3 active. 1 dormant. The dormant desk bore a note. Job available. Must have wand. Will travel. A smile tugged at Albus' lips. He took a lazy parchment fluttering overhead, scribbled a time and location. Then crossed it out and picked a later. Hour his stomach, still unsettled, had the final say. He signed it with a flourish and left, hoping to find something sweet to tame his appetite. By sunset, owls were already circling overhead, chasing answers like bloodhounds. Rita Skeeter was leading the pack, frustrated to have been denied access to Regulus at St. Mungo's. Albus was already seated at a quiet table in Diagon Alley when she found him. She glided toward him like a queen surveying her court. Her dinner, a freshly caged rat. His liver and onions over toasted bread. It was a strange symmetry neither commented on. Flatterer, she said, sliding into the seat opposite him. It has been a long time, Ms. Carpenter. Ms. Carpenter, she teased. Albie, don't pretend you've forgotten. I haven't, he replied, gesturing politely at her meal. Just trying to keep things civil. What do you want? She asked, taking a bite from the rat's spine. Her face bloomed with vitality as she fed. The years melted away in an instant. I need to know how Regulus Black ended up in that place, Albus said, voice low. She scoffed. I've seen the rituals he used. There's no walking away from that kind of magic. I know, he said softly, remembering another boy who had once chased power. Do you? Her hood slipped back, golden hair catching the candlelight, blue eyes like ice. I do. He's already been processed into the system. Sounds like regret. Perhaps. He was a quiet boy at school. Dignified. Thoughtful. I still see that boy. That nostalgia will kill you, she said, drawing the hood back up. Albus nodded. It's a price I'm willing to pay. She leaned back. And you want the operative who found him? I do. I'm calling in that favor. She frowned, clearly annoyed. Fine. But say it. That life debt is paid in full and I've spoken to the man you used. And don't call him a wizard. He hates that. Done, Albus said, amused. She handed him a plain card. Business number. Muggle telephone. I'm familiar, he lied. Have a good life, Albus. Goodbye. Alice Munro had gotten used to the rhythms of Muggle life. Most days, she found them comforting, slow, predictable, blissfully mundane. Tonight, She sat cross-legged on her faded sofa, half wrapped in a throw blanket, watching Friends reruns on a grainy telly. Phoebe was rambling about reincarnation and pasta when the call came in. Not the mobile, the other one. A rotary phone, red as blood, tucked in the back of the hallway closet behind an old record player and a dozen coats she never wore. It rang twice, never 3 times. She was up before the second chime finished, heart already sinking. She answered with protocol. Monroe. Active. Standby. A modulated voice replied. Click. Dial tone. That was it. She glanced at the telly. Ross was making a face. Joey laughed. Alice stood still for a moment, letting the static buzz wash over her. Then she reached under the couch and retrieved the go bag. She didn't need to check its contents. She packed it every Friday like clockwork. Wand, Muggle ID, a Browning high power, enchanted radio, 1 vial of Felix Felicis, and a Polaroid of her parents on their wedding day. She killed the lights and slipped out the back door. John was already at the rendezvous point, leaning against a rusted post box in a windbreaker and trainers, looking for all tea. He whirled like a bloke waiting for the night bus. Alice crossed the street and gave the passphrase, "It's late." He answered, "Not for what we're doing." She nodded. "What's the job?" "Old magic. Complicated. And Dumbledore wants in." She blinked. "That's not usually your style. Letting civilians ride along." "He's not a civilian. Everyone's a civilian to us." John didn't argue. He pulled out a plain business card and handed it to her. "Here," he said, "you'll want to keep this." Alice raised an eyebrow. "What am I supposed to do with a wizard's phone number?" "Answer when he calls." "You trust him?" John looked at her. "I trust the fact that I don't want to go back into that building alone." That shut her up. They walked in silence for a while, cutting through a dark alley where the air tasted like soot and secrets. At the far end, a door opened for them. No knock, no key, just old permissions still respected by older spells. Inside was quiet. Dust danced in the slanting light from a half-cracked window. The space was familiar and foreign, all at once an abandoned meeting place for the old guard, now occupied by ghosts and echoes. John flicked his fingers. The room responded, lighting candles, shifting wards, clearing space. "This is where they found him?" Alice asked. John nodded. "Regulus Black. Alive, barely, talking in riddles. Left behind a mark that doesn't wash off easy." "You think he was trying to come back?" she asked. "I think he never left," John said. "Not really." The air changed before the door even opened. Alice felt it in the back of her teeth, a buzz, like ozone and violin strings pulling taut. John didn't react. He just kept looking at the far wall like he could see through it. Then the door opened and Albus Dumbledore stepped inside. He was not the twinkle-ing grandfather from bedtime stories or the eccentric professor from Daily Prophet editorials. Tonight, he looked like what he was: dangerous. Long coat, plain robes, hands folded behind his back. No phoenix, no fanfare, just the kind of presence that made rooms fall silent and stay that way. John inclined his head. "Sir." Dumbledore gave a shallow nod, his gaze flicking to Alice. "You must be Agent Monroe. I've read your file." "That's comforting," she said, automatically. Dumbledore's eyes sparkled, but only for a heartbeat. Then they cooled again. "I came because you asked me to," he said to John. "I stayed because the signs were undeniable." He reached into his coat and produced a small silver object, looked like a snitch that had grown sharp teeth and shed its wings. He placed it on the table between them. The object pulsed once. A low, steady heartbeat. "This was found in the mouth of a house elf that served the Black family," Dumbledore said. "Its function is not Muggle. Nor is it strictly magical. It's in between." John didn't touch it. "Temporal, partially, and very old. There are fingerprints all over it." "Regulus," Alice said. Dumbledore nodded. John finally looked down at the device. "Why would a dead man leave a live trap?" "That's what I'd like to know," said Dumbledore. "Because if Regulus Black truly did die in 1979, then someone has been wearing his skin since. And he's been busy." Alice stepped closer. "Busy how?" "Breaking wards meant to outlast centuries," Dumbledore said softly. "Undoing protections I placed around certain locations. Ancient ones. And he's been doing it with help." He tapped the silver device with one long finger. It shimmered and bloomed into a floating projection, distorted but clear enough to recognize the outline of a man walking through the ruins of a place Alice didn't recognize. Wind howled. The man didn't look back. The projection snapped off. John looked at Dumbledore. You think he's recruiting? I think he's remembering things that were never his to remember. The projection vanished, but the silence stayed. John tapped a knuckle once on the table. Just once. Thinking. Dumbledore didn't interrupt. He'd already said more than he usually did. That in itself was a warning. John finally spoke. We need to get eyes on the last place he was seen. The ruins. You won't get far without the proper anchor, Dumbledore said. John stood. Then I'll need you to give me one. Dumbledore looked amused. And why would I do that? Because you came here alone, John said quietly. You knew what you were walking into. And you wouldn't have done that unless you wanted our help. Alice raised an eyebrow. She knew this tone from John. Soft pressure, wrapped in steel. He was better at getting people to say yes than most politicians were at lying. Dumbledore regarded him for a long moment. Then he reached into his coat again and withdrew a ring-thin iron, covered in rusted runes and a single red gem cracked down the middle. He placed it on the table like a challenge. You'll need to wear it. John didn't move. Alice stepped forward. What is it? A binding ring, Dumbledore said. Once used by the U.N.S. Peakables to seal off events too dangerous to witness directly. It anchors perception across time without pulling you into it. Side effects? John asked. Nightmares. Bleeding from the nose. Sometimes the eyes. And the possibility that you'll see something you wish you hadn't. John put the ring on Alice without hesitation. Alice sighed. He does this. Gets dramatic. Pretends he's normal. He's not. Dumbledore smiled faintly. I gathered that. The ring burned cold. Alice didn't flinch. I'll take us in, Dumbledore said. But the moment I say we leave, we leave. John nodded. Understood. Good. Then we move at dawn. Alice glanced at him. You didn't ask me if I was coming. You are. She opened her mouth to argue then paused. Yeah, she was. Late summer. July, 96 PT3. The Scottish Highlands. Just before dawn. Mist crawled low across the earth, blanketing the crags and ruins like the breath of something ancient and unkind. The wind was a whisper, and even the birds stayed silent. John stood at the edge of the shattered archway, the iron ring humming like a second pulse in his hand. Alice had never seen anything like this. The ruins weren't just old. They were wrong. Stones curved where they shouldn't. Shadows bled at the edges of things. The longer she looked, the more the angles felt off, as if time had buckled under the weight of whatever happened here. Something terrible had been sealed in. And now they were cracking the lid. Keep your breathing steady, Dumbledore said softly. This place remembers. John didn't speak. His eyes moved slowly, scanning not just with the trained precision of a soldier, but like a man reading the last pages of a book he didn't want to finish. The ring pulsed again. Cold slid up his arm. Then the air twitched. Alice froze. Did you feel that? Yes, John murmured. It felt like something blinked, he said. A soft hiss echoed from beneath the stones, like wind dragging breath through broken teeth. Dumbledore knelt, brushing aside old moss. Beneath it was a sigil, symbol etched into the ground in black and silver. It wasn't glowing. It was drinking the light. Chrono binding, he said. Very rare. Very dangerous. Alice shifted closer. Time magic. No, Dumbledore said. Time remnants. Memories caught in the fabric. This place is frayed, like an old rope just before it snaps. John didn't wait. He stepped into the ring. The world shivered. The ruins changed. Not completely, just enough to unsettle. The sky grew darker, even though the sun hadn't risen. Sounds came from the far-off stones. Not voices, just the idea of them. Like ghosts mumbling in their sleep. And then a flicker. A boy, alone in the clearing. Standing exactly where John stood now. Young, pale, trembling. Black hair. Wide eyes. Regulus black. His mouth moved. John couldn't hear the words, but the ring twisted them into something deeper. A whisper directly into the marrow of his thoughts. He was supposed to die. I was supposed to die. It didn't let me. Quote. The vision broke. Shards of memory flared outward and dissolved into smoke. Alice clutched her head. Jesus, what was that? Dumbledore's eyes were grim. A fragment. Part of what's trapped here. He wasn't talking to us, John said. He was talking to something else. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes, and if that something was what pulled him back, we may all be standing in its footprint. The sigil snapped shut behind them like a closing wound. The air inside the inner sanctum was still, too still, wrong in the way a room feels just after someone dies. Alice whispered, "You feel that?" "Yeah," John said, drawing his sidearm. The Glock clicked softly in the quiet, a modern, cold answer to a 1,000-year-old question. Then came the sound, wet, dragging. Click thump, click thump. From the far end of the chamber, something moved. Not walked, dragged. Alice lifted her wand. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, hands loose at his sides, ready for whatever spell was needed. But John stepped ahead, instincts burning. Tactical, precise. Out from the gloom came the skinwalker. Or what was left of it. It wore the suggestion of human shape, draped in rotting aura robes. Its limbs bent at strange angles. Like a man folded by some cosmic joke. Its face was a mask of meat and memory, one moment a boy's terrified expression, the next a mother's scream, then a smile too wide, too wet, too knowing. It opened its mouth, and 5 voices spoke at once. "Return what you took." Then it charged. Magic flared from Alice's wand, blue light that cracked like lightning. But it passed through the thing, like it was made of vapor and nightmare. Dumbledore barked a word, Contenebris. But the creature splintered into 3, blinking through space. Too fast, too weird. Only one of them was solid. John didn't hesitate. Breathe, aim, squeeze, crack. The shot rang out like a bell in a cathedral. He'd tagged the real one. Right in the skull. A splatter of something black and red hit the stone. But it didn't fall. It screamed like all the voices inside it wanted out at once and lunged again. John fired twice more, mid-sprint. One to the chest, one through the neck. That did it. The Walker dropped like a puppet with its strings cut. The illusions fizzled. The chamber went deathly still. Alice was still catching her breath. How did you know which one was real? John holstered his pistol. It cast a shadow. The same corridor. The same sigil. The same sigh in the stone. Alice reached forward, tracing the rune, and John's gut dropped like a trapdoor. "Don't," he snapped, but too late. The sigil flared red. They were back in the chamber. Again. Same silence. Same stillness. Same smell, dust and rot and wet copper. Alice froze. John raised his gun slowly. "Alice, do you remember?" "Yes." Dumbledore's voice was lower now. "We've been here before." And then, click thump, click thump. "No," John whispered. "We killed it." The skinwalker emerged, identical, perfect. Same melting expression, same broken limbs, same voice, too many voices, speaking as one. "Return what you took." John raised the Glock. Same shot, same placement. Crack, skull, chest, neck. The creature dropped. But this time, it stood back up. "Return what you took." Alice tried a different spell. Sectum Sempra. It sliced through the air like a blade. The creature caught it, like a man snatching a feather from the wind. Nope. John fired again, emptied the mag. Nothing. It watched him, tilting its head like it recognized him now. And spoke in his voice. "You cast the shadow, John." The air fractured not with noise, but with memory. The chamber broke apart, revealing an infinite procession of the same room, again and again and again, like reflections in warped glass. Each one showed a version of them, sometimes dead, sometimes screaming, sometimes missing someone. In one, Alice was gone. In another, it was John's gun lying in blood. In another, Dumbledore fought alone, older, tired, and losing. But in every version, the skinwalker stood back up, and always said, "Return what you took." John backed up, grabbing Alice's wrist. "This isn't a loop." She looked at him, eyes wide. "What is it then?" He stared into the skinwalker's rotted grin. "It's a warning." Quote. John doesn't scream when it starts again, just pulls the slide back on his Glock and looks at Alice. She nods. "Yeah, again. This time, they don't touch the sigil. This time, they wait. And the room begins melting anyway. The walls shimmer like heatwaves. Stone folds in on itself. The skinwalker doesn't enter. It peels out the wall like meat being pulled from bone. Limbs cracking. Smile too wide. Eyes made of others. John raises the gun. Doesn't shoot. The creature opens its mouth. But a voice cuts through it. No, it's soft, familiar, like parchment and firelight. A boy steps into the room. He shouldn't be real. Regulus Black, or what's left of him. He's pale, half seen, a shimmer of someone who died screaming underwater. He walks like someone who forgot he had a body, and yet speaks like a prince. Enough. The skinwalker shudders, not in fear, in recognition. You, it hisses, you left pieces. Quote, I did, Regulus says. And I'll leave more if I must. He turns to John, his voice somehow reaching beneath the noise. You're not supposed to be here. This is an echo, a fragment. Alice blinks. You're a memory. I'm worse, Regulus says. With a cracked smile. I remember everything. Quote, the skinwalker lunges. John fires. Nothing. Regulus doesn't flinch. He steps into the creature. Not around it. Not away from it. Into it. There's a sound like wet parchment tearing. Then silence. Regulus stands inside it, his hand buried in its chest. I left something in the cave, he whispers. A piece of my soul. Not a horcrux. Just my will, my pain. The creature gasps in his voice. In Alice's voice. In John's. Regulus leans close, whispering something only it hears. The skinwalker screams. Not pain. Recognition. It remembers itself. And vanishes like fog under sunlight. Regulus stumbles back, flickering now, like a candle on its last breath. John catches him. Why help us? He asks. Regulus gives a wan smile. Because I failed the first time. And maybe you won't. He fades. But not before whispering. Find the locket again. It's not done with us yet. Time unknown. PT1. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 3rd floor. Classroom B7. John straightens his tie in the window's reflection. It's a little crooked. He leaves it that way. The classroom still carries the scent of old parchment and stone. But he's added touches of home. A shelf lined with paperback thrillers. A guitar propped in the corner. A lava lamp currently purple bubbling on his desk. It makes the students think he's eccentric. They're right. All right. 3rd years, he begins, clapping his hands once. Let's talk about the weirdest thing muggles have ever invented. Pop music. And yes, we will be listening to Bowie. Any objections can be sent to the giant squid. A smattering of laughter. He smiles genuine, this time. John Blackwood, now professor of Muggle studies, had never pictured himself here. But Hogwarts has a way of growing on you. Like ivy, or stubborn ghosts, or accidental family. Sometimes he catches sight of Regulus Black by the edge of the forest, not a ghost, not quite a memory. Just a reminder. The past isn't done with them yet. At night, John walks the grounds with a thermos of tea. He nods to the portraits. He checks on the weird mushrooms by Greenhouse 5. He listens to the castle breathe. Life isn't perfect. It isn't even always peaceful. But it's his. The students file in slowly, half asleep. It's 9 a.m. on a foggy Wednesday. Perfect. John flips the record on the player behind him. A gentle crackle. Then, ground control to Major Tom. Some students blink. A few groan. One kid in the back whispers, again. Welcome back, agents, John says, standing by the chalkboard. Today we're talking space travel, existentialism, and why muggles keep sending perfectly good sandwiches into orbit. He tosses a tennis ball in the air. Catches it. Writes isolation in block letters on the board. Pop quiz. What's the difference between a wizard trapped in a Gringotts vault for 10 years and a muggle on a solo Mars mission? Wands. Offers a girl near the front. Companionship, John replies. Wands help. But it's the connection that keeps you from unraveling. Write that down. A boy raises his hand. Sir, is this going to be on the NEWT? John grins. Only the parts why. Oh, you remember when you're afraid and alone. A beat. He sees their eyes shift. Half annoyed, half intrigued. He flips the lights. The projector hums to life, showing clips of old space missions, interspersed with archival footage of bustling 1960s cities. Beatles. Bomb drills. Moon landings. Margaret Hamilton with her code stacked taller than she is. You see, he says, leaning on the desk, muggles don't have time turners or vanishing cabinets. No flow network, so they build metal tubes, aim for the stars, and pray their math is good enough. That's not foolish. That's hope. Silence. A thoughtful kind. He pulls a small, battered capsule from a drawer, a replica of the Voyager Golden Record. This thing, he says, holding it up, has greetings in 55 languages, music from across the globe, and brainwaves from a woman in love. Pause. They put that on a spaceship and flung it into the void, hoping anyone might hear it. Imagine that. You're not just sending science. You're sending your best dreams. He gently places it back on the desk. Now, group activity. If Hogwarts launched a capsule into deep space, what would you send to tell the universe who we are? Groans. Pens scratching. A boy says, pumpkin pasties. And someone suggests a hair from McGonagall's bun. John smiles to himself. Outside, the fog thins. The bell rings. No one moves right away. Another morning. Another spark. The classroom was a cozy deception, walls of faded posters, desks scratched with generations of board initials, and a lectern too old to bother with polish. John didn't even bother taking attendance. Today's lesson, he said, scribbling situational awareness on the board in all caps, is not about toasters. A few students blinked. A few smirked. Harry didn't. He sat near the back, as usual. Quiet. Haunted. The war behind his eyes hadn't let up since Sirius died. John leaned back against the desk, arms crossed. There are things in this world that can't be hexed away. Magic won't save you. Wands break. Friends die. Sometimes the only thing between you and death is whether you spotted the man with the knife before he stepped into your blind spot. There was silence. Then, without a word, John hurled a piece of chalk across the room. Harry caught it. Some part of him did, anyway. Not consciously, not by reflex, just, something inside him was awake. John's eyes lit up, not with joy, something sharper. Recognition. Lesson 2, he said. You're not normal. Stop pretending to be. The chalk hit Harry's palm with a quiet thunk. He didn't even realize he'd moved until he saw the white dust smudged across his fingers. The rest of the class was silent, blinking between him and the professor like someone had just flung a chair. John didn't explain. He just gave a small note approval. Maybethan turned back to the board and scratched a second phrase beneath the first. You are the variable. Magic is the great equalizer, John said. That's the lie they tell you. He paced now, hands behind his back, boots clicking softly on stone. But the truth is, it's only as strong as the person holding the wand. Magic's a tool. You're the weapon. If you don't understand that, you're not going to survive what's coming. A hand shot up near the front. Parvati Patil. Sir, isn't that a bit grim? John smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Only if you think the world is fair. Parvati slowly lowered her hand. Harry didn't ask anything. He didn't need to. He could feel it. This class wasn't about exams, or owls, or memorizing definitions from the Muggle and Magical Societal Dynamics textbook. This was something else. Something heavier. John tapped the chalkboard again. You are the variable. Everything else, Dark Lords, prophecy, bloodlines, loyalty, that's just noise. You're the only constant in your story. Harry's stomach tightened. The rest of class passed like walking a tightrope through fog. John didn't ask questions. He made statements. Declarations, even. Not the kind that got written in textbooks, but the kind that felt carved into the bones of someone who'd survived too much to believe in comfort. Trust as a tool. Use it sparingly. Never back yourself into a room with one exit. If you've made a friend, learn how they fight. Watch their eyes when they lie. Listen to their breath when they're afraid. No one is coming to save you. By the end, every student looked like they'd sat through a thunderstorm without an umbrella. Some were pale. A few scribbled notes with urgent energy. One or two tried to act unimpressed. But Harry just sat still, every word dropping into him like stones into deep water. And then the bell rang. Chairs scraped back. Books closed. The noise of normality returned. But Harry didn't move. John waited. You meant me, Harry said finally, staring at the chalkboard. I did. Harry nodded slowly. Everyone else just wants me to be okay. Get through the year. Smile more. Keep my head down. You're not trying to make me okay. I'm trying to make you ready. The silence between them settled, heavy but not uncomfortable. It felt like stepping off the map, like something was starting. "Walk with me," John said. They left the classroom, not toward the Great Hall or the Gryffindor Tower, but down a side corridor that smelled of cold stone and wax. Empty hallways. No portraits. No eavesdropping. After a long stretch of quiet, John said, "They want you to be a symbol. A story they can hold up. Boy who lived. Chosen one. None of that matters." Harry's hands clenched at his sides. "Then what does? Choice. Discipline. Being a person instead of a myth." They passed an archway with cracked stone. Harry glanced at it, then back. "Is that why you're really here? Not for Muggle studies?" John paused. He looked over, one eyebrow slightly raised. "You're not as naive as they think." Harry shrugged. "I'm tired of being naive." There it was. John stopped walking. "You've lost people. You've bled. You've ed down things most wizards never survive. You've earned the right to stop pretending this is all some heroic fairy tale. But that means you have to train for what's next. No more waiting for Dumbledore. No more trusting fate. You need to learn how to think like someone who wants to win." Harry swallowed hard. "Then teach me." John nodded once. "All right," he said. "Lesson 1. Don't trust me either. Not yet." Then he turned, coat sweeping behind him, and disappeared down the corridor. Harry didn't go to the Great Hall that night. He wandered. It was a cold kind of wandering, the kind where you don't feel your feet much. Or the air on your skin. Just motion. Just the quiet hum of words still echoing in your chest. "You are the variable." John's voice had been calm when he said it. Not dramatic. Not coaxing. Just sure. As if he'd already seen the war Harry hadn't yet admitted was coming. The castle halls were mostly empty now. Just a few suits of armor clanking in the distance and the gentle breathing of paintings dozing in their frames. Outside the windows, the sky was bruised violet. A storm coming. Harry found himself by the astronomy tower, not sure how. He leaned on the railing, looking out across the grounds. Past the lake, toward the forest, toward the dark. "Don't trust me either." Not yet. It wasn't a warning. It was a challenge. And weirdly it didn't make Harry afraid. It made him feel awake. The next morning, Dumbledore didn't show up for breakfast. Not unusual lately. He was often away. Always. Important business. Always. Ministry matters. But now that Harry was really watching, he started to see the pattern. How McGonagall's jaw would tighten when someone asked where the headmaster had gone. How no one ever used the word mission. How sometimes, when Dumbledore did appear, he looked like he'd aged 100 years in a night. And how, once or twice, he'd reached for his goblet or to scratch his chin and caught himself mid-motion like he'd forgotten his left hand wasn't quite right. He's hiding something, Harry thought. Something bad. The other professors didn't talk about it. Not openly. But Flitwick glanced too often at the empty head table seat. Sprout mumbled about protective enchantments wearing thin. Even Snape looked tenser than usual, and that was saying something. Only John seemed unaffected. In class, he never mentioned the headmaster. He just kept doing what he did, tearing through illusions, exposing lies, and watching Harry like a hawk measuring the wind before a dive. And Harry kept showing up. Something about the man's presence felt like a challenge to every false comfort Hogwarts had built around him. There were no prophecies in John's class. No pity. No pedestal. Just the raw, painful truth that Harry had to become something, or he'd be destroyed. So he started staying late. Asking questions. Real ones. How do you tell when someone's following you? What if your friends are being watched? What do you do when you have to fight someone you care about? John never blinked at the weight of them. He answered plainly, and occasionally, he tested Harry without warning, dropping a book mid-sentence to see if Harry flinched. Or challenging him to escape a locked room with nothing but a quill and a scarf. He passed. Sometimes barely. But he passed. One night, long after curfew, Harry was returning from a secret lesson John called them walkthroughs when he spotted it. A flicker of candlelight in the upper windows of the headmaster's tower. He froze, instinctively ducking behind a column. Dumbledore stood near the window. Alone. His silhouette distinct. The tall, sweeping robes. The long beard. He lifted his left arm and unwrapped the sleeve. Harry's breath caught. Even from this distance, he could see it blackened skin. faintly glowing veins that pulsed with some unnatural sickness. Dumbledore stared at it a long time, unmoving. Then slowly he pulled the fabric back down and turned away. Harry remained hidden. It wasn't fear. It was something colder. Dumbledore was dying, and he hadn't told anyone. Sept. 96. Harry didn't talk to Ron or Hermione for 3 days. It wasn't planned. It wasn't dramatic. Just silence. Ron had started going to Slughorn's little gatherings, trading laughs and stories about the canons for favors and praise. Hermione kept disappearing into the library, studying arithmancy and acting like that would somehow solve the war. Harry couldn't explain it, only that it felt like something in him had cracked sideways. It wasn't just serious. It wasn't just Dumbledore hiding something. It wasn't even the weight of prophecy burning a hole in his future. It was everyone acting like he wasn't changing, like he was still just Harry, and not the haunted, half-burned thing that kept staring back at him in the mirror at night. That version of himself had shadows under his eyes. That version wasn't smiling. John's class was the only place that didn't feel like pretending. It wasn't about theory. It was about gut, reaction, intent. Harry learned how to disarm someone without using magic. He learned how to spot a lie, and how to throw one right back. He learned that fear didn't make you weak, it did. After one session, John tossed him a heavy, dust-covered book as they left the room. Found this in the restricted section. Looks like your handwriting. Harry blinked at him, then flipped it open. Scribbled notes. Sharp, messy, sarcastic. Property of the Half-Blood Prince. The name hit like a punch to the chest. Half-Blood Prince. Like someone else had lived between worlds, too. Like someone angry had tried to leave a trail. Harry didn't show John the grin that tugged at his lips. "I'm keeping this," he said. John nodded once. "Would have been disappointed if you didn't." He read it in his dorm. Under the covers, wandlight flickering. The prince wasn't just clever. He was furious. His notes tore through spells with an edge Harry hadn't seen in even Hermione's best work. The margins were full of cutting remarks, alternative hexes, and improvements on textbook incantations that shouldn't have been possible. And Harry felt something dangerous bubble in his chest. Not fear, not reverence, recognition. He started trying them, carefully, quietly, with practice dummies in the room of requirement. They worked. A few too well. "Where the heck have you been?" Ron stood in the corridor outside potions. Red-faced and frustrated. Harry shrugged. "Library. You hate the library. People change." Hermione folded her arms. "What's going on with you lately?" Harry met her eyes, and for once, didn't flinch. "I'm done waiting for someone else to tell me who I am." He turned and walked into the classroom before either of them could answer. Slughorn gave him a knowing smile. But Harry wasn't looking at the teacher anymore. He was looking at the blank corner of the room where, once, his godfather might have leaned against the wall with a smirk. He was looking at the place. Aces where the war had already taken things from him. And he was done letting it take more. It started small. A sandwich wrapped in parchment left on his bed. No note, but Harry recognized the handwriting on the corner, Hermione's tidy little HP. Initials, practically vibrating with the effort it took for her not to lecture him instead. Then Ron started sitting closer to him in the common room. Not talking. Not really looking at him. Either. Just showing up. A silent loyalty only Ron could manage aloud in every shuffle, every flick of a Bertie Bott's bean across the table, like they were still 15 and things weren't falling apart. Harry didn't know what to do with it. He wasn't ready to explain the Half-Blood Prince. Or the way John had started teaching him things he felt he needed, things the Order never would. He wasn't ready to talk about how Dumbledore was slowly vanishing into shadows, or the way his arm never quite moved right anymore, or how when Harry did see him, there was a redness there that felt like the end of a story. But Ron and Hermione, they weren't waiting. "Come to the library." Hermione had her arms crossed, standing just behind his chair in the common room. Harry didn't look up from his notes. Not now. She didn't move. "We found something." That got him. Not the Worcestershire voice. Tight. Determined. He glanced at her. "About the Half-Blood Prince." "No. About a potion he wrote in the margins. Something I couldn't find in any book, which terrifies me, and also," she hesitated, "excites me. But I want you to look. Because I think you understand him in a way I don't." Harry slowly stood, wary. Ron appeared from around the corner with a half grin and a stack of toast. Brought provisions. For the intellectual war ahead. Harry blinked. You two are being your friends, Hermione said. Even if you don't want us to. He hated how that hit. They spent 3 hours in the library. Harry explained what the prince had done to the draft of peace, how he'd made it more potent, more volatile. How he'd added something darker. Not just to soothe grief, but to bury it. Hermione's fingers twitched over the page. It's brilliant, she said, quiet. And terrifying. Ron said nothing for a moment, then muttered, sounds like you, mate. Harry looked at him. Ron looked back. Brilliant. Terrifying. Bit reckless. We'd be bloody idiots to let you deal with that alone. And that was that. They started coming with him more. Not everywhere John's training sessions were still his own, but they sat together in the corners of empty classrooms, books between them. Hunting for the name of the half-blood prince. Looking for answers. And in that space, where anger had once filled him up like fire, Harry felt something shift. Not gone, not healed, but tethered. He wasn't a storm alone anymore. He had anchors. Again. John's voice cracked like a whip in the cold, empty spare classroom on the second floor. Harry was on his back, gasping, his arms trembling from push-ups that burned like fire. Sweat plastered his shirt to his spine. The room smelled of old canvas, iron, and adrenaline transformed into a makeshift gym pulled from John's memories. Rubber flooring, weight racks, a sandbag course in one corner, and the brutal hum of fluorescent lights. Harry rolled to his knees. This doesn't make me better at magic. John crouched beside him, quiet. It makes you better at surviving. A pause. The kind that sinks. You want to beat Voldemort? John asked. You need to learn to function past the pain. You think he's going to wait for you to catch your breath? He'll kill you while you're blinking. Harry's jaw clenched. He didn't argue. He just got up. The next drill was balance and reaction. Standing on a wobble board, wand in one hand, tennis ball in the other. John called out numbers. Harry had to respond with the right motion: duck, parry, flick, jab, all while keeping his stance. He fell. Twice. Cursed. Got back on. John nodded. Good. Then came the blindfolded walk. Eyes covered, forced to navigate the room by sound, memory, and instinct. Every time Harry tripped, John asked, "Where were you?" In your head. Harry never answered, because the answer was always the same. Graveyard. Mum screaming. Cedric's body. Sirius falling. After 2 hours, John gave him a protein bar and sat on the mat across from him. They didn't speak for a while. Then, softly, John said, "In the field, we break you down first. Physically, mentally, because the real strength comes when you've got nothing left but the choice to keep going." Harry swallowed a lump in his throat. You're not the chosen one because of a prophecy, John said. You're the one because you keep choosing to stand up. I can work with that. By the end, Harry's hands were raw. His muscles were shot, but there was something solid in his chest that hadn't been there before. A weight, a center, not rage, not guilt, control. When he walked back to Gryffindor Tower, Ron gave him a look. Did he make you wrestle trolls? Quote, not today, Harry muttered, with a tired grin. He dreamed that night of war not with wands, but with breathless chases, blood pounding in his ears, and a voice in the dark telling him. Again. It was late. The corridors of Hogwarts lay in deep silence, broken only by the low hum of torches. John sat alone in the staff lounge, nursing a mug of bitter tea. His jacket hung over the back of his chair. The sleeves of his shirt rolled up, revealing the fading scars of older wars. The fire crackled. Maps were spread across the table, old magical ones layered with his own scribbled notes. Troop formations from Muggle wars beside a parchment map of the Forbidden Forest. The door creaked. Snape entered, a shadow folding into a man. His robes whispered behind him like secrets. I thought I'd find you here. John didn't look up right away. Couldn't sleep either. Huh. Snape poured himself tea without asking. It steamed between them. You're training Potter, Snape said flatly. John leaned back in his chair, expression unreadable. He asked, I'm giving him tools he's going to need. Snape's mouth twisted slightly. You think he's a soldier? I think he's Being hunted by someone who doesn't play by schoolyard rules. A silence stretched. I've seen boys like him before, John added. You push them, they either break or they harden. Snape narrowed his eyes. You sound quite certain which way he'll go. John looked at him now. Are you not? That hung there a moment, heavy with implication. Snape shifted, then lowered his voice. The last time someone trained a boy to be a weapon, it nearly broke the world. John nodded slowly. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to stop. The fire cracked again. Shadows danced across Snape's face, making him look even more drawn, more haunted. You care about the boy, he said. That's dangerous. John's voice softened, just slightly. I don't care about him the way you think. I care that he survives. I care that he wins. Snape stared at him for a long beat, then said, almost too quietly, victory is not the same as survival. Then he turned and walked out, the door whispering shut behind him. John stayed seated, the maps stayed open, and the fire kept burning. Let me know what you think. I'm shallow and could use the reviews to feed more of this story. Mid-Sept. 96. Location. Street. Mungo's Hospital 4. Magical Maladies and Injuries Closed Ward. Sub-Level 3. Unlisted Patients. Dumbledore's footsteps echoed like accusations down the narrow corridor. The further he descended, the more the air turned sour coppery and damp. Like blood that had soaked into stone. A nurse met him at the last door. She didn't speak. She didn't meet his eyes. She simply unlocked the door and vanished. The room beyond was dim. Not dark, no, it was worse. The light in here lingered, clinging to the walls like it didn't want to stay. A single chair sat near the barred window. A man occupied it. Regulus Arcturus Black had not aged properly. He had unraveled. His hair had thinned and grown back in uneven patches. His skin looked stretched, pale and dry like paper over bone. His eyes, once aristocratic and clever, now jittered in their sockets, flicking from shadow to shadow. You, he rasped, the moment Dumbledore stepped through the threshold. I knew you'd come. Eventually. You always do. Dumbledore didn't smile. He didn't even nod. He simply closed the door behind him and remained standing. Regulus barked a laugh that quickly devolved into a cough. Is that what they're calling it? Murder. He wasn't a man. He was some know-nothing muggle that forgot his place. Regulus screamed at a shadow on the wall. Dumbledore raised one eyebrow. Regulus grinned. They dig into the world. They bloom in the dark. Have you ever heard bones sing, Albus? They don't sing for us. They sing through us. Dumbledore stepped forward, gloved hand tight on his wand beneath his cloak. His voice was quiet, flat. Control is a joke, Regulus hissed, rising from the chair with sudden, twitchy grace. I've seen the underside of reality. Control is a story we tell our children before they vanish in their sleep. He stopped short of Dumbledore, inches away. Pupils dilated like pinwheels. I left to destroy a Horcrux. I stayed to dam the river. I screamed until the stone screamed back. And now, Dumbledore said coolly, now you come back and play the savior. The errant black boy turned mad prophet. Regulus tilted his head. I'm the rot that learned to walk. The scar that remembered how it was made. And yes, I am still on our side. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. That depends, he said, on what you define as R. A shudder rippled down Regulus's spine. His expression cracked, grief and laughter vying for dominance. They tried to teach me their language. Their true names. I bit off my own tongue to forget. Dumbledore finally moved, stepping past him toward the window. He looked down into the fog-drenched city below. He didn't pause to reflect. Not for long. There was a bitter taste in his mouth, memories of another boy, another Black, who believed himself righteous just long enough to drown in something worse than death. Regulus was alive, yes. But what remained was warped. A man hollowed out by truths not meant for any mortal mind, driven not by revenge or heroism but sheer, abject defiance against something older, deeper, and madder than Voldemort. He could not be used. He could not be trusted. But he might still matter. Regulus didn't flinch. You always were good at ending things, Albie. Dumbledore's gaze lingered at the name only one other wizard had uttered, in an apartment over Paris so long ago. Then he left. The door closed behind him with a heavy click. Inside, Regulus sat back down in the chair and whispered something to the air. It shivered back. Later Spinner's End, midnight. A candle guttered in the corner of the dingy living room. The air was still, except for the soft clink of a teacup set down too hard. Snape looked at Dumbledore over steepled fingers. The headmaster, still wrapped in his traveling cloak, sat like a man carved from salt. "So," Snape said, "he lives." "He exists," Dumbledore replied. "Living would imply something closer to sanity." Snape's face betrayed nothing, but a muscle in his jaw twitched. "You hoped for a weapon," Snape said quietly. "And found a wound." Dumbledore didn't deny it. "He's seen things we haven't. He survived the lake. He destroyed a Horcrux, but at a cost I wouldn't wish on anyone. He's a liability, then." Dumbledore leaned forward. "He's a warning, a sign of what this war can do to even the purest intent. He can't be trusted in the field. But he knows things. Rituals, thresholds, names." Snape's eyes flicked to the shadows in the corner. "Can he speak coherently about them?" "Sometimes," Dumbledore said. "He drifts. Half the time he talks like a Death Eater. The other half like a man who's seen beyond the veil and wasn't asked back." Snape sneered faintly. "Sounds like half the order." Dumbledore did smile then, but it was thin and brittle. "He's too dangerous to ignore. But not dangerous enough to lead." Snape's gaze sharpened. "And yet you tell me." "I trust your discretion," Dumbledore said. "And I need your help." Snape's silence was his permission to go on. Dumbledore continued. "We cannot face Voldemort head-on. Not now. The boy Harry, he needs time. And protection. The Ministry is still flailing, and the Order has too many fractures. We need to buy time, not waste lives." Snape's lip curled. "That's not a strategy. That's a stall. It's pragmatism," Dumbledore said. "You are still my eyes in the dark. But I need more from you now. We begin tomorrow. Your knowledge of the dark may offer an edge." Snape narrowed his eyes. "You want me to weaponize the boy." "I want him prepared," Dumbledore said flatly. "He cannot be Voldemort's equal with luck and courage alone. He needs to understand the cost of survival." Snape stood. His robes whispered like a closing curtain. Dumbledore rose. "Too, slower. Older. We all bury things, Severus," he murmured. "Some of us just forget where." A silence bloomed between them. Then, without ceremony, Dumbledore turned and disappeared into the night. Snape watched the candle die. Location. A place that should not be beneath the earth, beneath time, beneath reason. There was no air in the chamber. Not in the traditional sense. It tasted of old teeth and rotted parchment, of graves before memory. Lord Voldemort stood barefoot on a floor of cracked obsidian, his robes soaked in saltwater and dust. 7 runes burned on the ceiling above, unknown to human tongue. They shifted when looked at too long, and whispered names that made blood vessels twitch. The girl on the altar had stopped screaming an hour ago. Or a day. Time behaved like prey in this place, fleeing, trembling, hiding in corners. Marogagul Zynek, Voldemort intoned in the guttural syllables of something not quite speech. His voice trembled as he forced it through his throat, not out of fear but awe. He was no longer speaking to spirits. He had climbed past that ladder long ago. Past demons, past gods, past death. This was the court beneath the roots of the world, where things too vast to enter existence waited for a crack wide enough to fit a thought through. He had found it. He had scraped it open. And now, they listened. He felt them gather, not close, no, not even distant, but pointed, the way 1,000 vast eyes might all align to look at an ant crawling along the edge of a mirror. There was no sound, but understanding throbbed in his bones like infection. Offer. Define. He held out his wand, blood-soaked. A soul pure and untouched. The final true blood of Salazar. You may unmake her, trinket, but seen. Aloud. Voldemort dared to smile. Aloud. He dropped the body into the void. It didn't fall. It dissolved like paper in flame. Her scream never left her lips. No. Even time remained around her to carry the sound. The runes above flared. One of them changed. It blinked into a new configuration, and for the briefest moment, Voldemort's teeth itched. His tongue blistered. His vision bled. But he laughed. He had done it. Again. They had answered. They had seen him. And he had not been erased. Power. He hissed. More. I ask for more. And they whispered something back. Not in words. In truths. He saw the architecture of space folding in on itself like dead paper. He saw the weave of all souls, and where it thinned, and where it had already torn. He saw Hogwarts a spark in a windless sea. And he saw others looking at it. At Harry Potter. At Dumbledore. At Regulus Black, who had seen too much and lived. The threads grow taut. We will teach. At cost. What cost? He said, his voice thin to a rasp. Your name. Your end. Your mirror. Voldemort smiled. Take them all. The runes blinked once. Then they stopped burning. He fell forward onto the stone, laughing, vomiting salt and ash. His shadow was gone. It would never return. He had sacrificed its memory. But in its place his wand gleamed brighter. Behind him, the girl's absence radiated cold. Bah, CK in the real world. Spinner's End, same night. Snape woke from a sleep he hadn't meant to take. His pillow was soaked with sweat. The kettle was boiling despite having never been lit. He didn't remember dreaming, but he felt something watching him from the cracks in the ceiling paint. And for one moment a single, shuddering moment forgot what his own name felt like. The Daily Prophet, the 16th of October 1996. Unexplained Horror Deaths Rise Ministry claims. Extremist faction. At fault by Marla Quince, senior correspondent. In the last fortnight, 4 Aurors have been found dead under mysterious circumstances. Each incident occurred in remote locations, with no traceable magic or witnesses. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has released a brief statement blaming a radical splinter group, aligned with you-know-who. No further details have been provided. Whispers in Nocturne Alley speak of silent ends and shadows that twist wrong. One bartender at the Inkpot pub claimed to have seen an Auror convulsing before vanishing entirely, like he'd been folded inside out. Ministry officials continue to urge calm. Letter from Elaine Greaves, Hogsmeade, to her sister Miriam, Cornwall. Dearest Miriam, you must be careful. Do not believe what they say, and the prophet is worse than they admit. The sky over the Forbidden Forest turned violet last night. The air smelled like iron and burnt hair. James, who works the Owl Post, swears he heard children crying where there were none. Please keep the children home. I feel something is creeping through the cracks of the world. Love, Elaine. The Quibbler. Special edition. Headline. Ministry in denial. Leaked report mentions nonlinear entities. Our sources within the Department of Mysteries have leaked portions of a suppressed field report that describes an encounter with an anti-time loop structure near the ruins of Cokeworth. According to the unnamed unspeakable, 2 agents suffered severe psychological trauma after witnessing what they described as future selves rotting backward. Ministry has denied the document's authenticity. But readers will recall the prophet's silence before the return of you-know-who, too. The Evening Prophet, the 19th of October 1996. Magical weather anomalies Unex plain EDIS it dark magic or something worse. Green lightning over the Scottish Highlands. Frozen rain falling upward. A 20-minute eclipse over Diagon Alley. Experts from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes claim it's an unstable magical front, but other sources hint at ritual activity of the deepest and most dangerous sort. Hogwarts remains under close watch. Though Headmistress McGonagall has denied any disruption to education, public confidence continues to wane. Letter from Regulus Black, unsent, found burned, to whom it may concern. There are worse things than Tom Riddle. He knocks, yes, but he also listens. I've seen the doors he's opened. There are names we shouldn't speak because they remember being spoken. This war has turned. You'll see. They all will. R.B. The Guardian, UK, Science and Environment, the 20th of October 1996. Strange geomagnetic disturbances bemuse scientists. By Alice Merton. A series of anomalous geomagnetic pulses were recorded late Tuesday evening across northern Scotland, Ireland, and parts of Wales. Experts at the British Geological Survey report the disturbances don't match any known solar activity. One researcher at the University of Edinburgh, speaking on condition of anonymity, claimed the data looked more like something caused by gravitational distortion or local collapse in time-space structure. The government has not issued a statement. Letter from Chief Inspector Ian Maddox, Metropolitan Police, to Internal Security Office. Confidential. Intercepted and sealed, to whom it may concern. We've had 5 reports in 3 days of civilians disappearing mid-step vanished from public streets, with CCTV footage cutting to static each time. No signs of struggle. In one case, the remaining shadow burned into the pavement. The families are scared. So are the officers. Something isn't right. If this is a test run for new tech, someone's playing with forces they don't understand. C. Maddox. BBC Radio 4 listener submission, edited transcript, aired the 21st of October 1996. Caller. I work at the Weather Center in Fort William. The equipment's all gone mad. It rained ash last night, like, proper ash. Looked like the aftermath of a fire, but there wasn't one. The sky went pitch black at 2:17 p.m. And in the birds, they just stopped flying. They were sitting in rows. Not moving. Host. That sounds terrifying. And your colleagues? Caller. No one wants to talk about it. But I know what I saw. We shouldn't be messing with things like this. Email from U.S. Embassy, London, 2. State Department subject. Urgent, disappearances. Reports of unexplained vanishing events in central London have reached 14 confirmed cases. UK authorities stonewall inquiries. Internal chatter references, non-human anomalies. Recommend intelligence coordination. Something is happening. Urgency level high. Letter from a primary school headmaster in Devon to the Department for Education. Dear Sirs, I am writing to formally report that 8 children from our Year 6 class described the same nightmare during morning circle. In it, a man with no mouth stood outside the school gates, weeping backward. They claim he spoke to them in their heads. This is not a prank. Parents are now withdrawing students. I urge immediate psychological review. Sincerely, Martin Lloyd. Intercepted communication. Classified, originally routed through non-magical diplomatic relay. Recipient. Operative John Null clearance level. Obsidian time stamp. The 21st of October 1996 3:14 Coordinated Universal Time. Operation Vigilant Dusk. Subject. Correlated Reality Events UREs across United Kingdom. Mandate issued under Article 7 Cross-Domain Phenomena Engagement Protocol. Initiate silent containment and intel gathering within Hogwarts compound. Observe possible vector origins. Dark weather. Phenomenon. Known class black entities. The listener. The folded. Protect priority subject. H. Potter. Do not engage temporal constructs unless absolutely necessary. Orders supersede all previous non-local assignments. You are currently alone. More assets pending clearance and vetting. From the Ashes, Site. Control. Hogwarts. It had been a.m. once since Harry began training with John, and though nothing about him had changed dramatically to the casual observer, something was undeniably different. He no longer moved through Hogwarts like a shadow waiting to be caught. He walked with intention now, every step a quiet declaration. His frame remained lean, his glasses still slipped down his nose during long lectures, and his hair remained its usual chaos, but his eyes were steadier, sharper. John didn't teach like anyone Harry had known. There were no spells or dueling stances, not at first. Instead, they walked, sometimes for hours, around the lake or through the quieter forest paths, not speaking, just breathing and watching. John called it situational fluency. Learn the ground, feel the silence, understand when something changes not by magic, but by presence. Other days, Harry found himself crawling through patches of damp brambles or scaling the rocky slope near the greenhouses while John watched from a distance. If he asked why, John would shrug. So you learn to choose your terrain better, he'd say, not unkindly. More than once, Harry had to sit still and silent in the astronomy tower until the stars faded from view. Control isn't flash, John had told him. It's owning the moment, all of it, even the boring ones. And it was working. He didn't wake up gasping anymore, and the sharp, jittery energy he once carried, like a second skin, had dulled to a steady hum. The nightmares still came, but he didn't shrink from them. He watched them, endured them, walked out of them standing. In class, Professor Flitwick noticed it too. Harry wasn't any more obedient, still pushed back when he disagreed, but there was a quiet confidence to him now, a weight behind his words. He paused. Before he spoke, he listened more carefully. Even Hermione seemed surprised when he didn't snap during a minor disagreement in charms. Are you feeling all right? she asked one day after class. Harry just gave her a small smile. Yeah, I think I am. It wasn't power in the usual sense. It wasn't spells or strength or swagger. It was clarity. And for the first time, Harry felt like he wasn't waiting to be swept along by the next wave. He was learning to stand before it. It was between classes when it happened, just outside the tapestry-lined corridor near the potions dungeon. Harry had taken the long way back from the library, giving R.O. N and Hermione time to cool off after a minor row about the Half-Blood Prince's notes. He didn't expect to see anyone down this way. But there they were, Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, and Blaise Zabini, which was odd. Zabini didn't usually hang around unless something was worth watching. Potter, Draco drawled, stepping into the corridor like he'd been waiting all day for this exact moment. Wandering around on your own must be hard without your handlers. Harry stopped, not because he was afraid or unsure, but because he felt this wasn't a spontaneous run-in. The way Zabini leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed but eyes sharp. How Goyle was too far from Draco to be actual muscle and more like a flank. This was a setup. He gave a small nod, like he was just seeing them, and leaned against the wall himself. His voice was steady. What's the play, Malfoy? Want to duel me in a hallway again? See if the carpets catch fire. Crabbe chuckled, but Draco didn't rise to the bait. He stepped closer instead, face tight with some barely concealed urgency. You're walking around like you're something special now. I know you've been sneaking off with that American. Harry let the silence stretch. The old him would have fired something back. A snarl, a challenge. But now he just watched Draco's posture. The twitch in his fingers. The slight glaze in his eyes, like someone else was watching through them. You all right, Malfoy? Harry asked quietly. That made Draco pause, just for a breath. Then, you don't get to pretend you're above this. We all see a tear waiting for someone else to save the day. Again, it was weak, not because the words didn't have did, but because Draco didn't believe them. Not really. This wasn't Malfoy picking a fight. This was Malfoy pushed into it. Yeah, Harry said, nodding slowly. You're not here for you. You're scared. That landed harder than any spell. Blaise straightened. Draco's mask cracked for just a moment, and something bitter flared behind his eyes. You think you're the only one feeling it? He hissed. The sky doesn't look right. The walls whisper sometimes. There's something in the shadows and no one's talking about it. At least we're trying to be ready. And this? Harry tilted his head toward Crabbe and Goyle. This is what ready looks like. Better than kneeling to some muggle. Something in Draco's voice was raw. Harry didn't flinch. You don't have to kneel, either. You can just walk away. Draco's lip curled, but he didn't respond. Instead, he turned sharply, cloak whipping behind him as he stalked off. Crabbe and Goyle followed without a word. Only Zabini lingered, eyes calculating. You're changing, he said to Harry, not quite a question. Interesting. Then he, too, disappeared into the corridor's gloom. Harry stood there for a long minute. His heart was beating faster than he wanted, but his hands were steady. He wasn't rattled, just thoughtful. The game was shifting and someone was pushing the pieces harder now. Draco's footsteps echoed down the narrow corridor beneath Malfoy Manor, past the unused cellars and into the vault-like chamber his father had taken to calling the listening room. It had once been used for storing family heirlooms and banned spellbooks. Now, it felt like a mausoleum for sanity. Lucius was already there, seated at the long stone table under flickering wandlight, his fingers interlaced. Eyes glinting with a cold, hollow sheen. Gone was the sharp arrogance Draco had grown up with. What remained was quieter, hungrier. You hesitated, Lucius said without turning his head. Draco stopped at the threshold. He didn't take the bait. Of course he didn't. He's changed. Lucius's voice was like dry parchment dragged across glass. He's being prepared, just like us. Draco stepped forward, heart thudding. Prepared for what? Lucius slowly looked up. The shadows under his eyes were deep and bruised, like he hadn't slept in weeks. Maybe longer. For the moment the world cracks. For the first true scream. You don't see it yet, do you? Draco felt a chill crawl up his spine. This isn't what you told me it would be. We were supposed to reclaim our place, bring the old magic back. Purify the blood. Lucius smiled faintly, and the smile was wrong. Not cruel, not proud, just tired. That was before the Dark Lord began to hear them. Before they began to whisper back. Draco took a step back, unsure if it was fear or disgust or both. Who is they? Lucius didn't answer. Instead, he reached into his robe and pulled out something wrapped in velvet. He placed it on the table and unfolded the cloth. It was a mirror, but the reflection wasn't Draco. It was a place, a twisted landscape of pale, shifting stone and vast, towering shapes that hurt to look too tall, too narrow, the geometry wrong. And in the distance, something was moving, slowly, but with purpose. Draco's breath caught. What is that? Our future, Lucius whispered. Or perhaps our past. Time breaks there. No past, no future. Only the now, and the now is screaming. He covered the mirror again and looked at Draco. You must let go of childish notions. Of Potter, of Hogwarts, of bloodlines, even of your name. All of it will burn away. We aren't the rulers of the new world, Draco. We are its midwives. I didn't sign up to worship monsters, Draco snapped, forcing strength into his voice. Lucius stood slowly, deliberately. We're not worshipping them. We're making deals. And if we don't, Potter will. He already walks the edge, doesn't he? Can't you feel it in him? Draco clenched his fists, suddenly aware of how quiet the manor had become. No house elves, no wind, just the two of them. And something watching, just beyond the edges of reality. Why are you telling me this? Draco asked. Lucius leaned in close, eyes glassy. Because the only way to survive what's coming is to stop believing in survival. Then, softly, and because I still love you, in whatever way I remember how. Draco left without another word, and Lucius remained in the dark, listening to a place no one else could hear, where the screaming never stopped. A.N. Please read and review. Thoughts. Too dark, not dark enough. October, 96. The sun filtered weakly through the high windows of the astronomy tower, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Harry sat alone on one of the worn benches, absently rubbing the bridge of his nose. He was supposed to be reading a Transfiguration essay. Instead, his mind kept drifting back through the haze of the past few weeks. He was tired, but not the kind of tired that came from lack of sleep. It was deeper, the weight of too much knowledge, too quickly absorbed. The world felt heavier now, sharper at the edges. He felt older than he should be. Snape had been brutal, their sessions held in secret, always after curfew, or not about dueling etiquette or clever wandwork. Snape taught like a man flaying his own memories, each lesson dipped in contempt and necessity. He didn't waste time on theory. It was spell after spell, often cast without warning. Counter curses and anti-possession rites. Mental shields that cut like razors. The art of striking first, and last. Sentiment will kill you, Potter. He'd said during one lesson, after disarming Harry with a hex that left his hand tingling for hours. Your enemies do not care about your noble intentions. They care about your last breath. And yet, underneath the bitterness, Harry could feel something else. A desperate sort of urgency. Not affection, never that, but perhaps fear. Not of Voldemort, of something worse. John's training was no kinder, but it was different. With him, it was about the body as much as the wand. Running through the forbidden forest in silence. Reacting to ambushes in complete darkness. Exercises that seemed absurd until they weren't. Like disassembling and reassembling a wand under pressure, blindfolded, with a ticking timer set to mimic a banshee's scream. Where Snape taught how to survive a fight, John taught how to avoid needing one. His approach was direct, real. Muggle military principles filtered through a wizard's battlefield. There's no glory in survival, Harry, John had said once. After dragging him out of a freezing stream during a tracking drill. There's just being around long enough to do what needs doing. Harry hadn't understood that at the time. He was beginning to, now. Snape taught like someone trying to pass on his worst memories before they consumed him. John taught like a man who had already died once and was just making good use of borrowed time. Both had changed Harry. He wasn't stronger, necessarily. He still lost fights, still got winded, still made mistakes, but he no longer froze. He didn't panic when things went sideways. He had a sense etched into his muscle memory of how to act under fire. He didn't feel brave, but he felt ready. It was one of those sharp, brittle autumn mornings that promised peace but left something coiled in the silence. Hogsmeade bustled beneath a bright, cloudless sky. The 3 broomsticks glowed with warmth, music spilling faintly from its open doors. Honeydukes had a line out the door. Children laughed, scarves fluttered. Boots crunched over the cold dusted cobbles. Harry walked among it all, hands shoved deep in his coat pockets, his eyes scanning rooftops and shadows. He didn't smile. Not anymore. It had been nearly a month since the last Hogsmeade visit. The Ministry had doubled patrols, insisted on curfews. None of it made Harry feel safer. He felt the air before he heard the sound. A faint vibration in his ribs. Like thunder too distant to hear but too wrong to ignore. Hermione paused beside a rack of charmed snow globes. Her eyes flicked upward. Did you feel that? Ron looked up from his bag of every flavor beans. Feel what? Harry's head turned slowly toward the far end of the street. The shop signs there were swinging, just slightly, in a wind that hadn't touched anyone else. A cart rolled backward across the street. No slope, no push. Then came the sound, low, long, and scraping, like a stone dragging across glass. The sort of sound that didn't come from this world. Everything stopped. A bird fell dead from the sky in front of Scrivenshafts. Just dropped. The air shimmered. Harry reached for his wand. Something's coming, he said, voice calm, though every nerve in him screamed. What is it? Hermione whispered. He didn't answer, because then the air folded. A gap opened in the middle of the rod, not an apparition, not even a tear. It was a shape, wrong and slick-edged, and out of it came a figure in tattered black. Another, and another. Death Eaters, but not as they had been. They didn't speak. Their masks were warped, as if melted and reformed. One carried a lantern that cast no light. Another dragged their wand across the stone and left a trail of frost behind. The crowd panicked. Screams rose and scattered like birds. A group of second years bolted toward the shrieking shack. Someone shouted for help. Harry stepped forward. Ron, Hermione, get the others out. What about you? Ron grabbed his arm. I'll slow them down. He didn't wait for permission. He moved through the space between fear and instinct, wand drawn, mind focused. He remembered Snape's voice, sharp and surgical, drill after drill in precision. Stupefy, he shouted, hitting the lead figure in the chest. The man barely staggered. The second raised a wand. Aspero Ventus, wind, screaming and alive, tore down the street. It shattered windows and lifted a bench like a child's toy. Harry Dove rolled, came up behind a toppled barrel. He aimed and hit the wind caster with a hex. The figure turned its head, tilted, not in pain, not in rage, but curiosity. And then it whispered song. Anything that Harry didn't hear with his ears, but felt in his bones. The figure was advancing when a new sound cut through the storm. A crack, loud and sharp. An explosion of light from the sky. 3 oars appeared behind the Death Eaters. Wands drawn. One launched a flame net. Another cast a wide shielding barrier. Harry didn't know who fired the killing curse, but one of the warped figures fell and didn't rise. The others twisted and vanished into the gap they'd come from. Gone. Silence rang like a bell. More Ministry agents appeared seconds too late. Harry looked at the bloodstained stones, the broken glass. The bodies still being tended. Too late, he said. He crouched and picked up a strange, blackened shard from the ground, something not quite stone, not quite metal. It hummed in Harry's hand like a warning. Something old, something watching. The first scream had barely pierced the air before Ron shoved 2 second years behind the stone wall of Zonkos. Hermione was already casting protective wards. Her wand a blur in the pale autumn light. Protega Maxima, she shouted, and the shimmer of her shield curved over the storefront like a glass dome. Younger students clung to one another, eyes wide. One boy was crying. A girl whispered her mother's name over and over. Ron crouched, scanning the street beyond the barrier. They came out of nowhere. I didn't even hear an apparition crack. Hermione's face was pale, but her jaw set. That wasn't apparition. That was something else. Another scream. A girl in yellow sprinted from the direction of Honeydukes, her robes torn, blood on her cheek. Ron didn't hesitate. He leapt the wall, wand raised. Expelliarmus, he shouted at the cloaked figure chasing her. The spell hit home. The Death Eater's wand flew free, but the man didn't stop. Hermione joined him. Casting a binding curse, the ropes snapped out and wrapped the attacker's legs. He crashed hard to the ground, twitching and hissing like something not human. They grabbed the girl and pulled her behind the barrier. "Are you hurt?" Hermione asked. The girl nodded numbly. They didn't talk. They just stared. Like I wasn't real. Ron looked at Hermione. "That's the third one. They're not acting like normal Death Eaters." Hermione swallowed. "They're not. And that's not frost on the ground. It's some kind of rot. Magic rot." Another shockwave hit the street. Tiles shattered off the roof of Madame Puddifoot's. A group of third years bolted blindly from a side alley, directly into the path of another figure in black. Ron grabbed Hermione's hand and the two of them sprinted. "Confringo!" Hermione shouted, blowing a storefront to pieces between the attacker and the children. Ron threw himself in front of the smallest girl, raising a shield charm just in time to catch the splintered curse. It cracked like a battering ram against his magic. He didn't flinch. The Death Eater stalked forward, but then there was a blur of silver as Hermione summoned a dropped dagger and sent it flying. It pierced the attacker's shoulder with a horrible thunk. He howled and vanished. "Come on," Ron said, gripping the arm of a frightened third year. "We're getting you back to the castle. We hold the line here." Quote, as they moved back toward the gathering oars and the hastily fortified barricades, Ron looked back at the street behind them, scarred, twisted, wrong. Hermione whispered, "They're not just trying to kill us." "What then?" "They want us to lose hope." Ron looked at the younger kids, alive, safe, thanks to them. "Too bad for them," he muttered. "We're Gryffindors." The sun had long since dipped below the mountains by the time the last injured student was carried inside. The infirmary was overflowing. Cots had been dragged into the great hall. Healers whispered and moved like ghosts among the sleeping. Hermione sat on the stone steps outside the castle, her hands wrapped tightly around a chipped mug of tea. It had gone cold, but she barely noticed. The stars above were unusually sharp. Too sharp. Like knives. She kept replaying the attack in her mind, how the Death Eaters had moved. How they hadn't spoken. How they didn't cast spells unless absolutely necessary. How their magic felt. Ron had gone to check on Ginny. He'd kissed Hermione's temple before leaving, quick, distracted. She hadn't moved since. She rubbed her eyes and looked down at the ground. There were still black streaks in the grass where the cursed frost had touched it. Magic wasn't supposed to linger like that. It felt alive, not like spellwork, like something closer to disease. "Granger." The voice was low and tired. Professor McGonagall, robes still slightly singed, approached with a slow, deliberate gait. Hermione stood quickly. "Professor." McGonagall raised a hand. "Sit. I'm not here to scold." She sat beside Hermione on the stone. After a long silence, the professor spoke. "You felt it, didn't you?" Hermione nodded. "Yes. It was more than dark magic. It felt like they weren't people anymore." "They're changing," McGonagall said quietly. "Or being changed. I don't know what by." "Not fully." Hermione looked at her hands. They were shaking. "One of them, I bound him. And he just kept talking to the air. Not to us. It was like he was listening to something only he could hear." "They're looking past us," McGonagall said. "Beyond this world, perhaps." Hermione closed her eyes. "They don't just hate Muggles anymore, Professor." There was another silence. A deeper one. McGonagall nodded. "Then they've stepped past ideology and into madness." Hermione's voice trembled. "How do we fight something like that?" McGonagall didn't answer right away. Finally, she whispered, "With truth. With light. And, when necessary, with fire." She stood. Hermione stayed seated, watching the stars above. She no longer felt like a schoolgirl. Not even like a soldier. For the first time, she felt like a witness to the end of something. And maybe, if they were lucky, the beginning of something else. Ron leaned against the doorframe of the hospital wing, arms crossed, still dressed in scuffed dueling leathers. A strip of gauze peeked out from his collar, stained with dried blood that wasn't his. Inside, the youngest students were curled up on conjured cots and blankets, most of them asleep or pretending to be. Madame Pomfrey moved among them with the care of someone used to tending wounds that didn't always bleed. One of the first years Elliot from Hufflepuff peeked up when Ron glanced his way. The boy smiled. Ron smiled back, a bit awkwardly, but the kid's face lit up anyway. The kind of smile you gave someone who had shown up when it mattered. He stepped away from the door. Outside, the stone corridor was cold, but the torchlight made it feel warmer than it was. Ron exhaled and started walking toward the Gryffindor common room, each step echoing. He wasn't used to feeling this way, not heavy or haunted, but solid. Like his boots were touching the ground in a way they hadn't before. He remembered the moment just hours ago when they'd reached the younger students in the village square. Chaos everywhere, screaming, curses lighting the sky like a broken aurora. And he'd seen them 5 terrified kids trying to hide behind a cart. No idea what to do. No chance of running. He hadn't hesitated. He'd pulled Hermione's shield spell forward and lit the street with fire and steel. When it was over, they'd looked at him with the same awe he used to give Bill or Charlie when they came home in Dragonhide and stories. And something had clicked. Ron Weasley, hero of children. It didn't make him cocky. Not anymore. He just felt right. Like maybe he was built for this. Not the chosen one, not the brightest witch, but someone who could stand between danger and those who couldn't. When he reached the fat lady's portrait, she eyed him curiously. "You look taller," she said. Ron raised an eyebrow. "I'm pretty sure I'm not." "Maybe not in inches," she murmured, and swung open. Inside the common room, Ginny was asleep on the couch, a quilt falling from her shoulder. Seamus and Dean were arguing softly over something by the fire. Neville looked up from where he was tending to someone's singed broomstick, nodded once at Ron, and went back to work. Ron sank into a chair by the fire and stretched out his legs, sighing through his nose. He wasn't chasing glory anymore. He was earning it. Ron stood again after only a few minutes, suddenly restless. The fire didn't warm him like it had a moment ago. His thoughts had shifted unbidden to Hermione. The last time he'd seen her, she'd been helping Madame Pomfrey calm a panicked third year whose arm had been broken in the chaos. He threaded his way back through the castle corridors, moving with that same new quiet N.S. he'd picked up over the past few months. Less clumsy, more deliberate, more sure of where he was going. He found her in the steps outside the castle, the first snow of the year starting to come down. Ron hesitated in the doorway. He hadn't expected to feel nervous. But here he was. She noticed him after a moment and blinked. Hey, he said. "You okay?" She nodded slowly. "Yeah, just thinking. Trying not to think, really." Ron walked over and sat beside her, the stone cold even through his robes. For a long moment, they didn't speak. The silence was familiar. "Easy. I saw you out there," she said finally. Her voice softer. "With the younger students. You were incredible, Ron." He looked away, a bit pink. "You weren't so bad yourself." She smiled faintly. "Then, you saved that little girl. She wouldn't have made it without you." Ron stared down at his hands, scarred knuckles resting on his knees. She was scared out of her mind. "I didn't even think. Just did it. That's the point, isn't it?" Hermione said, turning to face him more. "Being the kind of person who does the right thing without needing to think about it." They were quiet again, but now the air between them had shifted. Softer, a little charged, and then it hit him. He'd kissed her, earlier, in the aftermath of the panic. Just after the girl had been pulled to safety, when Hermione had turned to him wide-eyed and breathless, shaking. He'd grabbed her hand and then, instinctively, he'd leaned in. A quick, uncertain kiss. Right there on the edge of everything. He'd almost forgotten. "Hermione," he began, voice lower now, more careful. "Back in the square, you and I." She gave him a look warm, steady, and almost amused. "You mean when you kissed me?" Ron blinked. "You remember. I wasn't hit on the head," she said dryly. He said, breath leaving in a kind of laugh, "I just wasn't sure if you were sure enough in the moment." She leaned her head lightly against his shoulder. "I'm glad you did." The library hummed with silence again. But this time it felt brighter. Ron let himself relax, just a little. There was still fear outside. Still darkness and madness tightening around the world. But here, in this small sliver of Hogwarts, he let himself feel something else, something right. He reached for her hand and found it waiting. A quiet beat passed. Owls hooted somewhere in the high towers. "I keep thinking about how things feel," Hermione said softly. Like, they're building up to something we can't see yet. We're doing all this training, fighting, surviving, but what if that's not enough? Ron squeezed her hand. Then we do more. We always do. She smiled, and for a moment it felt like third year again, quieter problems, lighter hearts. Then her voice turned softer still. Promise me something, anything, no matter what's coming, if it ever comes down to a choice between saving the world and... He kissed her before she could finish. Not rushed, not desperate, just warm and real. When they parted, he rested his forehead against hers. Don't say it, not tonight. Hermione closed her eyes. All right, not tonight. But neither of them said never. Spinner's End. One night after the Hogsmeade attack. The house reeked of old paper, ash, and something far colder, magic that clung like smoke to the skin. Snape stood near the boarded-up window, arms folded behind his back, eyes fixed on the shifting shadows cast by the only lit candle in the room. Voldemort sat at the far end of the narrow sitting room. He did not speak immediately. He never did. The silence was a leash, and Snape knew better than to tug. The Dark Lord's face was drawn tighter than usual, less human still in the flickering light. His eyes gleamed, not red now, but dark as bruises, wet with satisfaction. They screamed, he murmured, more to himself than to Snape. The children. I heard them. Even from here. Snape inclined his head a fraction. They were unprepared. No, Voldemort said, slowly raising his head. They were predictable. That's far more valuable. Grief, chaos, outrage. Dumbledore will retreat to sentiment. He always does. His voice had the quality of a blade being sharpened metal over stone, grating and precise. Snape's stomach coiled, but his face remained still. And the creature you used to distract the northern patrols, was it controlled? Controlled. Voldemort chuckled, a sound like cold water pouring over broken glass. No, Severus, it was released. You cannot command such things, only bargain with them, briefly. A gift for its hunger. A crack in our reality. Just wide enough. Snape swallowed tightly. You fear what you saw, Voldemort said, watching him now. That is wise. What I fear, Snape replied carefully, is that the Death Eaters no longer understand the lines between war and annihilation. Voldemort stood in a single, snake-like motion. The candle's flame guttered and dimmed. I crossed that line the night I returned to flesh, he whispered, voice colder now. We do not aim to win, Severus. We aim to unmake. The words struck something deep in Snape's bones. He bowed his head lower, hiding the subtle twitch at the corner of his eye. Yes, my lord. Behind him, the shadows twitched again wrongly, as if something else had slipped into the room unseen. Snape did not look. He only prayed the thing was still bound by its bargain. Northern Ridge, just past midnight. John's boots crunched through the snow, each step far louder than he'd have liked, the noise echoing in the eerie stillness. The wind whistled through the twisted branches, carrying with it a sense of unnatural cold. A strange stillness hung in the air, as though the world itself was holding its breath. This wasn't just another Death Eater attack. No, this felt different. Hairs on the back of John's neck stood on end as he moved forward, his hand instinctively hovering over the combat knife strapped to his leg. He didn't need a wand, he'd never used one, and in this place, magic felt like a foreign concept. It didn't behave like it should. There had been rumors, whispers among the Aurors about something far more dangerous than any dark wizard, something from outside their comprehension. Something that was starting to wake up. He had been called in not because of his skills with magic. He wasn't foolish enough to pretend he had any, but because of his special talents against the weirdness of the world. His ability to think when things went wrong. The wind picked up, biting through his fatigues as he pushed forward, each step further into the heart of the strange phenomenon. The snow beneath him felt wrong. The crunching sound of his boots hitting the ice was muted, as if the snow wasn't quite there. His foot sank deeper into the ground than it should have. Suddenly, a sharp crack split the air, and John froze. He scanned the area, muscles coiled tight like a spring, ready to react to whatever was coming. He couldn't sense magic the way the wizards did, he had trained himself to recognize when something was about to go wrong. He wasn't wrong. A soft whispering sound followed, and then the ground beneath his feet trembled. No, not just the ground. He felt like the world itself was shifting, as if something far older than anything he had ever encountered was beginning to stir beneath him. The faint, unnatural hum in the air intensified, curling around his ears. The temperature dropped sharply, the air biting like 1,000 icy needles. He pulled his jacket tighter around him, but it didn't help. The cold was biting deeper, colder than anything natural. John's eyes flicked around, trying to remain calm. Something wasn't right. Magic or whatever this was alive around him. He felt its pull like a strange weight on his chest. His fingers twitched at his sides, instinctively reaching for a weapon, but of course, he had none that could combat this. No wands, no enchanted objects, just him, the landscape, and a deadly unknown force. He took another step forward. The crunch of snow beneath him louder now, the stillness broken by an eerie humming sound. And then he saw it. A tear in the air, faint at first like the very fabric of reality had been split open. A pulse of violet light poured from the crack, shimmering and twisting in the air like a serpent. Shadows slithered around it, crawling up the snow, a liquid darkness that stretched head out and seemed to move with a mind of its own. John's heart began to race. He'd faced death before. He'd been in combat zones, fought terrorists, and survived ambushes, but this was something else. The air grew thick, heavy with an oppressive, suffocating weight. He sucked in a breath, but the air tasted of rust and decay, as if something in the very environment had changed. He had to keep moving. If he stood still too long, the very air might suffocate him. Without warning, the air shimmered violently, and the ground beneath him cracked open. A jagged fissure appeared in the earth, and from within it, a darkness deeper than anything natural began to writhe. The sound that followed was like 1,000 voices screaming in unison, yet it wasn't a sound. It was a presence, one that clawed at his chest, gnawing at his mind. His thoughts became slow and sluggish, his vision swimming as the ground beneath him split wider. It felt like the very ground was alive, hungry. He backed away, desperately trying to make sense of it. The darkness seemed to pull him toward it, as if the space itself were drawing him in, bending the world around him to its will. John's training kicked in. He had faced death before. But this was something beyond anything he'd been trained for. This was not a fight. It was an annihilation of everything he understood about the world. He had no magic to fight it, no weapon that could combat it. But he wasn't helpless. His fingers found the straps on his combat gear, and instinctively, he dropped to a knee, checking his surroundings. He needed distance, he needed to get away from the source of this, from whatever had caused this rupture. But as he moved, he felt it again, an irresistible force, pulling at him from the void. The shadows reached for him, and as they touched him, they felt like ice-cold needles stabbing into his skin. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stand tall. His hand clenched around the grenade at his side, the cold metal biting against his palm. With every step he took away from the growing rift, the air around him grew denser, more alive. He pushed himself faster, knowing that if he didn't get far enough away from whatever this was, it would consume him. Magic crackled in the air around Hymenstable, like 100 different forces fighting for control. Sparks flew from thin air, sharp and erratic. It felt like everything was ripping apart around him. He reached a small rise, breathing heavily. The crack in the sky was still visible, the tear in the air growing larger, as the shadows spread outward like ink blotting out a page. John wasn't sure what he was supposed to do. He couldn't fight it with his hands. His combat training wouldn't save him now. This was beyond anything normal. But then, in the distance, he saw figures moving. The Aurors were arriving, but they were too late. They, too, would fall victim to this, whatever it was. John steadied himself, his mind racing for options that didn't exist. John's mind was racing, calculations running through his head like clockwork. The shadows in the tier thing behind the rift seemed to pulse with awareness, like it knew he was there. The ground trembled beneath his boots, and he could feel the pull of whatever ancient terror was leaking into this world, drawing him closer, suffocating him with its presence. Freak it, he thought. If he was going down, he wasn't going down like some sitting duck, waiting to be swallowed whole by the void. His hand shot to his belt, fingers brushing the grenade clip, the cold metal of the M84 stun grenade city. Ing against his fingers like an old friend. He could feel the pulse of magic crashing against him, distorting his surroundings. He had no wand, no spells, no magic to fight back. Just his mind and his muggle instincts. The air felt alive, and that was his cue. He didn't know if the grenade would even do anything to this thing, but right now, he was willing to try anything. John pulled the grenade from his belt, flipping the safety cap off with a practiced flick of his wrist. Without hesitation, he spun on his heel, bracing himself against the freezing wind. The creature's dark tendrils reached further, curling toward him. Hungry and merciless, he could feel its pull deep inside his chest, like a cold hand wrapped around his heart. Then, without any more second-guessing, he hurled the grenade straight at the rift. Time seemed to slow as it flew through the air, his mind calculating every fraction of a second as the grenade spun toward its destination. The shadows swirled violently around the tear, as if sensing the projectile. The crack in the world seemed to widen, as if anticipating his defiance. And then boom! The explosion was deafening. A blast of light and sound tore through the air, a shockwave that rattled John's bones. The air around him seemed to shudder as the force hit, like the ground itself was recoiling from the grenade's impact. The shadows around the rift twisted and screamed in a way that sent a chill crawling down his spine. For a brief moment, he thought he saw Somethingan outline, something inhuman, shifting within the rift. A black mass, its edges constantly warping and unraveling, as if it didn't quite belong in this world. A horror beyond comprehension, and he was just a speck of dust in its path. But it was buying him time. The creature was momentarily distracted, thrashing at the center of the explosion's aftermath. John knew it was only a matter of seconds before it recovered. He didn't wait to find out how long he had. He was already moving, his legs pumped, heart thundering in his chest. He didn't have time to look back. The rift was still there, still alive with darkness, but the grenade's impact had created a brief opening. A window of time. He didn't question it, he just ran. His feet hit the ground, sloshing through the snow as he sprinted, his breath coming in short bursts, hot against the cold air. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to move faster, to get out of the creature's reach before it finished the job. Behind him, he heard the world collapse, a monstrous sound that made his heart race even faster. The rift was closing, the shadows retracting like the pulse of a dying star, but not completely. It was still there, still watching. The distance between him and the rift grew, and he didn't dare look back, didn't want to see if the creature had followed. He made it to the edge of the ridge, where a small outpost was set up, oars already arriving, their wands drawn and pointing into the dark expanse. "John!" Someone shouted from behind, but he didn't stop. He kept running, his legs aching, his lungs burning, the sound of the rift's roar fading into the background. He had bought himself time, but for how long? "John!" The voice cut through the chaos, sharp, commanding, familiar. "Alice!" He skidded to a halt as she emerged from behind a veil of lingering spellfire, unspeakable robes tattered and stained. Her wand was drawn but not pointed at him. Her face was flushed, eyes wide not with fear, but recognition. She didn't look surprised to see him alive. "What the heck did you just do?" she demanded, striding forward. John collapsed to one knee, catching his breath. "I introduced it to Newton and a few ounces of American problem-solving." Alice's lips twitched in something almost like a smile. "You poked it." He looked up at her. "I slowed it down." She nodded once, turning to the ragged figures behind her. "We've got 10 minutes before it tries again." "You're welcome," John muttered, standing. Alice stepped beside him, gaze fixed on the ridge where reality had just bent and buckled. "You realize," she said quietly, "you shouldn't have been able to walk away from that." "I get that a lot." She turned to him, expression unreadable. "The department will want to speak with you." John chuckled darkly. "They usually do. This time, I might actually have something worth saying." And behind them, where the rift had momentarily closed, the wind whispered not in words, but in impressions. Curiosity, hunger, recognition. Whatever it was, it now knew his name. A.N. Please let me know what you think. H. Hope you are enjoying this as much as I am. October 96 PT2. Hogwarts Courtyard. The next morning. The frost hadn't yet melted from the flagstones. The sky above the courtyard hung in low clouds, gray and heavy. as though the world was still holding its breath from the night before. Harry found them sitting on one of the old stone benches, tucked into the cloistered shadow of an archway. Ron had an arm around Hermione, who leaned slightly into him, their hands loosely linked between them. They didn't look up until Harry approached. "You two all right?" he asked, his voice rough from lack of sleep. His eyes flicked between them between the careful way Hermione watched Ron's face, and the way Ron's thumb moved in small, unconscious circles across her wrist. Ron gave a tired smile. "Still here, mate." "Yeah," Harry said, taking a seat across from them. "That counts for something these days." There was a silence then. Not awkward, but heavy. Familiar. "I saw you both yesterday," Harry added, pulling those first years into cover. "You saved them." Hermione gave a small, shaky nod. "It wasn't. We just did what needed doing." Ron glanced down at their hands, then up at Harry. "It's mad, isn't it? We used to sneak out for sweets and now we're fighting off whatever that was." "I'm still not sure it was human." Harry didn't answer. He didn't have to. Hermione shifted slightly, her expression softening. "But we're still here, together." Quote. Ron smiled at her, warm and sad and proud all at once. "You know, I gave her our first kiss last night." Hermione flushed slightly but didn't let go of his hand. Harry smiled faintly. "Took you long enough." Ron rolled his eyes, but there was no heat in it. "Well, I had to save the world a few times first." The three of them sat for a while in silence. The kind of silence that holds things unspoken. Eventually, Hermione said, "We're not done yet." "Not by a long shot." "No," Harry agreed. He looked at them again, really looked. The way Ron sat a little straighter now. The way Hermione seemed to find some small strength in just being near him. "But I'm glad you're with me." They didn't say it aloud, but all three felt it. Time was running short. There was more coming. Worse. And not all of them would make it. But for now this moment they were together. And that mattered. Harry looked away first. The clouds hadn't moved. The courtyard felt suspended. Like the world itself was watching and waiting for something to fall apart. They were both so young still. Even after everything. Ron's cheeks still flushed when he looked at Hermione, as though he couldn't believe she was real. Hermione still pushed back her hair. With that same nervous twitch, trying to stay composed. They were the same Ron and Hermione he'd met on the train in first year. Scarred maybe, tired definitely, but still. Somehow, them. And Harry. He wasn't sure who he was anymore. He had started sleeping in his clothes. Not from paranoia, just efficiency. His wand now never left his hand. He didn't laugh like he used to. When he looked in the mirror, he saw someone who had walked through fire and hadn't left it yet. John's training had changed something in him. So had Snape's relentless dueling drills and Dumbledore's absences and the creeping dark that always seemed to wait just outside the windows. He didn't feel young. He didn't feel like a teenager. He felt like something else. Something shaped by purpose and pressure, not years. "I envy you too," he said suddenly, not looking at them. Ron frowned. "What? You still feel like people? Like yourselves?" He hesitated. "I'm not sure I do." Hermione sat up straighter. "Harry, don't say that. You're still," but he shook his head. "Not angry. Just tired." "No, I'm something else now. I think I had to be." Ron looked down, his fingers tightening around Hermione's. "You always were the one who had to carry the most. Doesn't mean we're not still right beside you." Harry smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "I know, but the war's changing us all. Just in different ways." He stood. The sky was starting to lighten, just barely. The day would go on, indifferent to how much any of them had bled for it. Harry looked back at Ron and Hermione, who'd found something warm and real in all the cold, and his chest ached in a way he couldn't name. "Hold on to that," he said quietly. "What you have, it's rare." And then he left, coat flaring behind him as he disappeared into the castle's shadowed halls, leaving the courtyard colder than before. Classified. INTERDEPARTMENTAL Communication. Level 5 clearance only. Ministry of Magic Internal Correspondence date. The 3rd of November 1996. From DMLE, Counter Hostile Magic Unit to Office of the Minister. Subject. Incident Summary. Hogsmeade Anomaly. 1403. Hostile forces initiated an assault during student weekend. Primary combatants identified as Death Eater faction, augmented with unidentified Eldritch forces. 1411. Magical defenses across northern perimeter collapsed. Atmospheric instability noted, black snow. Non-directional gravity shifts. 1419. One visual confirmation of an unseen entity, description redacted for sanity concerns. 3 Aurors incapacitated by non-corporeal trauma. 1426. Magical tracking spells failed. Portkeys scrambled. Estimated magical saturation point. 87 over norm. 1430. Entity stopped. Magic distortion field contracted violently. Muggle's signature recorded at epicenter. Subject: John Doe, believed alias. Extract from Unspeakable Field Debrief. Sector 9, the Department of Mysteries. Agent: Alice C., codename, Nightingale. It shouldn't have worked. That thing, it wasn't meant to be seen, let alone fought. We classify these as boundless entities. They react to thought, devour identity. But it recoiled. It recoiled when he pulled that ring and threw fire. Not magical fire, the old kind. We watched it glitch, unform. Reality around him corrected, painfully, like a bone being snapped back into place. Whatever he is, he's wrong to them. I called out to him. He shouldn't have heard me. But he did, and he ran it out of fear. Strategy. The kind you only learn when you've survived worse than ghosts. Interception note: Muggle Intelligence Division MID. Codename: Silo. Communique between CIS operatives, censored version for ministerial review. Surveillance grid went dead again near the old Scottish perimeter. That's the 3rd blackout in 6 months. We have a confirmed American asset operating without magical profile, possibly immune to detection. He engaged something. Unconfirmed reports describe reality disruptions. All the mod satellites from civilian Overwatch. Run through Tier 5 scrubs. This isn't insurgency. It's war on a conceptual level. Handwritten note unofficial found in Department of Mysteries break room. You know what scares me the most? It learned. The thing that crawled out of the veil adapted to wands, spells, incantations, but it couldn't parse a hand-thrown grenade. No enchantments. Just steel and fire. We always thought magic was the apex. What if it's not? What if it's just a language, and it speaks something older? Restricted. Prime Minister's Emergency Intelligence Briefing date: the 4th of November 1996. Location: Cabinet Office Briefing Rooms, COBR, Sub-Basement Level 3. Transcript excerpt, redacted for distribution. PM: Explain to me how an entire surveillance zone blacks out for TW. NT 7 minutes and no one, not a soul, is an answer that doesn't sound like something from a Lovecraft novel. Mod Liaison: We're coordinating with the paranormal sector. Their representatives INS. East. It was an internal magical anomaly, contained within acceptable thresholds. PM: Acceptable. You've got 3 villages reporting missing time. I've got a task force watching birds fly backward. I want truth, not fairy tales. Home Sec. Sir, with respect, the paranormal sector there terms refusing further cooperation without invoking some form of ancient treaty. The one your predecessor signed. PM: Find me a loophole. Or get me John on the line for Christ's sake. Internal Memorandum, Mid-Code Black. 2. Director Ellison, Ministry Liaison Division. From Deputy Director Quinn, Surveillance and Occult Threat Response. Subject: Obfuscation by magical government apparatus. Our embedded assets report increased censorship within magical channels. Ref. Department of Mysteries, Office of Secrecy Maintenance. Coordinated data redaction. Memory alterations suspected. Magical authorities deny the presence of non-human entities during the Hogsmeade incident. Contradicted by drone telemetry, thermal drift logs, and field agent testimony. One American civilian, J. Nall, unregistered operative, remains our only confirmed non-magical witness. All requests to debrief him have been denied or diverted. Conclusion: magical government is hiding the scope. Possibility: they don't understand it either. Recommend escalation to Containment Protocol Fenrir Level 2. This is no longer an internal affair. Top secret. Interagency email chain. Mod. Mid. MI5 A MI13 redacted. Subject. Are we being lied to? From UK. 2. Secure loop. Starting to feel like we're the children at the grown-up table. We've caught them editing their own after-action reports. No mention of the entity. No record of who fought it off. They even erased timestamps. I spoke to one of the unspeakables. She told me the world was tilting. And then she smiled like it was a joke. Something got out. They don't know what it is, and now they're trying to shove it back under the rug, except we saw it. Our satellites saw it. John fought it. If they're scared, we should be terrified. Midfield report. Codename. SHADOWCASK. Date. The 5th of November 1996. Classification. Ultra Black. Excerpt. Subject continues to defy magical categorization. Non-magical but reactive under high-density arcane pressure. Residual field around subject DO disrupts enchantments, warding, and divination spells. Our readings confirm. The creature did not retreat. It was wounded by a weapon older than spells. Magical leadership continues to refer to the incident as a contained skirmish. In light of evidence collected, this is either incompetence or a cover-up. We advise a covert retrieval operation of subject DO. Whatever war they're fighting, we're already in it. And they've left us blind. The stone of Hogwarts always held the night a little too tightly. It muffled the air, especially this deep beneath the school, where the torches sputtered instead of glowed and shadows stretched across the arches like sleeping serpents. John L. at the heavy door to his office shut behind him with a dull thunk. He leaned against it for a moment, feeling the weight of the silence. No one followed him. No echoes trailed behind, only the familiar press of exhaustion and the stink of smoke that clung to his jacket from the creature no one had seen and yet something everyone had felt. His office was simple, deliberately so. No magical flourishes, no moving paintings or enchanted shelves. Just a wide desk of weathered wood, 2 leather chairs, a flickering lamp with a dying filament bulb, and a map of London nailed to the wall, parts of its sin. G'd and curling from proximity to too many classified field reports. He sat, the chair creaking under him. The silence felt like an interrogation. On the desk were 3 folders. One stamped confidential, one with the faded seal of the Department of Mysteries, and one handwritten, with a familiar looping scrawl that made the skin on his neck tighten. Albus Dumbledore. John didn't reach for it yet. Instead, he picked up the folder from the Muggle Government Division 7. Standard protocol after an arcane encounter. He flipped it open with fingers that ached from too tight grips on a too small blade. They wanted analysis, behavior patterns, a hypothesis on where the creature came from. His guesses, even though he'd stared into something that didn't belong in the world, even sideways. He rubbed his forehead and whispered to himself. It was invisible. It moved like it wasn't just in one direction. The sound it made bent time around it. And you want me to give you an origin? You think I had time to count its teeth? The words tasted like ash in his mouth. But he started writing anyway. Because that was the job. His hand paused after a line about the grenade. Entity disoriented. Subject escaped on foot. Minimal structural damage. High temporal residue. He scrawled a final sentence before setting the pen down. His knuckles ached. He looked down. His hand was trembling. He reached for the envelope marked from Dumbledore next. The parchment was soft and brittle, and the wax seal peeled away like skin. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Written in that same old ink script. John, when man lights a match in the dark, he fears not the flame, but what it might reveal. You've struck yours. We will need to talk soon. Until then, I urge caution. Some doors, once opened, do not forget the hand that turned the handle. A.D. John closed his eyes. The creature hadn't died. It had seen him. And now it remembered. He lit a cigarette, one of the last from the American base he'd left behind. X months agoand leaned back in his chair. The thin coil of smoke wound its way toward the ceiling like a prayer. The old wood of the headmaster's office creaked as Albus Dumbledore slowly settled into his chair. His fingers unconsciously tracing the intricate designs carved into the arms. The weight of the past few weeks had settled heavily on his shoulders, though he would never let it show. The latest events had shaken the very foundations of Hogwarts, and his authority, already strained, now faced a direct challenge from those he had once considered allies. Lucius Malfoy was no fool. Dumbledore knew that, even if the man hid behind a veneer of polite society, his intentions had always been driven by self-interest. With the Death Eater attacks escalating and the Ministry's fumbling attempts to control the situation, Malfoy and his supporters on the Hogwarts Board of Governors had found the perfect opportunity to seize more control. Dumbledore's gaze lingered on the door, still slightly ajar, where his closest allies Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape stood waiting for the inevitable confrontation to begin. The meeting was set, but it was more than just an official matter, it was a battle of wills. Lucius Malfoy was poised to use the political instability to his advantage, and if he could weaken Dumbledore's position here at Hogwarts, the headmaster's influence over the war would be significantly diminished. Albus, Minerva said, breaking his thoughts, her voice low but firm. You know this isn't just about Hogwarts anymore. The attack on Hogsmeade, the Ministry's disarray, it's all coming to a head. They want us to bend. They want us to be their puppet. Malfoy will press for tighter control, and with the board so divided, we're vulnerable. I know, Minerva, Dumbledore replied, his voice steady, though there was an unmistakable hint of weariness in his eyes. But we must not yield to fear, nor to those who would use this situation for their own gain. Malfoy is dangerous, yes, but he is not without his weaknesses. Snape, ever the pragmatist, spoke up from the shadows. Malfoy's camp has been working for months to undermine your authority, headmaster. They have supporters on the board, and with the Ministry's growing disarray, they believe they have the upper hand. Dumbledore met Snape's gaze, his expression unreadable. And yet, we have an advantage they do know to Nati. Malfoy may have power, but he cannot match the loyalty of those who understand what is truly at stake. As for the Ministry, he trailed off, a flicker of something darker passing through his eyes. The Ministry is a house of cards, Severus. It will not hold much longer. Minerva's eyes narrowed, a sense of urgency creeping into her tone. But what if it doesn't matter? If the board can force your hand, remove you from power here, or worse, reduce your influence to a mere figurehead? Dumbledore's face softened, his hands folding calmly in front of him. Then we fight, Minerva. And we fight with everything we have. I will not stand idly by while Malfoy and his ilk tear this school, and this world, apart. We will not allow Hogwarts to fall under the control of those who have no concept of the greater good. Before Minerva could respond, the door to the office opened fully, and Lucius Malfoy strode in, his expression one of forced politeness masking the venom underneath. Behind him, a few other members of the Board of Governors filed in, all with their own agendas, though none as brazen as Malfoy. Albus, Malfoy greeted him smoothly, his voice dripping with feigned respect. It is good to see you in person, though I must admit I am surprised you agreed to this meeting. Dumbledore's eyes flickered momentarily, but he nodded gracefully, gesturing for the others to sit. Lucius, he said, his tone neutral but with an edge of authority, I trust you will keep this meeting respectful, as we are all here to discuss the future of Hogwarts. Malfoy smiled, a thin, sharp grin that did not reach his eyes. Oh, I always do, headmaster. It is simply that the recent events have left many of us concerned. The school, its students, its safety, it all seems to be falling apart. And some of us believe that a stronger, more decisive leadership is required. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened as he leaned forward slightly. Stronger leadership, Lucius, or more controlled leadership? The underlying challenge in his words was unmistakable, and Malfoy's smile faltered for a moment. He straightened in his chair, no longer playing the diplomat. You are not blind to what is happening, Albus. The attacks, the fear Hogwarts is under siege. The Ministry may be slow to respond, but the truth is, the situation is beyond what even you can manage. The question now is whether the board will continue to allow you to mismanage this institution, or whether a change in leadership is required. Dumbledore's fingers twitched ever so slightly, but his composure remained unshaken. I have served this school for many years, Lucius, and I will not be cowed by threats or manipulation. If you believe a change in leadership is necessary, then by all means, petition the board. But, understand this Hogwarts is not a toy to be played with, nor a pawn to be moved about at will. We protect this school, its students, and its legacy. Malfoy leaned back, his cold eyes narrowing. And if the board agrees with me, what then, headmaster? Then I will step aside, Dumbledore said, his voice soft yet carrying the weight of finality. But I will not leave this school in the hands of those who would see it turned into a mere tool of power. For a long moment, the tension hung in the air like a thick fog. The board members glanced between each other, some shifting uncomfortably in their seats. The fate of Hogwarts was hanging by a thread, and Lucius Malfoy knew this was not the moment to push too hard. At least, not yet. Well, Headmaster, Malfoy said after a pause, his smile returning. Though it was colder than before. We shall see. The board will convene, and decisions will be made. Dumbledore stood, his gaze never leaving Malfoy's, his expression unreadable but resolute. Then we shall see, Lucius. But let it be known whatever decision is made, Hogwarts will not bend. As the meeting adjourned and the board members filtered out, Dumbledore remained behind, his eyes turned toward the window. The sky outside was dark, thick with clouds. A storm was brewing, and he knew that the battle for Hogwarts was far from over. But it wasn't just a battle for the school anymore. It was a battle for the soul of the wizarding world itself. And Dumbledore would not let it fall to the likes of Lucius Malfoy. Not without a fight. The flickering candlelight of Dumbledore's office cast long shadows against the walls as the door clicked shut behind the last of the board members. The air seemed to hum with the tension left in their wake, but Albus Dumbledore did not allow himself a moment of respite. His mind was already churning, considering every possible way to defend Hogwarts from the growing threat, both within and without. It was at that moment that Severus Snape entered the office. His presence as imposing as ever. His black robes whispered against the floor as he made his way to Dumbledore's desk, his face set in its usual mask of cold indifference. But there was something different in his eyes, something unreadable. Dumbledore caught the briefest flicker of it before it was masked again. Severus, Dumbledore greeted him with a slight nod, aware of the weight that Snape carried on his shoulders both as a spy for the Order and as a trusted member of the faculty at Hogwarts. The lines between loyalty and treachery had always been thin for Snape, but recently, with the Death Eater attacks escalating and Malfoy's political machinations, it felt as though the ground beneath them all was shifting. Snape did not immediately respond. He stood still for a moment, his hands clasped behind his back. The silence between them stretched on, thick with unspoken tension. Finally, Snape spoke, his voice low, careful. You know the board will not let this pass, Headmaster. Malfoy has gathered too much support. The students, the parents' fear is spreading, and it's only a matter of time before they find an excuse to remove you. Dumbledore looked up at Snape, his eyes tired but sharp. I am well aware, Severus. The battle is not just at the door, it is within our very walls. But I will not give in to fear or let those like Malfoy dictate our future. There was a pause, and then Snape's voice, though calm, seemed to crack ever so slightly. And what if that means you lose? What if you become a liability, Albus? You cannot see it, but the path we are on is not one of victory, it's one of survival. And the choices we make now will determine whether we have a future at all. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. What are you saying, Severus? For a moment, Snape hesitated, and the faintest trace of something, was it guilt, crossed his face. Then, with a sigh, he stepped closer to the desk, his eyes narrowing as he looked down at the worn wood. The time for subtlety is over. The Death Eaters are growing bolder. They do not want just power anymore, Albus. They want to break the very fabric of reality, to reshape it in their image. And I have made choices that I must now see through to the end. Dumbledore's heart stilled, his suspicions flaring. But before he could respond, Snape continued, his voice cold and detached, almost clinical. I've done everything you've asked. Everything the Order has asked, Snape continued, his words laced with a bitterness that Dumbledore had not anticipated. But this war isn't just about wands and bloodlines anymore. It's about survival. The Dark Lord is offering power, Albus. True power. And I cannot turn my back on that. Not anymore. Dumbledore's heart sank, a wave of realization washing over him. He had known the stakes were high. But he had not expected this, his most trusted spy, the one person who had been playing the dangerous game of double agent, now choosing to betray everything. Severus, Dumbledore whispered, his voice barely audible, as though the weight of the situation had robbed him of his ability to speak. You cannot do this. You've been a protector, a crucial part of this fight. You are still our best chance. Snape shook his head, his eyes distant, almost as though he were seeing something beyond the present. You don't understand, Albus. The Death Eaters will destroy everything if they are not stopped. And I cannot stand in their way any longer. I must protect myself, and in doing so, protect the only future that matters. A long, tense silence stretched between them. Dumbledore, for the first time in many years, did not know how to respond. He had trusted Snape, trusted him with his life and with the lives of so many others. But in that moment, the man standing before him as a stranger. Snape turned away, his back to Dumbledore, and with a quiet finality, he spoke once more. I will do what I must. I will not let Malfoy and the board destroy this school. But neither will I allow you to stand in the way of my survival. I've made my choice. Before Dumbledore could say anything else, Snape was gone, the door swinging shut behind him with a soft click that echoed through the empty room. Dumbledore sat alone in the dim light of his office, the weight of Snape's betrayal crashing down on him. He had always known that Snape's loyalties were fragile. But he had never anticipated this, never thought that the man who had saved him so many times would turn away at the final moment. And yet, the storm raged on, the war drawing ever closer. And Hogwarts' precious Hogwarts was caught in the eye of it all. As the threat from within grew stronger, Dumbledore knew that the fight was no longer just for the survival of the shule, it was for the very soul of the wizarding world itself. And with Snape's betrayal, that fight had just become infinitely more complicated. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, feeling the weight of the years pressing down on him. He had never been so certain of anything, even as the winds of war howled louder and the shadows gathered closer. Hogwarts would fight, but at what cost? Snape stood alone in the dimly lit study of Malfoy Manor, the shadows of ancient tapestries looming over him as he considered the precarious line he was walking. His fingers traced the cold, stone mantle, the flickering fire of faring little warmth against the chill of the dark thoughts that churned within him. Lucius used to be a respite from the black and white of the war, another king of the gray, just looking out for his own self-interest as Severus once did. The Death Eaters had been emboldened, growing bolder with each passing week, their hunger for power not only focused on the wizarding world but expanding into the very fabric of existence. Their reach was no longer merely magical, it had become otherworldly, seeking to unearth ancient powers beyond their comprehension, and in that search, Snape knew that they were playing a dangerous game. One in which he had no choice but to participate, at least for now. The whispers of the Dark Lord, always present but now tinged with desperation, had led them to rituals older than Merlin's time. Ancient and forbidden magics, ones that twisted the very laws of reality. It was an intoxicating idea, one that Voldemort could never resist, a power so overwhelming that nothing could stand in its way. But Snape, standing in the heart of their schemes, could feel the crushing weight of what that power might actually entail. The Dark Lord was unaware of the exact nature of the horrors they were summoning. Snape had seen fragments, pieces of arcane symbols and rituals that churned at the edges of his sanity. These were forces that not only corrupted the fabric of reality, but also tore at the very concept of life and death itself. The price they would pay. Was it worth it? But as much as Snape wanted to pull away, to separate himself from the madness, he knew better than anyone that survival in the wizarding world wasn't about choosing side, as it was about understanding how to manipulate both. There was a rustle in the corner, and Snape's hand instinctively reached for the wand hidden beneath his sleeve. But it wasn't an enemy. Instead, a figure emerged from the shadows, Lucius Malfoy, his face carved with that same arrogant sneer that had plagued Snape for years. Severus, Lucius greeted him, his voice smooth but laced with an edge of impatience. I trust you're still with us. The Dark Lord grows more impatient by the day. His plan requires your expertise. Snape's gaze shifted briefly to the flickering fire, his thoughts momentarily distracted by the silent war raging inside him. The Death Eaters had been successful in their recent mission, but it was only a small victory in a far more complex, disturbing game. The lines between right and wrong had blurred beyond recognition. And Snape was their tool, their unwitting architect of the inevitable. I am here, Snape responded, his voice level but layered with the quiet threat that always seemed to accompany him. "And I have what you need." Lucius raised an eyebrow. "You've found the spell." Snape inclined his head, his dark eyes gleaming. "Not the spell, per se. What you are attempting is beyond any single incantation. The ancient magic you seek, its power cannot simply be channeled with a wand. It must be understood, controlled, and sacrificed for." Lucius's eyes narrowed in confusion. "Sacrifice. It is not a choice," Snape replied coldly. "The magic we are dealing with, the Magi. See, you are dealing with, carries consequences far beyond what you can imagine. If you wish to raise the dead, you may well find that death itself becomes an obsession of yours." His eyes flicked to Lucius, locking with the other man's in a silent exchange. "And we are not the only ones aware of these forces." Lucius scoffed, brushing the words aside. "The Dark Lord has assured us that we will be unstoppable once we control it. The world will be ours." Snape's lips curled into a thin, almost imperceptible smile. "Control? No, Lucius, there is no control. The Dark Lord may believe that the darkness bends to his will. But he does not see the true nature of what he's dealing with. This is no mere power, this is entropy itself." Lucius's expression flickered with momentary doubt before it settled back into his usual mask of superiority. "Then tell me, Severus, what would you have us do?" "Sit back and wait for someone else to seize the opportunity. The time is now." Snape's eyes darkened as he took a step closer to Lucius. "If we proceed with this, we risk far more than just our world. The fabric of reality itself will tear at the seams. There are ancient powers at play here, powers that do know. Respect the laws of Magickor, of life and death. You may think you're in control, Lucius, but you are no more in control than a fly caught in a web spun by something far older than us all." Lucius scoffed, stepping back, clearly unconvinced. "And what of you, Severus? You seem awfully preoccupied with the risks. Do you not want power? The kind of power that will make us all invincible?" Snape's expression tightened, his voice growing colder. "I want no part in the kind of power that demands the destruction of everything I know. I have made my choices. And while I may walk this path with you for now, it is not because I believe in what you are doing. It is because I must. I am a servant of the light still, Lucius. But I will not become a servant of this abomination." The silence between them hung heavy, thick with unspoken understanding. Lucius, despite his arrogance, seemed to recognize the weight of Snape's words. But there was no turning back now, not for him and not for Snape. He had to play both sides. He had to be the spithe one who could pull the strings from within, who could thread the needle between the light and the darkness, however unstable that thread might be. For Snape, the world was no longer black and white. It was a labyrinth of choices, each one fraught with peril. The Death Eater's growing hunger for unimaginable power and control coupled with the disintegrate ion of what remained of the light left him with few choices. There is no winning this war, Snape thought bitterly. There is only survival, and to survive, I must be both the blade and the shadow. He turned away from Lucius, knowing that his next steps would lead him deeper into the abyss. But he had no other choice. For in a war where the enemy was more than just Voldemort and his followers, the coup d'Estion was no longer about victory, it was about the cost of surviving long enough to fight another day. The memory flickered to life in the shadows of Snape's mind, vivid and unnerving as it always was. The scene unfolded like a whispered secret, hidden beneath the layers of time, a time when he was still a boy at Hogwarts. Severus Snape, before the mask, before the double life, before everything had become stained in darkness. It was the summer before his 6th year, a time of reckless ambition. Severus, already showing the first signs of the brilliant, twisted mind that would soon come to define him, was far from the man he would become, but not so far that he hadn't already started down a path that would tear him apart. He stood in the dark corridors of the Forbidden Forest, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and old magic. Beside him, a figure moved with quiet grace, her wand held firmly in her hand. Lily Evans, the best witch he ever knew, and in many ways, the best he ever could have known. She was not yet the woman who would stand against him at the Battle of Hogwarts, but even then, she was already something more than Severus could ever hope to be. She was pure magic, untainted by the complexities and poisons that twisted Severus' own soul. "You really think this is a good idea?" she asked, her voice a soft, cautious whisper that carried the weight of many unsaid things between them. Her green eyes were wide with both curiosity and concern as she studied the ancient, gnarled text in his hand, a tome he had come across in the restricted section of the library. I don't know, Severus. This feels wrong, even for you. Severus did not meet her gaze. His fingers, pale and long, gently traced the spine of the book, feeling the faint pulse of magic beneath the cover. Don't be afraid, Lily. I know what I'm doing. This magic, it's powerful. It could be the answer to everything. Lily stepped closer, the warmth of her presence pushing back against the groan. Cold that crept along the edges of Severus' mind. It's old magic, Severus. Dark magic. Old, he repeated, but not necessarily dark. It's older than anything we've ever studied, more powerful than anything Hogwarts can teach us. We've only scratched the surface. With this, we could change everything. We could control it. Lily frowned, the lines of worry deepening on her face. Control what, Severus? You don't understand what you're messing with. This isn't like casting a spell. You don't just control these things. They control you. Severus shook his head, his voice hardening with a desperation that was only just beginning to form in the pit of his stomach. You don't get it. You never get it. This is the kind of magic that can change things, real things. It's not just about making potions or learning charms. This is power, Lily. This is everything. Without another word, Severus raised the book, and the words he had studied poured from his lips in a guttural language ancient, alien, unknowable. The very air around them seemed to shift, twisting and curling like smoke caught in a whirlwind. Lily's breath hitched, but she didn't pull away. Her eyes were locked on him, her face pale, torn between her concern for him and the undeniable pull of what he was doing. The ground beneath their feet trembled. A low, inhuman sound echoed through the forest, a deep, guttural rumble that sent a chill up their spines. Severus' voice faltered, but he didn't stop. His ambition drove him forward, an insatiable thirst for knowledge, for power, for something that could finally mean something in a world that had never quite understood him. Then the shadows in the trees began to move. Lily's hand shot out, grabbing his arm. Severus, stop. But it was too late. The air around them shimmered as the ancient incantation reached its peak, and the world around them shifted in ways they couldn't understand. A rift, a tear in the very fabric of reality, opened in front of them, a swirling mass of darkness and light. Of shapes that were not shapes, of sounds that were not sounds, of things that defied the very laws of nature. From within the rift, a form began to emerge, a mass of writhing tentacles. Its body more a presence than a shape, a vastness that seemed to extend beyond the stars themselves. It wasn't supposed to be real. It was never meant to be brought into this world. Severus, Lily whispered, her voice now a pleading, desperate thing. What have you done? The thing that emerged from the rift let out a sound, a deafening, inhuman cry that shattered the air, Bendon. Reality itself as it reached toward them, its presence suffocating and maddening. Lily's grip on Severus tightened, but the terror in her eyes was matched only by the fear that had begun to crawl up Severus' spine. He could feel it, the pull, the gravity of the thing before them. It was real, it was alive, and it wanted them. Close it now, Lily screamed, panic rising in her voice. Severus, his mind racing, his hands trembling, reached for his wand. But the magic, this old magic, was not meant for wands. It didn't bend to the rules. And in that moment, Severus knew he had done something unforgivable. With a snap of her wand, Lily cast the reversal charm, her face contorted with both fear and determination. She didn't stop to think, didn't stop to wonder about the consequences. She just acted, forcing the magic back with everything she had. The rift began to close, but not without a final, agonizing scream from the otherworldly creature. Severus had to shield his eyes as the blast of pure, unfiltered magic sent shockwaves through the forest. When the rift finally sealed itself, the world around them fell silent. The creature, whatever it had been, was gone. But the horror lingered in the air like a dark aftertaste. Lily stood there, panting, her face pale and drawn. Severus, shaken to his core, had his back pressed against the tree. His hands were still trembling, but the adrenaline was starting to wear off. And in its place, there was a growing emptiness, a realization. What was that? Lily gasped, her voice raw. Severus swallowed, his eyes never leaving the spot where the rift had been. The air was still, too still. I don't know. But inside, Severus knew. He had opened a door that should never have been opened. And once opened, it could never be closed again. And as they stood there, in the aftershock of what they had narrowly escaped, Severus felt a bitter twist in his gut, a feeling that something had changed. Something had shifted inside him, inside the world. And there was no going back. I'm sorry, Lily, he whispered, his voice barely audible. I didn't know. Lily's expression was unreadable, but her eyes, soft and sad, spoke louder than any words. Don't ever do that again, Severus. And Severus, for the first time, realized that the thing he craved most, power, knowledge, had consequences. The price of dabbling in ancient, forbidden magic was far steeper than he had ever imagined. But he had already crossed that line, and there was no turning back. And in the pit of his stomach, something began to stir, something dark. Something that could never be undone. Godric's Hollow, summer, 1899. The air was thick with heat and arrogance, of youth drunk on brilliance. In the shade of Kendra Dumbledore's garden, T.W.O. of the most dangerous minds of their generation whispered of revolution. Power is the right of those who understand how to use it, Gellert murmured, golden curls falling into his sharp eyes. Finch. R.S. wrapped around a tome far too old and far too alive to be in the hands of anyone human. And you, Albus, you understand it better than anyone. Albus stood beside him, arms folded tightly, wand hidden but ready. He didn't like the book, not its scent, not its way of watching. He especially didn't like the chapter Gellert had opened to, the pages that shimmered like water under moonlight, etched in ink that crawled when he blinked. You're playing with something you can't possibly understand, Albus said, keeping his voice even. There are branches of magic no wand should ever touch. Gellert only smiled, that terrible, dazzling smile that made one want to believe in him. And yet, here we are. They stood before the cracked altar stone in the woods just beyond the hollow, a place the low Cals avoided for reasons they didn't quite remember. It was older than the village itself. Older than magic, perhaps. Gellert laid the book down on the altar with a strange reverence. This, he whispered, this is magic that precedes the wands, the words. It's woven into the bones of the world. You don't summon something like this, Gellert, Albus said. You invite it. And Gellert, full of Icarus fire, did exactly that. The air went cold, the forest breathless. The light around them darkened, not dimmed, not shadowed, but folded. Sound turned inside out. The trees groaned. Time hiccuped. Then came the thing, no a creature, but a presence, vast and old, shifting in and out of shape, as if it could not be perceived the same way twice. Its edges bled into every direction. The smell was salt and memory, death and rain. Its voice came not from its mouth but from behind their thoughts. We see you, child of conquest. Albus drew his wand. Gellert stepped forward instead. He logedmad, joyous, pure. I knew you were real. And then, with a smile still on his face, Gellert Grindelwald vanished. No spell, no scream, just gone, pulled between the folds of existence like a note slipped between pages. Albus was alone, for 38 seconds. Then the air tore again. Not like a hole but like the world trying to unvomit something it had no stomach for. Gellert stumbled back into reality. But he was not the same. His hair had gone completely white. His eyes now shimmered with hues no human iris should hold, colors that didn't exist until you saw them and forgot how to name them. His face looked younger and older, like a boy who had lived 1,000 lives in one breath. He looked at Albus as if seeing through him. And then he whispered, I understand now. Gellert, Albus said, approaching cautiously. What happened? Gellert did not answer. He only smiled. And Albus, for the first time in his young life, felt fear that rooted deeper than logic. A fear that whispered, you didn't lose a friend. You brought something back in his skin. Albania, 1945. The trees in this part of the forest did not rustle. Wind had long abandoned the region, as if refusing to brush against the stagnant, cursed soil. Tom Riddle walked alone. He moved like he owned the world, despite being little more than a man in ragged wizarding robes. His shoes were worn thin. His wand was already twitching with dark enchantments. He had left Hogwarts a prodigy head boy, brilliant, feared, admired. He had left Dumbledore's eyes behind, those blue flames that had always seen too much. But he wanted more. He wanted everything. And deep in the woods of forgotten kingdoms, where even Inferi feared to crawl, he had found the first whispers. Not in spellbooks, not in the tales of Salazar or the rites of blood. These were older truths hidden in carvings that seemed to shift when not watched, languages that made the ear bleed. The cave was barely an opening in the ground, marked only by 3 stones stacked unnaturally on top of each other. It pulled at him. He did not hesitate. He descended. He descended for hours, or maybe days. The concept of time thinned as the light vanished, replaced by a strange, rhythmic thrum. Like a heartbeat without a heart. Eventually, he reached the altar. It was not stone. Not truly. It pulsed with warmth and cold, familiarity and hatred. At its center, a mirror sat not reflecting but suggesting. Shapes passed through it like shadows that never paused to cast. Tom smiled. He did not ask questions. He knew. This was the true power. Older than wands, older than gods. He wizards of today were children playing with flint and spark. He would be the one to reignite fire. He raised his wand. He spoke a name not meant to be spoken. And the mirror opened. What came was silence. And then, not. We remember you. We do not know you. Become. His scream was not audible. It was not pain, it was unmaking. His skin pulled in 2 directions, his mind folded into the shape of true THS that did not belong in a human skull. He saw everything. He saw nothing. His name became meaningless. His ambition was noticed, and that noticing was a wound that would never close. He begged. He commanded. He broke. And then he was gone. For years, no one knew where Tom Riddle went. And when he returned, there was no Tom Riddle left. There was only Voldemort. The Daily Prophet, the 28th of November 1996. Dumbledore removed from Hogwarts headmastership. Board of Governors cites negligence and instability amid mounting tensions. By Cordelia Brimwell, senior political correspondent. In a rare and controversial move, the Board of Governors has officially voted to remove Albus Dumbledore from his post as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The decision, reached after an Emergank closed-door session late Tuesday evening, was reportedly led by Lucius Malfoy and supported by a narrow majority of the board. The formal statement, released this morning, reads, "In light of recent violent incursions, the deterioration of student safety, and Headmaster Dumbledore's continued absence and lack of transparency, the board finds his leadership untenable. Effective immediately, he is relieved of all duties pertaining to the governance of Hogwarts." Dumbledore, who has served as headmaster for more than 30 years, was not present at the hearing and has not yet issued a public response. Sources close to the school report that Professor Minerva McGonagall will temporarily resume administrative oversight until a new headmaster can be formally instated. Rumors already circulate that the position may be filled by a neutral and disciplined figure to restore order and public trust. Students have been given letters to send home, reassuring parents that classes will continue uninterrupted. However, concern spreads among the wizarding public. The removal follows closely on the heels of the Hogsmeade attack, from which several students remain in recovery at St. Mungo's. "I don't feel safer," said Eloise Midgen, a 5th-year Hufflepuff. "It feels like they're punishing the only person who ever told the truth." The ministry declined to comment. October, 96 PT3. The headmaster's office felt wrong without Dumbledore. The portraits on the walls remained silent, even those who had once offered commentary on everything from cauldron thickness to ministry conspiracies. Now, they only watched, unblinking, waiting. Minerva McGonagall stood at the window, arms crossed. "They didn't even let him gather his things," she said flatly. Removed like a criminal, Snape was already seated behind the desk. The chair didn't suit him. Neither did the room. He steepled his fingers, his face unreadable. "It was inevitable," he said. "The board was merely waiting for the proper justification. You could have spoken against them," she snapped. "Instead, you stood silent." He turned to her with slow precision. "And painted a larger target on this place." Flitwick cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable. "With Dumbledore gone, Hogwarts is vulnerable. The Ministry will install someone else soon. Possibly Umbridge again. Snape's expression tightened only slightly. They'll want someone who follows orders. You mean someone who already does, McGonagall said bitterly. Her gaze bore into him, not accusing yet but no longer trusting. Snape didn't flinch. He simply nodded. The fire burned low in the faculty room, its embers casting dim orange across strained features. McGonagall stood as others filed in Sprout, Flitwick, Vector, and Hagrid. Sinistra entered late, brushing soot from her sleeves. They've taken control of astronomy, she said. There's a ministry-appointed observer cataloging irregular sky patterns. Observin' my lessons too, Hagrid growled. Ask me why I still keep thestrals. Like they're afraid the students'll learn something true. Snape lingered at the edge of the firelight, not quite part of the circle. He offered few words. Funny, isn't it, said Professor Vector, that the Ministry never questioned our methods until Snape handed over the weekly reports himself. All heads turned. Snape looked up slowly. I'm following protocol, as we all must. It was your reports that labeled our curriculum ideologically subversive, Sprout said quietly. I advised caution, he said. The Ministry interpreted that as they pleased. McGonagall's voice was brittle. You used to shield us from interpretation, Severus. Now you hand them the sword. Snape's gaze turned away, fixed on some point in the dark. I serve the school, Minerva. In the only way I still can. Before McGonagall could answer, Firenze stepped from the shadows near the bookcases. The stars speak of war. But also betrayal. One that wears the same face it always has. Snape didn't react, but his jaw tensed. In the silence that followed, Hagrid murmured, when the students ask why the headmaster ain't coming back, what do we tell him? Nobody answered. The corridors of Hogwarts felt colder now. Not in temperature, but in spirit, like something vital had been cut out of the castle and left to bleed. Harry stood near the courtyard archway, watching students move in hushed clumps. Normally noisy mornings were muted. The whispers weren't about Quidditch or exams, they were about the headmaster. About who might be next. Ron came up beside him, a half-eaten apple in hand. No one's saying it, but everyone knows. They took Dumbledore out like a thief in the night. Harry didn't answer. He'd barely spoken since the announcement. Hermione joined them a moment later, clutching her satchel tighter than usual. The library's restricted 3 new sections overnight. Ministry orders. Ron frowned. What are they hiding now? Hermione opened her mouth to reply but stopped. Ginny. Weasley appeared from behind the greenhouses, flanked by Neville and Luna. The rest of Dumbledore's army was trickling in, some from the astronomy tower, others from the Great Hall. A quiet signal D gone out the night before, meet at sunrise. Just like they used to. They gathered near the edge of the lake where trees offered some privacy. They're scared, Ginny said flatly. The Ministry, the new staff. Why else gut the school from the inside? They think removing Dumbledore means we'll fall apart, Neville added, arms crossed. They forget who trained us. Harry finally looked up. Then maybe it's time we reminded them. A breeze stirred the leaves, and for a moment the group stood silent, remembering the days when they'd practiced spells in secret under flickering wandlight. Days when they'd believed things couldn't get worse. We need to keep training, Hermione said. Not just USALL of them. The younger students. Anyone who wants to learn. Back to the room of requirement. Luna asked dreamily. Back to what matters, Harry said, voice firmer than before. We do this right. Quiet. Careful. No heroics. Ron chuckled. Says the boy who invented wizard heroics. But Harry didn't laugh. They want us fractured. Isolated. We don't let them win. From the shadows of the trees, a figure watched. Alice, the unspeakable, hood lowered, eyes sharp. She faded back without a sound, heading to her own report. And far across the castle, in the new headmaster's office, Snape stared into the flames. Something was moving beneath the school's surface. And it was waking up. The room of requirement shifted as they filed in. Sensing purpose. The walls pulled back into wide arches, and flickering torches ignited on their own. Spell dummies formed in a line. The air was thick with that familiar tension, the kind born from students who'd once played war, now preparing for one. Dean Thomas stepped into the circle, wand loose in his grip. Beside him, Seamus was already rubbing at a scorch mark on his sleeve. Neville was tending to a younger Hufflepuff, murmuring reassurances as they tried to recover from a misfired shield charm. From across the room, Lavender whispered to Parvati, "Harry's not even out of breath." They weren't wrong. He stood at the far end, calm and unreadable, casting defensive spells with quiet precision. Each movement was tight, purposeful. Not graceful like Hermione, or instinctual like Ron, but practiced. Hardened. "He doesn't duel the same way anymore," Neville murmured to Ginny, watching as Harry fluidly countered 3 stunners with barely a flick. "It's like he's not playing fair." "He's not," Ginny replied. "He's fighting to end things, not win. There's a difference." At the opposite end, Ron and Hermione worked in perfect sync. She shouted OUT spell names while he covered blind spots. One move, 2 minds. And in the gaps between duels, when their hands brushed or eyes caught, there was quiet understanding. And love. The room noticed. Zacharias Smith frowned. "I get why Harry's ahead. He's always been ahead. But when did Ron and Hermione become like that?" Ernie Macmillan added, "They feel more solid than the rest of us. Like they've already decided who they're going to be." Luna simply said, "They've seen things. So has Harry. But he's seen them alone." Across the room, Harry didn't join the break. He paced, scanning for flaws in spellwork. Watching how Dean angled his elbow too high. How Lavender's casting wobbled when nervous. Not judging, just measuring. Preparing. He caught Ron's eye briefly, and there was warmth there. But also distance. Later, as they packed up, Neville lingered behind. He asked, gently, "Do you ever feel like we're still catching up? Like they've already crossed some line we're only now approaching?" Ginny didn't hesitate. "Yes. Think we'll ever close the gap?" Ginny shrugged, sadness in her smile. "Not all of us are meant to be legends. Some of us are meant to survive them." Outside the room, Thunder echoed against the windows of the castle. The storm was coming, and every student inside felt, keenly, how different it would be this time. It began with whispers. A ministry carriage, lacquered in sickly green, touched down on the Hogwarts lawn at dawn under a thick, unnatural fog. The students didn't see her arrival, but the castle felt it. Doors began to creak more. The paintings grew quieter. The air tightened, especially around the defense against the dark arts corridor. By breakfast, it was official. Ministry Proclamation No. 126. Effective immediately, Dolores Jane Umbridge as her. E.B. instated as acting headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry under direct advisement of the Ministry of Magic. A new plaque was nailed to the wall outside the Great Hall. By the end of the day, 5 more proclamations followed. Uniform inspections resumed. Punishments became severe. The inquisitorial squad was reactivated, though smaller this time, less enthusiastic. Even Draco Malfoy seemed subdued, careful. The Death Eaters had changed his priorities. Students moved in stiff patterns, like pieces on a board. Whispers returned to the corridors. The sense of being watched never left. McGonagall did not disguise her disdain. "She'll hang herself with her own rope," she muttered to Flitwick after the first staff meeting, where Umbridge tried to institute a new, no unnecessary spellwork outside class, rule. Snape said nothing, playing his role with practiced neutrality, but his eyes flicked coldly toward the ministry representative now occupying Dumbledore's former office. Umbridge redecorated, of course. Gone were the curious artifacts and glowing silver instruments. In their place, cat plates, lace curtains, and the scent of overly sweet perfume, like rot covered in sugar. Students took it as a silent dare. Gryffindors stared her down. Ravenclaws recorded everything. Hufflepuffs whispered updates. The Slytherins were split, some aligned with power, others with their own silent terror of what they'd seen in Hogsmeade. John, ever an outsider in both worlds, received the news without emotion. He simply opened his private office, glanced at the new chain of command on parchment, and muttered, "Here we go." Harry, Ron, and Hermione didn't hide their fury, but Harry's was cooler now, more controlled. He didn't storm or rage. He watched. He listened. "She's not the threat," he told Hermione quietly after their first forced assembly in the courtyard. "She's a mask, a placeholder." Hermione frowned. "Then what's behind the mask?" Harry looked toward the mountains, cold wind brushing his face. The Ministry's afraid of something they won't name. And they're using her like a fire blanket. A beat passed. Fire blankets smother things, Ron said darkly. Sometimes people. No one disagreed. The students were back in a gilded cage. The war pressed at the edges, but now the bars were drawn by smiling teeth and floral wallpaper. And still, Harry felt the storm gathering not outside the walls, but within. The Gryffindor common room had emptied by the time Ron and Hermione sat near the fire, curled up together on the old red sofa. The flames popped and cracked softly, casting golden shadows across Hermione's tired face. Her head rested on Ron's shoulder, and his hand gently traced circles over her fingers. They hadn't spoken in a while. They didn't need to. That was new. I keep thinking about how he stood in the room today, Hermione said eventually, voice quiet. Ron didn't have to ask who he was. Harry had moved like a statue that had learned to fight. No hesitation. No warmth. No exhaustion. Yeah, Ron said after a pause. He's scaring me, a bit. He's carrying too much, Hermione whispered. Always has. But now, he's hiding it better. Which might be worse. Ron looked into the fire. I think he thinks we can't carry it with him anymore. Hermione nodded slowly. I think he's wrong. They sat in silence again, until Ron shifted and met her eyes. You know, if we're going to be doing this we have to protect him. Even when he doesn't want us to. Hermione smiled sadly. Especially then. Ron reached out and tucked a loose curl behind her ear. You're still the cleverest witch I've ever met. And you're still very sweet when you're trying to be serious, she replied, but her eyes were soft. He leaned in and kissed her, brief and tender, and when they parted, the warmth lingered, but so did the worry. Outside, footsteps echoed faintly. Someone, Harry, no doubt still pacing the corridors. Still carrying the weight of a world no teenager should have to bear. We'll keep holding him up, Ron said, more to himself than anyone. Hermione leaned into him again. Until he lets us carry some of it. Or until the end. Their hands found each other again. And held tight. The library was empty, save for the soft scratch of Hermione's quill and the occasional flick of a page. Harry sat opposite her, arms folded, gaze unfocused. The silence between them wasn't uncomfortable. It had been earned over years of battles, shared fears, and quiet study sessions like this. But something hung between them now. Hermione knew what it was. She laid her quill down. Harry, she said gently, do you ever think about what you still want? He blinked at her, then offered a faint, crooked smile. Want, not what you need to do, she clarified. Not the mission, not the war, just want. Harry leaned back in his chair, expression unreadable. That feels like a luxury. Hermione reached across the table and put her hand over his. It's not. It's part of staying who you are. He looked at her, then really looked at Harry, and something in his shoulders sagged. I saw the way you looked at Ginny after the fight, Hermione said softly. Before you caught yourself. Harry was quiet for a long time. She deserves better than someone waiting to get himself killed. And what if that's not how this ends? Hermione pressed. What if she makes you want to come back? Harry's fingers tensed slightly under hers. You really think I have time for that? I think, Hermione said with conviction, you need something that isn't darkness. So methy. Ing to fight for that isn't just duty or guilt. He gave a small laugh, dry but not unkind. You and Ron, the strategists of hope. We learned it from you. Harry looked down at their hands. If I win, she to her, if I let her in, I don't know what I'd do if I lost her. You'd do what we all will, Hermione said. You'd keep going, but at least you'd remember what love feels like. Silence again, not empty this time, thoughtful. When Hermione stood to leave, Harry didn't move. But his eyes lingered on the door long after she'd gone, as if trying to picture someone else standing there. And maybe, just maybe, he could. The room of requirement was quieter these days. The worn cushions and half-vanished training dummies sat in a loose circle, a ghost of the sessions they'd once held in earnest. Neville sat with his arms on his knees, breathing hard from their latest round of sparring. Ginny leaned against a pillar, wand still loosely in hand. Luna lay on her back, staring at the ceiling as if it might speak. I thought I was getting better, Neville muttered, voice low. But every time I see Harry now, he's just these faster. More precise. It's like he's 10 steps ahead. Ginny tossed her wand into her lap. It's not just Harry. Ron and Hermione too. It's like they've stopped being students and started being soldiers. They have, Luna said dreamily, eyes unfocused. They're fighting so hard so we don't have to become what Harry's becoming. That silenced the room for a moment. Ginny frowned. I want to fight. So do I, Neville said. He hesitated. I don't know if I'm enough. You are, Luna said. Still lying down. But you're not him. None of us are. And I think Harry's hoping we never have to be. Ginny drew her knees up and hugged them. I don't want to be him. I just want to stand beside him. I want us to matter, too. You do, Luna said, turning her head toward her. But someone always walks into the forest first. Neville looked away, ashamed to realize that despite all he'd been through, a part of him was relieved that Harry bore the burden. That Ron and Hermione were the ones stepping closer to the fire while he stood further back. And yet, the guilt only sharpened his resolve. I'll train harder, he said, standing. Even if I can't be him, I can still be me. And maybe that's enough to make a difference. Ginny stood too, brushing her hair back. It better be, because if something happens to any of them, we are the next line. Luna smiled as she rose. Then let's be ready. And together, they turned back toward the dummies. Not golden, maybe, but still burning bright enough to matter. The following week, the room of requirement reformed itself into a dueling arena as it often did these days. Walls reinforced, obstacles scattered throughout, and a quiet pressure in the air that demanded focus. Harry adjusted his stance as Ron bounced on the balls of his feet, grinning. Who's getting tagged first this time? Not me, Hermione said confidently, wand already raised. Luna always telegraphs her spells. We'll counter and press the left flank. Quote, she didn't finish. A sharp burst of light, non-lethal, but blinding, erupted at her feet. A low trip hex spiraled beneath it, knocking her clean off balance before a disarming charm pried her wand from her hand mid-fall. Hermione hit the mat with a grunt. Her wand clattered far to the right. Who'afut the heck? Ron spun. Harry's eyes narrowed. He hadn't even seen the caster. Stupefy, came Ginny's voice from behind a conjured wall. Ron deflected it but was pushed into retreat. Neville surged in from the right, shield raised, moving with a calm precision that Harry hadn't expected. Told you we were training, he said. Looks like you didn't waste a second, Harry replied, barely dodging Luna's confundus charm from above. She'd climbed a stack of crates conjured in a corner, smiling like it was a game. Hermione scrambled to her feet, scowling but impressed. I didn't even feel that hex coming. Luna floated down. You were predicting too much. Sometimes it's better to be unreadable. Or unpredictable, Ginny added, stepping into view with a satisfied smirk. The duel slowed, then paused. The room hushed in mutual surprise and something almost like respect. Harry looked at them, Alneville's steady confidence, Luna's disarming calm, Ginny's razor-edge control, and realized, not for the first time, that the line between the trio and the rest of Dumbledore's army was growing thinner by the day. Hermione dusted off her robes, breathing hard but grinning. All right, new plan. You three are rotating in with us starting tomorrow. Neville blinked. Really? Harry nodded. You earned it. Ginny's grin turned fierce. Then we'll make sure you regret that. Luna twirled her wand absently. Don't worry, we'll still let you win sometimes. Just enough to keep your pride intact. Laughter echoed through the chamber, and for the first time in weeks, it felt like something had shifted. A weight shared, a step closer to being ready. Together, the sun had dipped below the forbidden forest, casting long shadows over the grounds. The wind tugged at the trees with the kind of restless energy that came after too many days of tension. John stood near the edge of the training field, wiping his hands with a cloth, his sleeves rolled up and his stance relaxed but alert. Behind him, conjured targets floated half-shattered, and the air still smelled faintly of cordite and ozone. Harry approached, slower than usual. He wasn't winded, but his eyes held something quieter, uncertain. John noticed, of course. You all right? Quote. Harry shrugged and looked away, hands deep in his pockets. Just thinking. That's dangerous, John said, only half joking. Harry let out a soft laugh, then grew serious again. Can I ask you something? Not about fighting. Not about magic. John turned to face him fully. Ask. I leave tomorrow for a week. Harry hesitated, then met the older man's eyes. Do you think someone like me gets to have a real life? A future that's not just surviving whatever nightmare's coming? John considered the question for a long moment. That's not a tactical question, he said finally. I told you, Harry said, cracking a smile. John folded his arms. You want to know if it's worth risking something normal? Maybe even something meaningful. Harry nodded. There's someone, I think. And everything's moving so fast. I don't want to mess it up. John was quiet for a long moment, then spoke low. You're in the middle of a war, Harry. People will tell you it's better to shut down. To keep yourself small and hard and untouchable. It sounds like survival. Harry waited. But that's not living, John said. If there's something real in front of you, someone who makes the chaos quieter. Who makes the risk feel worth it, you don't turn away from that. Not automatically. Harry's eyes flickered with something like hope. That said, John added with a slight smirk, don't be stupid. Don't chase it recklessly just because you're scared you'll die without trying. Be clear about what you want. Don't pull someone else into your mess unless you're ready to stand there with them. Harry swallowed. So, you think it's okay to try? John nodded. I think it's human. And you're still allowed to be human, Potter. Even if the world forgets that sometimes. They stood in silence for a few seconds. Then John clapped him on the shoulder, firm and grounding. Now go clean your gear. You smell like a gym locker. And maybe talk to her like a person instead of a cursed prince from a sad story. Harry laughed. Right. Less brooding, more honesty. Exactly. And for the first time in a while, Harry walked away not just feeling trained but understood. By the end of the week, Umbridge had posted 6 more proclamations, each more desperate than the last. Proclamation No. 140. No student shall be within 3 feet of another while outdoors unless accompanied by a ministry-approved chaperone. Proclamation No. 141. Use of defensive spells outside classroom hours is punishable by detention and wand forfeiture. Proclamation No. 142. All students must recite the ministry creed before every meal. The walls of Hogwarts sagged under the weight of them, an absurdist wallpaper of a regime that didn't understand it had already lost. She doubled the inquisitorial squad, paraded them through the corridors in 2 large robes and borrowed arrogance. She made surprise inspections, raided broom closets, and monitored the Ollery for coded messages. She silenced 3 puffs for laughter that sounded coordinated. And still, every night, the DA grew larger. Because now they weren't hiding. The room of requirement began accommodating 30, then 40, then nearly 100. Older students whispered defensive theory in the dorms. First years practiced basic shields with the 6th years between classes. A pair of Ravenclaws figured out how to charm coins again, this time, invisibly. Every crackdown birthed more resistance. Each public shaming earned the DA 3 new recruits. Umbridge burst into the charms corridor during one such unauthorized gathering, expecting panicked children. Instead, she found a dozen students sitting in perfect formation, books open, wands stowed. Neville looked up calmly. We're reviewing our coursework. For ROWLs. Unauthorized gathering, she hissed. It's study group, Luna said dreamily, flipping a page upside down. You encouraged academic cooperation in Proclamation 112, didn't you? A Slytherin prefect beside her hesitated. She did. I remember that one. Umbridge's eye twitched. Later that evening, she sent for reinforcements from the ministry. None came. In the Great Hall the next day, a copy of the Daily Prophet lay folded open across several house tables. The headline read, Student Resistance at Hogwarts Grows Umbridge Under Scrutiny. She snatched it up, trembling. Her photo glared back at her, lips pursed, eyes too small. Harry watched her from the far end of the hall, sitting between Hermione and Ron. For once, they didn't whisper. They didn't plan. They didn't need to. They just watched her unravel. A week ago, Dumbledore's army had been a whisper. Now it was a song in the walls. A heartbeat in the stone. And it was growing louder. Elsie O'Dare, Hufflepuff, Year 4. Elsie had never meant to join anything. She kept her head down. Did her homework. Read too much. She wasn't brave. She wasn't Cleavernot in the sharp, loud way other students were. But she noticed things, like how the upper years were always whispering. How certain students returned from supposed detentions looking more determined, not broken. Then Umbridge pushed one of the Creevy brothers into a wall for waving his wand with intent. And something broke open in Elsie's chest. A Gryffindor she barely knew whispered to her in the corridor. Room of requirement, 7th floor. Thursday after dinner. She almost didn't go, but she did, and everything changed. The room opened for her like it had been waiting. Warm light, padded floors, a fireplace and rows of dummies enchanted to move like real attackers. The walls were covered with chalked spells, shield tactics, wand handling drills, and people, talking, laughing, wands out, eyes bright. Ron Weasley tossed her a practice wand with a wink. Hermione greeted her by name. Harry looked tired, yes, but kind, grounded, like he'd already seen her and believed she could do it. She paired with Luna, who smiled like the moon knew something it wasn't telling. Try again, Luna said gently as Elsie fumbled a disarming charm. The magic likes you better when you mean it. She tried again. It worked. Over the weeks, she learned to cast a proper shield, not just mimic the shape. She found her voice in the spellwork chants, her place in the chaotic drills. Her friends noticed her posture change, her voice gained steadiness. One night after practice, Neville clapped her on the back and said, "You're coming along better than I did when I started." She grinned the whole way back to the dorms. But it wasn't just the magic. It was the whisper of laughter in a hidden room. The knowledge that she wasn't alone. That she could help. That when the dark came, and it was already crawling up the walls of the world, she'd have friends at her side and her wand ready. For the first time in her life, Elsie didn't feel small. She felt ready. Location: Ministry of Magic, Office of the Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Dolores Umbridge adjusted the pink lace at her wrist and smiled into her tea. Lucius Malfoy stood before her, statuesque and perfectly composed. His robes shimmered with understated wealth, but his eyes were cold, like chipped marble. "You've been so very helpful, Lucius," she purred, setting her teacup down on a saucer with the precision of a duelist she would never admit to being. "Thanks to your guidance, the situation at Hogwarts is well under control. Dumbledore is gone. The rabble is quieting down. We'll have the school back to proper standards soon." Lucius blinked slowly. "Of course, your efficiency is noted." She beamed at that. "And the Death Eater business, it's all just a matter of perception, yes. Misguided youth, radicalism. But the Ministry has always had a handle on these things. We simply need to remind the population of their faith in order and tradition." Lucius tilted his head. "Order," he echoed softly, as if testing the word like a foreign flavor. "Tradition. Yes, quite right," Umbridge chirped. "That's what separates us from the chaos. The rule of law, Lucius. I trust the minister can count on your continued loyalty in keeping things respectable." He stepped forward and the temperature in the room seemed to drop a degree. "You still think this is about laws?" he asked, voice like glass dragged across stone. "About order." Her smile faltered. "Yes, that is the foundation of our world." Lucius smiled in return, and the expression had all the warmth of a dry corpse. "Our world is crumbling. You're trying to measure its pieces with a scale that has already snapped." "I beg your pardon. There are things we follow now," he said, brushing invisible dust from his sleeve. "Older things. Not truths. Not lies. Not rules." He leaned forward, and something shimmered behind his pale eyes. "We are past the point of truth. Dolores. The truth has bled out. What we serve now notices when you speak its name." Umbridge's spine stiffened. "The Ministry will never support." "You think you're in control," he whispered. "You think the Ministry is in control. But you're no more than a porcelain doll pretending to command a house that's already burning." He turned to go. "Lucius," she snapped. "You serve the Ministry. You swore it." He looked over his shoulder. "I swore to power, Dolores. You're just the echo of a world that used to matter." The door closed behind him with a soft click. And for the first time in years, Umbridge's teacup rattled in her saucer. Excerpt from the Hogwarts Board of Governors official minutes, sealed transcript. Date: November 14, 1996. Location: Ministry of Magic. Sublevel 3 Restricted Conference Hall Chair, Lucius Malfoy. Members present. Board of Governors 8 of 12 seated. Ministry Liaison, unnamed Special Advisor. We thank Headmistress Umbridge E for her tireless efforts in restoring proper order to Hogwarts during a difficult time. However, in light of recent escalations, the board finds that more decisive leadership is required. Umbridge looked stunned. Her tight-lipped smile faltered into a visible twitch. Escalations. I've subdued the troublemakers, expelled known conspirators. The students are forming militias, Dolores, Lucius said coolly. You've inflamed the rebellion, not controlled it. A murmur of agreement rippled down the long, stone table. Most wore placid expressions, but their eyes flicked once, twice, toward the shadowed corner of the room. There, seated in stillness, was the special advisor whose name had never been offered. Tall, thin, cloaked in a robe that shifted like oil in water. A pale hand rested atop a folder no one dared ask to see. Dolores swallowed. You can't. We can, Lucius interrupted smoothly. And we have. The chair was pulled back. A document appeared on the table without movement. Motion carried. By order of the Board of Governors and the Department of Magical Education, Dolores Umbridge is hereby relieved of her duties as headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And who, she said, her voice barely a whisper, is replacing me? Lucius smiled. It was a small, dreadful thing. He was appointed jointly by the Department of Mysteries and the Department of Magical Oversight. An expert in unconventional education. The lights dimmed, flickered once. A figure stepped forward, face hidden by a deep hood. The robes didn't swish so much as pulse. Magic clung to them in oily strands. When he spoke, the words seemed to come from several places at once. You may call me Headmaster Morwen. Even Lucius flinched slightly. Whispers in the halls. Student letter intercepted by order agents. We thought Umbridge was the worst of it. She was cruel, sir, but this one. We don't even know what house he's from. He doesn't take meals. The portraits go silent when he walks past. A first year saw him by the lake and started screaming about eyes in the water. She hasn't spoken since. They say he's not alone. That he brought books that read you while you read them. And he smiles when people fail their charms lessons. Like he knows how little any of it will matter. I miss Dumbledore. The corridor beneath the Department of Mysteries was colder than usual. Not magically chilled but hollow. As if sound itself refused to linger here. John's boots clicked against the polished floor, the noise swallowed before it reached the end of the hall. Two unspeakables flanked him, silent and armed. They didn't speak. He didn't ask. At the arch-shaped door ahead, Dumbledore waited, aged more than ever. His beard hung limp, and his left hand, gloved in black dragonhide, trembled slightly at his side. You look like heck, John muttered. Dumbledore gave a thin smile. If I do not, I fear the world is not taking me seriously enough. The door opened, revealing a narrow black room, walls of obsidian. A single round table, and 3 men already seated. A Department of Mysteries liaison, a senior MI5 agent John vaguely recognized, and centered between them the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. The man looked paler than the last time John had seen him, eyes underslept and scanning the room like a man waiting for a gunshot. You're the American? The Prime Minister asked quietly. John, he said, we met before, sir. No code name. If one of those things shows up again, it won't care what you call me. The liaison cleared his throat and produced a parchment, ch. Armed to shimmer both magical and digital across the surface. We've lost contact with an entire investigation team in Inverness. Last known report. Something inside the air began speaking in reverse. Agent Greaves was found 2 miles inland, lungs full of saltwater and sand. Dumbledore folded his hands. I believe the incursion is worsening. The recent change of administration at Hogwarts is no coincidence. You mean the new headmaster? The PM asked. Morwen, we got the file MI5 cobbled together. Man doesn't exist. No history. No family. Just started turning up in ministry blackroom meetings. He's not a man, John said. They all turned. Or at least, not anymore. I saw something like him in Belarus, 1992. Same posture. Same weird humming silence around him. He's not a Death Eater. He's a herald. Herald of what? The MI5 man asked. John stared across the table, voice quiet. The Langoliers. I stole that from King but it fits from what I know of them. A thing that feeds on reality's weakest moments. And we've had a lot of those lately. The Prime Minister stood up suddenly and crossed to the door, one hand shaking slightly before stopping. My own bloody defense minister too. LD me to stay out of the wizarding world's business last week. Said it was handled. Told me they were having a staffing issue, not a. He looked at John. What is this really? John's eyes narrowed. A war where no one wins. Only survivors and the broken. The black-walled conference chamber held its breath. The Prime Minister leaned forward, elbows on the polished obsidian table, and studied John with hollow eyes. He had the look of a man whose entire worldview had been scraped raw in a matter of weeks and was now being told that the worst was not past, but still arriving. You said this isn't a war against Death Eaters. The Prime Minister began, voice quieter now, brittle. That it's something else. John sat back in his chair. His uniform was plain, almost indistinct, yet the man wearing it seemed carved from the same grim steel as the weapons he once carried. It's not a war, John said. Not like you understand it. Not like I want to understand it. He leaned forward now, eyes locked with the Prime Minister's. This is a rupture. Reality fraying at the seams. The Death Eaters, they're just the first ones who stopped pretending things were fine. They dove into the cracks. And what they found there. It stared back. It likes them because they're simple. They hate things. Hate's easy. And this thing, this force, what does it want? The PM asked. John smiled grimly. You're still thinking it wants something. That's your mistake. It doesn't want. It is. Hunger in a shape that doesn't make sense. Thought that loops back on itself until your brain melts trying to track it. Magic is just the first thing it breaks. Then time. Then the rules of up and down. Then you. The MI5 liaison looked sick. Dumbledore remained silent, his head bowed slightly, as if in prayer. Dread. John continued, his voice calm. Almost conversational. I've seen this before. Just once. We cracked a vault in Siberia, chasing a Cold War ghost story. 7 of us went in. 1 came out. Me. He paused. They didn't die. They changed. Folded. Twisted. I saw a man get turned inside out. Every heartbeat echoed. Not just sound. Time. He kept dying over and over again, in reverse. The Prime Minister shook his head slowly. You say all this like it's normal. For me, John said, this is a Tuesday. When I was 17, I said I'd fight evil to something that was beyond our understanding. I thought that meant being a hero. Guns blazing, fists up, truth against lies. His voice softened. And for the next 10 years, I paid for that. In blood, in scars, with fevers that didn't break and nights that didn't end. He glanced at Dumbledore, then back to the PM. It wasn't a victory I was chasing, it was a truth. But I learned something the hard way. There's no winner in a war like this. Not really. Just victims. And students. It's not David versus Goliath. It's a pendulum. Swinging. Back and forth. Light and dark. John's jaw tightened. The brighter the light gets, the longer the shadows stretch. It's not a fight. Not even a war. It's a dance. And the stiffer I made myself, the harder it became. Every time I cursed myself for stumbling, I just sank deeper. So I stopped fighting it. I adapted. I started to move with the rhythm instead of against it. He stood. That's what separates us from monsters, from angels, from whatever the heck is bleeding through that crack in the world. The dance. We're not weapons. We're human beings. We have to remember that. Or we lose everything. The Prime Minister looked shaken. So what do we do? John gave a tired, grim smile. You prepare. You listen to the people who've bled for this. And when the sky starts speaking back, you don't listen. And with that, John turned and walked toward the door. No cape, no medals, just a man who had seen too much and kept walking anyway. He pointed vaguely upward, at nothing in particular. It's pressing in. And when it sees us clearly, there won't be a war. Just an ending. Dumbledore stood, finally. This meeting is not to inspire hope. It is to prepare you. You need to evacuate any towns within a mile of known magical instability. Inverness, Cokeworth, and Godric's Hollow. The unspeakables exchanged a glance. The MI5 agent muttered. Jesus Christ. No, Dumbledore said softly. Worse. Back at Hogwarts, the halls whispered. The new headmaster didn't walk arrived. Rooms grew colder without frost. The paintings stared at walls, refusing to speak. Owls refused to fly near the astronomy tower. And in the absence of John, the rebellion inside the school quietly prepared for war. The halls of Hogwarts had grown quiet. Not the stillness of bedtime or snowfall, this was a strained, watchful silence. Students walked in clumps, speaking in hushed tones, eyes always drifting toward the dark paneled walls, expecting them to listen. The new headmaster did not shout. He did not punish publicly. He did not wear pink. He observed. Dumbledore's army met that evening in one of their lesser-known spaces. A hidden side corridor accessed through a trick of sound, a certain chord played on a violin string. Only Luna knew it. The stone parted with a sigh. "Right," said Ginny, arms crossed. "We hit the kitchens tomorrow. Posters go up by morning. We're going to make this place remember it belongs to the students, not the ministry." Dean was sketching a new banner. "Hogwarts is ours." Neville nodded. Luna smiled dreamily. All around them, energy buzzed like a live wire. But Harry sat quietly, looking at the shadows. "He's not like Umbridge," Harry said. "He's not trying to control us through fear. He doesn't care if we're scared." Hermione looked over, frowning. "Then what does he want?" "I don't know," Harry admitted. "But I feel like he's studying us." Ron gave a humorless chuckle. "What, like a magical bug collector?" "No, like we're puzzle pieces. And he already knows how we fit." All that was known was that Morwen come with ministry approval, Lucius Malfoy's fingerprints all over the decision, and that within 2 days. 4 of the enchanted passageways had sealed forever, the room of requirement had ceased to respond, and Filch had begun wearing a new silver pin in the shape of a spiral. That night, Ginny led a small group toward the kitchens. They never made it. The walls rerouted them, hallways bending, doors disappearing. Colin Creevey dropped his map in confusion as Asterka. Say turned to ash beneath his feet and reformed as something new. By morning, not a single poster had gone up. They regrouped in the violin room, shaken but not deterred. "He's not fighting us," Hermione said slowly, fingers laced. "He's reprogramming the castle, rewriting the logic of its magic. Hogwarts is sick." "But why?" Neville asked. Luna, quiet until now, looked up and whispered, "Because he doesn't think we're worth talking to. He thinks we're nothing but variables in a problem he's already solved." Harry stood. "Then we become something he can't solve." November 96. Harry stood at the Fr. Aunt of the room of Ekis, a hidden annex deep beneath the astronomy tower, shielded from scrying and wards by magic so old even Hermione could only guess at it. Around him, nearly 36 students stood shoulder to shoulder. Dumbledore's army had grown. Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws. Even a few disillusioned Slytherins. Their eyes burned with defiance and belief. In Harry. In each other. "We're not children anymore," Harry said, his voice even and deliberate. "We're soldiers. We fight not because someone told us to. We fight because we must." Whispers of agreement swept through the group like wind through long grass. "We hit the tower tonight. 3rd floor. It's where Morwen's locked away the staff archives. If he's rewriting the school's protections, it'll be documented there." Hermione frowned but said nothing. Ron, by Harry's side, nodded with pride. They were moving with purpose now. Confident. A word that had once felt alien in Harry's chest now felt like armor. What none of them noticed was the owl feather stuck beneath one bench, its edge inked with runes that shimmered only when no one was looking. The headmaster had been listening. Elsewhere, far below, in a chamber deep within Hogwarts, where none of the castle's usual paths reached, Headmaster Morwen adjusted a page of parchment. "Student-led insurrection confirmed," he murmured, marking the document with a stylized H. "Projection accurate. Psychological response consistent with mentorship vector Alpha J." He paused before the large mirror in the corner of the room. It was not the mirror of Arise but something older, shaped in rough obsidian and wrapped in rusted iron bands. Reflections did not show people, only possibilities. He watched Harry, brave, determined, planning. Morwen allowed himself the barest smile. "You'll light the fire I need, Mr. Potter, and you'll call it freedom." Later that night, they moved like shadows. Creeping through the corridors, Harry led his team toward the archive chamber. Luna cast muffling charms with unusual precision. Ginny guarded their flank with a quiet intensity. Even Dennis Creevy carried himself with steadiness. But as they reached the threshold, Hermione's charm designed to detect wards flared an angry red. "Trap," she hissed. "A smart one." Harry hesitated. Before he could act, the walls began to bleed light dim, blue-white pulses from every stone. The door before them slid open of its own accord. No alarms, no ambush, only parchment, hundreds of documents, files, maps, and all of it unlocked. It was a gift. Harry stepped forward, unaware that behind an invisible wall of observation, Headmaster Morwen watched closely, measuring. Not with emotion, not even cruelty, with interest, because the children had done exactly what they needed to. And the next phase could begin. The archive chamber was colder than it should have been. Not drafty or icy, but still, a chill that settled beneath the skin, like the tension of a breath held too long. Harry stepped across the threshold, wand drawn. Around him, his team fanned out, their awe quickly shifting to confusion. "What language is this?" Ron muttered, turning over a heavy sheet filled with jagged black markings. They pulsed faintly alive, almost. "Runes." Hermione shook her head. "Not any runes I know. Not Norse, not Goblin, not even ancient arcane." Ginny passed her a scroll she'd unfurled. "This one doesn't even have letters. Just shapes." Harry bent over a spread of folios pinned to the central table. The ink shimmered as if watching him. No matter how he turned the pages, no meaning emerged, only a growing sense of being observed. The room didn't echo with sound. It echoed with presence. Neville reached toward a scriptorium log. The page curled at the edges. The ink moved. "What the heck? It's not reading to us," Luna said softly, her eyes distant and strange. "It's reading us." Everyone froze. Hermione whispered a counter-translation spell, no effect. Another tried an unveiling charm. Still nothing. Then one of the pages flipped itself. A name appeared in flawless English. Hermione Jean Granger. Lines of text followed, forming in real time, like quill strokes in midair. Age 17. Known anomalies. High-order intellect. Adaptive logic, moral intensity. Fragile under sufficient ideological rupture. Recommendation. Psychological conditioning initiated. Recommend assimilation for Phase 3. Hermione dropped the scroll with a hiss, eyes wide. More names. More pages. Ronald Bilious Weasley. Luna Lovegood. Harry James Potter. Each one began spilling analysis and recommendations, behavioral triggers, trauma points, magical tolerances. "It's cataloging us," Hermione said, horrified. "Like we're spells or weapons. Like experiments." And then Harry's name burned itself into a blank page. But this one didn't write immediately. Instead, it flickered, inconclusive. Then, below, outside parameter, subject potentially unquantifiable, requires observation. Approved by administrator. M.A. Whisper crawled into the back of Harry's mind, not words but feeling. "Cold, infinite, everyone out," he said, voice low. "But we haven't," Dennis began. "Out," Harry snapped. Because for the first time since he'd started leading Dumbledore's army, Harry felt something he hadn't expected from parchment and ink. He felt preyed upon. They backed away from the table, Hermione trembling, Luna calm in that eerie way that made her seem half dreaming, half prophet. Ron's hand was still on his wand, but he hadn't cast a spell in minutes. Harry moved with deliberate caution, every nerve screaming. "All right," Harry said, turning to the archway they'd entered through. "We're leaving." They walked slowly, quietly toward the exit. But there was nothing there. Just wall, smooth, seamless, stone. Hermione let out a small gasp and began running her hands across the surface. "No, no, no. It was right here. I marked it. There was a lintel, there were hinges, there was a door." Ron touched it. "It's like it was never even carved." Neville stepped back, pale. "This room didn't just lock us in." Luna's gaze drifted to the pulsing documents. "It moved around us. Can we blast it?" Ginny asked, already raising her wand. Harry shook his head. "Try it." She fired a reductor curse. The spell vanished before it touched the stone, sucked into the wall like water into dry earth. No sound, no echo. Hermione began muttering incantations, every unlocking charm she knew. Nothing. Even the spells sounded smaller in this place. Harry walked to the center of the room and stared at the pages still flickering with the group's names. "You knew we'd come," he muttered. Behind him, the whisper began again at sound, but awareness. Not words, but warning. Then one of the documents turned itself again, revealing a new name. Elsie O'Dare. Hermione read it aloud before she could stop herself. Harry went still. Luna tilted her head. "It's cataloging more than what's in this room." The ink moved again. Interference pattern detected. Magic instability adjacent to entity. Infiltration ongoing. Containment uncertain. That was when the walls began to shift, slow, groaning movements of stone, as if the archive itself were rearranging its structure around them. "We're not just in a room," Harry whispered. Hermione looked at him. "Then what are we in?" "The trap," Luna said simply. "We've always been in it. It just waited until we turned the page." Ron was the first to notice. "Where's Seamus?" The others turned instinctively, their eyes darting around the shifting room. There were too many shadows now, cast not by light but by suggestion. Corners bent wrong, angles that didn't obey. "Padma was standing right here," Hermione said, voice tight. "She was," said Luna softly. "I remember. She sneezed when we opened the book." A slow silence settled on the group like dust. They began counting. 8, then 7, then 6. The more they looked, the less they remembered who exactly had come with them. "I swear Zacharias was with us," Ginny whispered. But her voice was brittle, uncertain. "He complained about the cold. He had to be here." Neville turned, his back to a wall that hadn't been a wall seconds ago. Quote, "Harry, we need to stay in each other's sight. No one turns their back," Harry said immediately. "And no one walks alone." He drew a line in the stone floor with his wand, no spell, just dragging the tip. "We stick to this point." But the moment their eyes left the group just for a blink, Terry Boot was gone. No sound, no trace, just absence. Hermione let out a shaking breath. "It's not taking us all at once. It's studying us." The pages on the pulsing book fluttered once more. Stability observed in Triad. Potter, Weasley, Granger. Others. Variable. Consumption. Permitted. Harry took a step back. "This place doesn't need to kill us," he said. "It's erasing us." Neville's wand trembled in his hand. But when they turned toward the place everyone's name had been listed, it too was gone. Erased. As if it never existed at all. They tried to speak to it. Hermione, her eyes red from reading pages that now whispered instead of turned, traced a rune onto the floor in salt and ash. "It's not a spell," she explained. "It's a permission slip. An old one." "A permission for what?" Ginny asked. "To be noticed without being devoured." Harry didn't like the sound of that. But they had run out of better ideas. The circle flared once, briefly. As though something on the other side blinked. Cold crept in. The book stopped whispering. And then, "Hello." The voice came from inside their heads. It had no age, no direction. Just presence. Ron winced and covered his ears. "Get out of my head." "Be still," Hermione said, grim. "It's here." Harry stepped forward. "We want to understand." "You already do. You were prey who learned to name the hunter." Ginny lifted her wand. "What do you want from us?" Observation. Pattern. Collapse. Memory. Renewal. A flicker in the air. The form of a mano, a womano. Something that wore faces like gloves stepped through the flickering veil of the circle. It was not immune to their defiance. It hissed when Harry gritted his teeth and stood upright. "You can't erase me," Harry growled. It tried. And Harry fought. His memories bled from him like mist, but he clawed them back. One by one. His first broom. Ron's laughter. Hermione's hand in his. Ginny's smile. Sirius. Dumbledore. Even the hurt became a weapon. The creature buckled beneath the weight of identity. Ginny hit it with a hex she didn't remember learning. Ron struck it with a wordless spell. Hermione named it 3 syllables that shattered the air and silenced the book's whispers. The shape screamed, and vanished. They were left panting, shaking, alive. But not safe. The room did not change. The door did not appear. The group turned and now there were only 4 of them left. Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Harry. Ginny sank to her knees. "It's just us." Hermione's hands trembled. "It never meant to kill us all at once. It's studying what breaks last." Harry sat down, exhausted. Not defeated but spent. His eyes met Ron's. "No more tricks," he said. "If we're going to get out of this, it'll be because we decide to." "But if no one ever left?" Hermione said quietly. "Then no one ever decided hard enough." They sat in silence, alone, together, watched. John entered Hogwarts like a man stepping onto enemy soil. He moved through the doors slowly, boots silent on the cold flagstone. His rifle was slung under his coat, sidearm ready, every sense on edge. The wards were dead. The castle no longer breathed, it watched. The warmth was gone. No students, no laughter, no magical hum. Just dust and shadows. "Morwen," he called, "you took something that doesn't belong to you." The reply was silence. He NCED through the hallways like a man sweeping for landmines. All of his instincts screamed this place wasn't right. The walls felt closer, moving, watching him like prey. In the great hall, Morwen stood at the head table, head tilted. "John," it said, voice carrying down from the dais like a breeze out of a tomb. "You're early. Where are the kids?" Morwen smiled. "Becoming." John fired. The bullet cracked the air, struck the thing in the forehead and bounced. It peeled away from the skin like a stone skipping water, shattering a goblet behind it. Morwen barely blinked. Then it moved. John barely ducked in time. Something long and wet hissed through the air, an arm, maybe, or a tendril made of paper and flesh. It shattered the stone pillar next to him. He rolled, dropped into a crouch, tossed a flashbang. The hall lit up white. Morwen screamed. John used the moment, charged, slamming shoulder first into the monster. They hit the ground, John unloading 2 rounds point blank into the ribcage. This time it bled, thick and black. Morwen's face twisted in surprise. But it grinned again. Closer, soldier, closer to the wound. The floor beneath them warped. Hogwarts sank. John hit stone, then more stone, then pitch blackness. He landed in the old parts of the school, deeper than dungeons where even ghosts feared to tread. The crash broke 3 ribs. He coughed blood, rolled, and found Morwen was already there. "You think you can kill what's already dreaming?" John bared his teeth, raised his knife. "I can make it hurt." They fought in silence broken only by the sounds of violence. John struck with trained precision, blade to tendon, gun to joint. He tore pieces off the thing, burned it with phosphorus, shattered its illusions with brute stubbornness. But Morwen was not a thing of bones and organs. It was story. It was role. It was a twist in the world that had wrapped itself in the guise of a man. John's body gave out before his will did. His leg was broken. His hand no longer gripped the knife properly. He spat blood onto stone. And Morwen laughed. "You fought well," it said. "But fighting's not enough. You must become." John tried to rise. Couldn't. Thin shackles. Iron. Real and humming with old blood. He was dragged across the stone. Dumped into a cell. And across from him, bruised and deathly pale, was Severus Snape. Snape opened one swollen eye. "About time." John coughed, laughed bitterly. "Thought I'd come say hi. You picked the worst possible moment." "Yeah," John breathed. "That's kind of my thing." The cell door slammed shut behind them. The darkness thickened. Far above, Hogwarts whispered and shifted. And far below, 2 men waited, not beaten, but bound. The dungeon cell was silent save for the distant drip of water and the low hum of something wrong deep in the bones of the stone. The smell of scorched magic and blood clung to the walls like moss. John flexed his shoulder against the iron restraints. They weren't enchanted, not fully. Just enough to make his muscles ache. Enough to keep him from standing up straight. He'd seen worse. He'd walked through worse. Across the cell, Snape sat slouched against the wall, face pale but alert. A gash across his temple had crusted black. His robes were torn and scorched, and for once, he looked utterly human. "You're quiet," John said. "Don't tell me you're meditating." "I'm thinking," Snape snapped, though the venom lacked real heat. "Trying to recall if I have anything left. I always keep something hidden, hair, a thorn, powdered root, but they took everything. Even my wand." John glanced around. "Good, because if you had something magic right now, it'd probably blow your hands off." Snape looked up sharply. "What? Magic doesn't behave around me. It fractures, gets twitchy, unstable." John shrugged. "Found that out the hard way." Someone tried to drop a fireball on me in Tunisia. Burned himself to a crisp. Instead, Snape narrowed his eyes. And yet you are still here. John chuckled dryly. Yeah, unfortunately. He turned to the wall behind him, running his fingers along the mortar. But we don't need magic. Not if we've got chemistry. Snape's gaze followed him, brow furrowed. You mean to say you can brew a bomb from a pile of broken stones and iron cuffs? John grinned. I mean to say if you give me 5 minutes, a broken spoon, and a piss bucket, I can make something that gives us a door. Snape blinked. Then, slowly, he began to smile. Not a kind smile. Nothing about Snape was ever kin but one filled with a dark sort of amusement. You really are mad. No, John said, eyes already scanning their cell like a battlefield. I'm resourceful, and if your wandless magic is worth a darn, we might just turn a piss-stained cell into our way out. Snape nodded once, tightly. Then show me what you need. The next 30 minutes were a blur of whispered arguments, quick-handed scrounging, and the furious scratch of improvised metal. John worked with surgical precision, breaking down the spoon into a makeshift wire and rigging it through a chamber he'd fashioned in the bucket's base. The iron from their cuffs, shaved and powdered just enough. The water filthy but conductive swirl with flakes from the rusted hinges. Snape watched, half muttering calculations under his breath, running probabilities like a chessmaster. It's not pretty, John said, but if I trigger it right near the seam of the door, the concussive force should buckle it. Snape pushed to his feet. A few minutes later, John pressed the trigger wire with a bootlace he'd unwound from his own soul. The explosion was short, brutal, loud enough to shake the stones. When the smoke cleared, the cell door was in pieces. So was part of the hallway. John coughed, grinning through soot. Told you, we don't need magic. Snape staggered beside him. You may be the most dangerous man I've ever met. Flattery's not gonna help us now, John said. Let's move. Together, they vanished into the dark. Broken halls of Hogwarts, one armed with potions in memory, the other with fire in his hands. The ruined corridor groaned like an old ship, warped and creaking as magic strained against itself. Light flickered, not torches, not spells, but pulses from something deep in the earth, like the heartbeat of a dying god. John and Snape moved carefully through the wreckage, their path marked by soot-smeared stones and blackened stains. Each step forward threatened to unravel into somewhere else. Behind them, the cell lay in ruins. Ahead was chaos. Snape whispered, the castle's folding in on itself. Layered enchantments, old ones. Someone is rewriting the very space. John grunted. Yeah, well, if we don't get out soon, someone's going to get rewritten into the walls. A sudden clatter echoed from a collapsed hallway ahead. John raised his arm instinctively, then heard it. A voice. Human. Hold on, did you hear that? He asked. They pressed forward, ducking beneath a half-crushed archway. The smell changed. Less smoke. More sweat. People. A faint light flickered to life. And then they saw them. Dozens huddled together, children, teachers, wounded Aurors. Hagrid's massive form slumped near the rear, his breathing shallow. Professor Flitwick, bleeding but conscious, was directing students in low, urgent tones. McGonagall stood guard, wand at the ready but eyes tired. The heart of Hogwarts, still beating. Bloody heck, someone gasped. Ginny Weasley, streaked with grime but defiant. John. All eyes turned. Then, Snape. Neville took an instinctive step back, his voice laced with years of fear and fury. Snape's face twitched. He didn't speak. John did. You all right? He asked simply. Ginny gave a half laugh, half sob. Define. All right. She ran a shaky hand through her hair. We've been here for days. Weeks. Time's been wrong since the headmaster turned. Her voice dipped lower. People went missing. Doors moved. Some of the D'Assome didn't come back. Hermione stepped into view, supporting Ron. Both looked gaunt, battered. Hermione locked eyes with John. You got out, she whispered. No, John said, glancing back the way they came. We broke in. Snape's voice was low but sharp. We can't stay here. The wards have collapsed into themselves. If we wait, the castle may consume us all. Then what? Ron asked hoarsely. We're trapped. No doors led out. Half the halls loop in circles. And some of them whisper when you try to sleep. We need a path, Hermione said. A real one. One that isn't part of this. John looked at her, then turned to Snape. Yo, you said the foundation's crumbling because of layered magic. What happens if we tear out the right threads? Snape met his gaze. There was fear there, and brilliance. It could collapse the corruption, he said slowly. Or kill us all. Heck of a toss-up, John muttered. But, Snape continued, if I can find the primary weave, and you can make something volatile enough to sever it. John nodded. Then we make ourselves a bloody door. Quote, and just like that, the impossible felt like it had an edge to cut with. Together, soldier and spy, witch and wizard, teacher and student marched deeper into the bones of Hogwarts. Toward whatever heart beat beneath it. Toward salvation, or oblivion. The castle groaned. Not the creak of ancient stone or the shifting of wooden beams, but a deep groan low, lick. Something immense turning in its sleep just beyond the veil. The air had weight now. It pressed into lungs, clung to skin. Breathing was no longer automatic, it was a decision. Minerva McGonagall Street, oohed at what used to be a corridor junction, one trembling hand still clenching her wand, the other braced against stone slick with condensation. Every sound carried too far. Every whisper echoed. The magic that kept Hogwarts alive was collapsing, leaking into itself like air from a cracked hull. Pressure's building, Hermione said, staring at the empty space where a hallway used to be. It's like the castle's being crushed inward. If we're not careful. She didn't finish. No one asked her to. Beneath the castle, John crouched beside Snape over a makeshift workbench, a broken stone table, now. A clutter of magical diagrams sketched in soot and ash. Beside them, scraps of piping, broken cauldrons, muggle wiring, potion vials emptied of their ingredients and replaced with chemicals from the school's understocked janitor's closet. Snape's hand hovered over the design. This is not a potion. John nodded. It's a pressure release valve. Improvised. If it goes wrong, it'll take the whole corridor with it. But if it works, it'll blow out the trapped enchantment layers like a depth charge. Magical collapse to counter magical collapse, Snape murmured. Sink it to save it, John replied. Further down the winding tunnel of survivors, Luna helped Ginny pull the last of the younger students into the safer alcove near the enchanted lanterns John had rewired with ancient runes and battery packs. The glow flickered, dimming as if underwater. Neville stared upward at the cracks forming in the ceiling, where shadows bled ink-like across the stone. Feels like it's watching. It is, Luna said. But it's not awake. Not fully. That's why we still have time. Silence. Except for the pulse. That awful pulse, like the heartbeat of something else. Something ancient and buried in the foundation of the world. Hermione moved past Ron, their shoulders brushing. We can't hold here forever, she whispered. I'm not planning to, Ron replied. But even his voice was quiet now. He wasn't the boy from the Gryffindor common room anymore. None of them were. When the first tremor came, they all held their breath. And then another, and another, like footsteps, somewhere in the depths. John stood slowly, eyes narrowing. It's shifting. We've only got one chance to detonate in time. Otherwise, he didn't finish. He didn't have to. Outside, the castle's long stone vanes began to twist. And somewhere above them, the halls of Hogwarts began to drown. Harry Potter was alone. The space wasn't a room. Not really. The walls pulsed when he looked too long, and the floor wasn't solid, it was suggestion. The idea of ground more than matter. Sound didn't echo here. It vanished, swallowed whole. He had counted minutes, then hours, then heartbeats. Eventually, those blurred too. He wasn't sure how he had become separated. One blink and Ron was gone. Another and Hermione's hand slipped from his. Then nothing. No flash of light, no curse. Just absence. At first, he shouted. Then whispered. Now, he simply breathed. He hadn't seen his wand since when? It had been in his hand. He was sure of it. And yet his palm was empty, as if it had never belonged to him. Like the wand had realized something before he had. His feet moved, not walking, drifting. He didn't remember starting, or why he was going forward, or what forward even was here. The walls pulsed again, once, twice. Harry Potter. The voice wasn't sound, it was memory. It crawled in from the back of his mind and borrowed the voices of everyone he'd ever failed. Cedric. Sirius. Dumbledore. He flinched, then stood up straighter. No, he said, I'm not giving you anything. The silence twisted in response. A soundless laugh. A ripple in the non-air. You're already giving. You always have. The shadows around him pulled tighter. He took a step forward anyway. He didn't know if he was walking into salvation or annihilation. He only knew he had to keep moving. That was the only law left in this place. Keep moving, or be lost. Somewhere beyond, the shape of a door shimmered. Or maybe a mouth. Harry walked toward it, and the walls began to breathe. Far above the trap, above the breathing walls and lightless corridors. Headmaster Morwen stood before a warped mirror in the uppermost chamber of the tower once called the headmaster's office. The portraits had long since fled or twisted into maddened stillness. The air smelled like blood gone cold. Behind Morwen, the magical instruments lay broken or singing to themselves. Maps bled ink. Time had stuttered in this room. Birds flew in and never came back down. He regarded the mirror not for reflection, but for a truth deeper than the eye. Harry Potter remains, he whispered. His voice dragged against the walls like talons on bone. The others scatter like rats, but he stays. Why? A flick of his inhuman hand. The mirror darkened. Then, an image. A boy, hollow-eyed but unbroken, walking through a dimension that should have unmade him. Fascinating. There was a crackle of old magic. Like a glacier shifting in sleep. Something in the dark, deeper even than Morwen, stirred. Why does your lord want this one? He said aloud, though no one had spoken. He turned from the mirror. I don't see it. He bleeds. He breaks. He doubts. He has no gift. And yet, a hum answered him. A song in reverse, sung through time itself. He endures. Morwen narrowed eyes that had not been human for some time. Yes, he does. Even here. Even now. He moved to the large stone table in the center of the room. Maps of impossible dimensions were spread across it, carved with rune languages lost before Atlantis had drowned. One small section glowed dimly. Harry Potter. Voldemort wanted him for something. Morwen could not divine what. But now he wanted to know why. He traced a long, fingerless hand over the section where Harry's sigil pulsed. Perhaps he would reach in soon. Perhaps he would speak to the boy. Perhaps he would unmake him and listen to what his screams sue. Nded like when it echoed through realities. But not yet. First, he would watch. And the walls kept breathing. There was no way to measure time in this place. The air was thick, too still. Harry had IED counting heartbeats but had to stuff. He wasn't sure if it was his heartbeat or something else as he heard. The corridor twisted in on itself, walls flexing like lungs. His footsteps echoed back at him slower than he took them. Like the place didn't want him to know if he was moving forward or in circles. He hadn't seen anyone in hours. Days. His hand slid across the cold wall as he walked. It felt like stone, but once, just once, it pulsed back. So he stopped. He sat. And he remembered. Ron laughing beside him, soaked from a rainstorm in their third year. Hermione glaring as they tramped muddy boots through the library. Sirius, hand on his shoulder. That brief, burning hope of family. Dumbledore's tired eyes as he said, "It is our choices, Harry, far more than our abilities." Even Snape, face twisted with bitterness, dragging him across a battlefield with one arm while cursing every step. And John Stoic, bloodied, throwing himself between Harry and something unspeakable without even flinching. Who am I? He whispered into the dark. Not the boy who lived. That name had always felt like a costume. Not the chosen one. That was prophecy, not identity. But the memories kept coming. Moments where he had stood terrified, furious, breaking and refused to back down. He wasn't the strongest wizard. He wasn't the cleverest. But he was still here. The darkness shifted. Not light, just less absence. And something moved toward him. Not with footsteps. It slid. Watched. He stood. He wasn't ready for it. Not truly. But he would never be more ready than now. And suddenly, he understood. The only way out was through. Through himself. Through the fear. Through the memory. Through the name Harry Potter had been carved into over and over again. He clenched his wand. The silence around him grew sharp. I'm not just a boy anymore. he said to the thing watching from beyond. And I'm done waiting. The air in the chamber was thick with magic, but it didn't make John hesitate for a second. He had nothing in the way of spells. Nothing to shield him, but he had something Morwen could never truly understand: sheer, unfiltered human will. He saw the flicker of doubt in Snape's eyes as the man cast one last glance back toward him. That brief moment when Snape's voice urged everyone to leave was the signal. Go, John roared, shoving Snape toward the nearest exit. The survivors needed space, needed to escape the madness that was about to unfold. The few that could still move followed quickly, but John knew it would be too late for him. Too late for all of them. And then, as Morwen began speaking, his voice like nails scraping against stone, John made his move. John didn't wait. He surged forward, his body a blur of practiced motion, tapping into every ounce of instinct he'd learned from years in the field. The headmaster was too busy, distracted by his own schemes, to notice the human who was far less predictable than the magic he wielded. John exploded into the air with a knee to Morwen's jaw. The headmaster reeled back, an inhuman shriek rattling from his throat as the blow landed. John followed with a right hook, sending Morwen stumbling toward the edge of the broken stone balcony. It didn't matter how powerful the magic was, how ancient the sorcery headmaster was a being, and John knew how to hit beings. Morwen's head snapped up with a look of pure fury, but before he could retaliate, John lunged again. This time aiming for the ribcage. He slammed his shoulder into the headmaster's side, driving him against the stone wall with a sickening crack. Morwen's back bent at an impossible angle, but the monster was quick to recover. He opened his mouth wide, dark energy spiraling from within, and John knew what was coming: something far worse than physical pain. The air around them twisted. A dangerous instability brewing. John didn't waste time thinking, just diving beneath the blast of magic that tore apart the stone wall where he'd just been standing. John was already on the move, rolling into a crouch and leaping toward the headmaster's legs, grabbing one of them and wrenching it out from beneath him. Morwen crashed down, but it didn't last long. The headmaster's fingers elongated into claws, and before John could rise again, they shot out, raking down his arm. Pain, raw and visceral. John gritted his teeth as blood seeped down his sleeve. The wound wasn't deep enough to slow him yet. Morwen's face twisted, the fusion of expressions making him look like something inhuman, a collage of disjointed faces, an abomination of the magic he wielded. John's brain was already moving faster than his body could keep up. He had a plan, but he needed the space. The headmaster wouldn't give him that. You think you can stop me? Morwen hissed, reaching for John's throat with an impossibly long arm. His voice deeper, darker, and more unsettling than ever before. You think you understand power? John didn't hesitate. He rolled backwards, out of the range of Morwen's claws, and then sprung to his feet. His left hand went for the strap at his waist, pulling out a small grenade. It wasn't much, just an EMP pulse that would knock out the enchanted fields around them. I know how to stop monsters, John growled, slamming the grenade into the ground, where it sparked to life with a low hum. The world around them flickered. The air seemed to crackle with violent electricity. For a second, the headmaster faltered, his concentration cracking under the sudden disruption. That was all John needed. In a flash, John dashed forward, using the broken remnants of a stone column as a springboard. His body rocketing toward Morwen with a final, brutal strike. The punch landed with a sickening crack, right beneath the jaw. Morwen staggered back, dazed for the briefest moment. John didn't wait for another opening. He dove at Morwen's legs, knocking the headmaster off balance, and as they fell, he twisted with all his might, slamming Morwen into the cold stone floor. He pressed his elbow into the creature's throat, the only way to try and make it stop. But as Morwen's hand shifted toward his robes, John knew that he wouldn't be able to finish this fight by sheer physical force alone. I'm not done yet, John spat, face twisted with exhaustion. Suddenly, there was an explosion behind him. The door to the chamber was gone, blown off its hinges. John whirled around, half expecting to see Voldemort's silhouette. Instead, it was Snape, his wand already raised, and now, Potter, Snape's voice rang out, cold and commanding, do it now. John's eyes flashed with understanding. Harry was here. The sudden shift, the unexpected presence of hope was enough to make Morwen hesitate, just long enough for John to gain the upper hand. With a grunt, John shoved off the headmaster, kicking him back into the chaos, just as Harry leapt into the fray with a flare of power. Together, they turned the tide, even if the monster headmaster was far from defeated. Morwen would not fall easily. Harry stood frozen, watching from the shadows of the chamber as the battle raged before him. The air around him was thick, charged with the remnants of magic and the scent of sweat and blood. It should have been a familiar scene, one he'd seen countless times before, but today felt different. He wasn't just a spectator anymore. He was part of something much bigger. And for the first time, Harry realized the full weight of his responsibility. John, battered but never beaten, was locked in a desperate struggle with the headmaster. The man was fighting like a force of nature, relentless and unyielding. Every move John made was a calculated risk, a deliberate strike designed to buy time, to stall the inevitable collapse of this cursed world. Harry could see it in the way John moved. There was no illusion of victory in his eyes, no grand hope that he could beat Morwen. It was a fight to survive, a fight to hold on just a little longer, for the next breath, the next second, the next moment. And Harry knew the truth now. John wasn't fighting to win. He was fighting to give them a chance. John's shoulder collided with Morwen's jaw with a sickening crack, a brutal blow that should have sent the headmaster flying. But Morwen hardly flinched. The headmaster's form was something inhuman, twisting with dark magic, his limbs stretching unnaturally as he countered with crushing force. John's back hit the stone wall, and for a heartbeat, Harry felt his chest tighten with fear. But then, John was up again, moving like a predator, circling around Morwen as the headmaster struggled to regain control. That was the key. Morwen was no longer in control. He wasn't a god. He wasn't invincible. Harry had always known that, deep down, but seeing John fight with such raw tenacity made him believe it more than ever. Harry's heart pounded in his chest as he steadied himself. This wasn't the time to freeze. John had bought them precious seconds, but those seconds were fleeting. He couldn't afford to waste any more time standing by. The battle raged on, a chaotic blur of fists and magic, but Harry felt something stirring within him. Confidence. Not the reckless arrogance of youth, but something deeper, more solid. He wasn't just a child anymore, not the boy who had to hide behind his friends. He was a leader, and he could do this. Now, Potter, Snape's voice rang out, cold and commanding, do it now. The time for hesitation was over. Harry gripped his wand tightly, drawing on every bit of his training, every ounce of the strength he had gained over the past few weeks. His connection with Dumbledore's army, with Ron and Hermione, with the people who fought beside him, gave him power. Not just in the magical sense, but in the quiet resolve that ran deeper than spells and potions. Morwen was too distracted by John's brutal attacks to see Harry stepping forward. His eyes, cold and calculating, scanned the room, waiting for an opening. He didn't need an elaborate speech. Just the right amount of pressure at the right time. And Harry knew, with a clarity that filled him with certainty, that now was that time. As John staggered back, giving Morwen a brief moment of respite, Harry's wand surged with raw, unrefined energy. He didn't know exactly what he was doing, but it didn't matter. His instincts were enough. The curse Harry cast hit the ground with a violent force, a ripple of raw magic that reverberated through the chamber. It wasn't precise, it wasn't controlled, but it was powerful. The floor beneath Morwen cracked, sending him stumbling forward. That was enough. It was all Harry needed. Without hesitation, he cast another spell, this time focusing all his energy on it. Expulso. The blast sent Morwen flying backward, giving John a brief moment to recover. The headmaster snarled, his eyes flashing with anger, but the brief reprieve had given them the chance they needed. John was back on his feet, moving with a renewed sense of purpose, and Harry could see it in his eyes. Wasn't fighting alone anymore. They were doing this together. And just like that, Harry felt the tide beginning to turn. The confidence he had in himself, in his friends, in this fight, was no longer a distant dream. It was a living, breathing force. Morwen wasn't invincible, and he wasn't going to win this fight. Not while Harry and John were still standing. The walls of Hogwarts groaned, heavy with the burden of the conflict that had raged within its ancient stones. The once pristine halls now bore the marks of battle, shattered windows, scorched tapestries, and gouges in the stone floors where the fight had spilled through every inch of the castle. But despite the visible damage, there was something stirring beneath the surface, something alive in the castle's heart. The students had never seen Hogwarts like this before. They'd seen its grandeur, its mystery, and its immensity, but this was something new. Something raw. In the great hall, the house tables lay overturned, some cracked and splintered under the weight of spells and debris. Yet, even in the midst of chaos, a strange quiet had descended. A silence that seemed to hum with an energy too pure to ignore. The school was hurt, yes. It was wounded, and yet it was far from broken. Hermione stood near the edge of the hall, gazing at the damage with a furrowed brow. Her wand was still in her hand, though there was no immediate need to fight anymore. The sounds of distant spellfire had quieted, leaving only the soft murmurs of those still remaining. In the wake of battle, the students had gathered together, some injured, some too frightened to move, but all with one common thought running through their minds: what comes next? Is it over? Neville asked, his voice thick with exhaustion. He stood alongside Ginny, who was helping him support a younger student who had sprained an ankle during the attack. Her eyes flicked toward the damaged ceiling, where large chunks of stone still threatened to fall. Luna, as always, was calm and collected, despite the chaos. "No one knows what over means anymore," she said, her gaze distant as if she were seeing something beyond the castle walls. "But Hogwarts, she's not done yet." Hermione nodded slowly. She didn't fully understand what Luna meant, but there was truth in her words. The castle had always been a place of magic, lace that had withstood centuries of battles, secrets, and darkness. She could feel the very air vibrating with something different now. Something alive, something pushing back. The sound of footsteps brought her attention back to the students. A group of younger students, shivering and wide-eyed, walked hesitantly through the hall, drawn by the sense of something. Something not entirely hostile, not entirely safe filling the space. They came together in a tight-knit group, each one leaning on the others for support. "Is it safe now?" a first year asked, her voice small and tremulous. Ginny knelt down in front of her, offering a smile that, though weary, was genuine. "We'll be okay. Hogwarts won't let us fall." As if to affirm her words, a soft tremor passed through the floor, barely perceptible, but enough to send ripples of energy up their spines. The stone walls seemed to groan as if shifting and adjusting, almost as if the castle itself were taking a deep breath. For a moment, the scion in the air seemed to lift just a little. "It's like the castle's fighting back," Neville murmured, wiping blood from his lip. Hermione's eyes narrowed. She'd always known that Hogwarts was more than just a building, it was a living, breathing entity in its own right. But never before had she felt the truth of that statement in such an immediate, tangible way. The floors under their feet seemed to hum, the air crackling with latent power. There was no denying it now. Hogwarts wasn't just a school. It was a fortress, a symbol, and above all, it was alive. The students glanced around at each other, unsure whether they should feel comforted or terrified by the castle's response. The echoes of the attack still lingered in their minds, but now, the sharp tang of fear was slowly being replaced by something new. Something more resilient. A sense of unity began to grow among the students, as if the castle itself was feeding them strength, infusing them with courage. It wasn't just about surviving anymore. They weren't just waiting to be rescued. The Hogwarts students were starting to realize that they were the ones who would protect the school, their home. Hermione stepped forward, looking around at the faces of the students still lingering in the great hall. There were tears, there were bruises, but there was also something else. Something indefinable but strong. "Hogwarts isn't just walls and towers," she said, her voice quiet but firm. "It's us. And no matter what happens, we're not going to let it fall." The students looked to one another, a spark of something shared igniting in their eyes. It was a look that would have made Harry proud. They were beginning to understand. Outside, the wind howled, but the school stood firm, cradled by its ancient walls. The attack might have brought them to the brink, but they hadn't fallen. And Harry, wherever he was, would find a way to fight back, and so would they. John's boots dragged against the flagstone as he stumbled forward, the flickering torchlight glinting off the blood smeared across his face. One arm hung limp, dislocated or worse, and his breathing was ragged, more drawn-out growls than anything human. He was nearly spent. His back screamed in protest with each step, ribs cracked, a deep gash over his temple leaking a steady line of red. But he didn't stop. The corridor before him shimmered with heat and eldritch power. Headmaster Morwen loomed ahead, his form stretched and distorted, flickering in and out of focus like a poorly tuned radio station between two nightmarish channels. His face wasn't a face anymore, too many eyes, all staring, all seeing. His mouth moved, but the words didn't follow logic. They rang directly into the bones. John raised a broken pipe he'd fashioned into a crude weapon. His sidearm was gone, his grenades used. He had nothing left but iron will and the sheer stubbornness that had earned him scars across half the continents of the world. Still on your feet, Morwen cooed, his many voices overlapping. An eerie chorus of mockery and curiosity. Even broken things can dance, it seems. John spat blood. Dance this, witch. He hurled the pipe like a javelin, it to hurt her, but to force her to react. She flicked it aside with a curl of a clawed finger, magic twisting through the air, fracturing reality as it passed. But that was the moment he needed, not to win, but to buy time. From behind, the wall cracked. Not the boy from the train platform. Not the trembling first-year facing trolls. Not even the seeker who'd dodged dragons. This Harry was something new, eyes burning with purpose. His robes were scorched, his knuckles scraped raw from fighting through enchanted stone, but he radiated strength and fury. The kind you only get when everything's been taken from you, and you choose to fight anyway. Get away from him, Harry bellowed. He didn't wait for Morwen to respond. Reducto. The spell shot like a missile, crashing into the twisted remains of its barrier. It shattered under the force. Not because of weakness but because of momentum. Harry pressed forward, spell after spell crackling from his wand like lightning from the clouds. Morwen screamed, not in pain, but in surprise. She reeled from the force, shadows trying to coil around her, but Harry pushed in, relentless. His spells didn't ask questions. They demanded answers. Behind her, John sank to one knee, grinning through bloodied teeth. Told you, he muttered. Kid's the hammer. Morwen clawed the air, summoning tendrils of raw darkness, but Harry met them with blinding white flamefox fire, old and sacred. It roared down the corridor like a phoenix reborn. I'm not afraid of you, Harry said, walking forward, his wand glowing like a sword. And I'm not alone. The creature reeled, flinching from the purity of the light. Morwen, the false headmaster, the half-god of unraveling nightmares, took a step back. And Harry advanced. The tide was turning, not because of fate, because a battered soldier wouldn't lie down, because a broken school was still standing, because Harry Potter chose to be the hammer. John lay on the edge of consciousness, vision swaying. Every breath felt like dragging glass through his chest. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his body screamed at him to stay down. But he wasn't done. Not yet. His fingers brushed against the pouch at his side, hidden, street, itched into the lining of his combat vest. A relic of another mission, another world. One he never wanted to revisit. Cold iron. Real cold iron. Unalloyed. Forged centuries ago by a blacksmith who prayed as he hammered. The blade was short, ugly, and dull-looking, but it was older than Hogwarts. It didn't shine. It drank light. John gritted his teeth, ignoring the seizing pain in his arm as he slipped the dagger free. He whispered to it, words that had no magic, just wait. You're up. Morwen lunged toward Harry, her form unraveling into a cyclone of limbs and whispers, teeth inside of teeth. John rose. Not in defiance, in purpose. His footsteps were unsteady, but his grip on the dagger was sure. As Morwen soared past him toward Harry, he pivoted, dragged the knife low, then upward with every ounce of strength left in his frame. The iron sank into her back. There was no scream, no roar of fury, just stillness. The magic around them stopped like a skipped heartbeat. Morwen froze mid-motion, her many mouths wide and gasping. Her form trembled, the illusions faltering, revealing something older, something skeletal and starless beneath the illusion of a witch's face. Harry turned, eyes wide. John. John didn't answer. He twisted the blade. Morwen's body cracked like old porcelain. His voice splintered across realities. His limbs dissolved into ash and wind. What remained collapsed into itself. falling inwards like a star going nova gone. Silence. And then the cold. John dropped to one knee, the dagger clattering to the ground beside him. Son of a witch, he exhaled. That worked. Harry rushed to his side, catching him before he fell. You stabbed him, Harry gasped. John coughed a laugh. He. Ow, he. Harry. John paused, taking a sharp breath in. Harry, you should see the other guy. Harry nodded toward the vanishing ashes. Was that a joke? Harry looked at his mentor in disbelief. The castle didn't cheer. It breathed. A deep exhale. Tension broken. For now. But behind the silence, both Harry and John could feel it. This wasn't the final battle. It was just the first one they'd won. November 96 PT2. The Daily Prophet, the 20th of November 1996. Localized Storm D. AMAGES East Tower Hogwarts repairs underway. By Marion Crouch, senior correspondent. An unusual weather event is being blamed for structural damage to the East Tower of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Officials report that no students were harmed during the magical turbulence, and classes are expected to resume without interruption. Professor Lucasta Pinch, Hogwarts' new deputy headmistress, confirmed in a press release. This was a minor atmospheric anomaly. The safety of our students remains paramount. When asked about the blackout of magical communication in the area for several hours, she declined further comment. WIZENGAMOT denies escalation in Hogwarts incident. The 22nd of November 1996. A formal inquiry petition by concerned family members was dismissed yesterday without deliberation. The Wizengamot ruled that no credible threat had occurred on school grounds and reiterated their confidence in the Hogwarts Board of Governors. In unrelated news, the Department of Magical Transportation has suspended flow access to the Hogsmeade region until further notice, citing maintenance recalibration. The Quibbler. The 23rd of November 1996. Where did they go? A number of Hogwarts students have not been seen in public since the beginning of the month. Official explanations claim scheduled fieldwork, but sources close to the school report entire dormitories temporarily shuttered in. Sightings of burned robes near the Forbidden Forest. One Hogsmeade resident refusing to be named claims to have seen the sky crack like glass over the castle on the night of the 17th. Ministry debunks reality distortion claims. The 25th of November 1996. Following the circulation of several unofficial accounts referencing spatial anomalies and time inversions near Hogwarts, the Department of Mysteries has issued a rare statement. No evidence supports claims of extra-dimensional interference or forbidden summoning rituals within Hogwarts. We advise the public to remain skeptical of baseless rumors. Minister Shacklebolt, when pressed about sightings of department agents around the school, responded simply, routine audits. Nothing more. Muggle Media Watch. No crossover detected. The 27th of November 1996. The Office of Magical Muggle Relations confirms no breaches in the Statute of Secrecy have occurred this month, despite heightened activity. A small spike in Muggle police reports from Northern SC. Outland sighting, disappearing buildings, and impossible echoes, has been chalked up to weather-induced hallucinations and promptly obliviated. One unnamed unspeakable was quoted off record. They think it was weather. Gods help us. Leaked memo. Muggle Prime Minister calls emergency session. Classified briefing not for public release top secret, from Redacted. 2. Redacted the 23rd of November 1996. Subject. Unsanctioned memory alterations. Prime Minister convened emergency cabinet after a senior advisor exhibited classic symptoms of Class 3 neural tampering. 3 ministers reported missing time, or P. Phantom events, inconsistent with their own journals and personal security footage. Internal Intelligence has confirmed contact with non-human entities in the Highlands, recommending all diplomatic back-K channels with Wizarding UK be suspended until clarification is received. Contingency Plan Orpheus Grey is now active. The Quibbler, Truth They Fear, Special Edition. The 25th of November 1996. Ministry Mind. Wipes Muggle politicians but forgets the cameras. This reporter has reviewed leaked footage from a Muggle intelligence bureau, captured during a closed-door meeting between British MPs. What begins as a routine discussion about rural infrastructure takes a surreal turn when the room fills with static and then resumes mid-sentence with no memory of the missing 11 minutes. "I saw her vanish," says one junior aide. "She came back smiling but had blood on her collar and didn't notice it." The ministry claims the footage is a hoax. We urge our readers, keep your eyes open. If you remember everything, you're already ahead. Intergovernmental press release, issued the 27th of November 1996, circulated among magical embassies only. To all magical liaison offices, the ICW recognizes growing tensions between magical and Muggle governing bodies across Europe and the Americas. All offices are instructed to increase obfuscation efforts, downplay anomalies, and strictly prohibit the use of obliviation on any Muggle official above Tier 2 clearance without full authorization from the Department of Mysteries. Failure to comply will be considered a breach of the Secrecy Pact of 1689 and a threat to magical civilization as a whole. Excerpt from Confidential Report, MOD. Secure Channels. Date: the 29th of November 1996. Location: RAF Fillingdales, North Yorkshire. Incident Report, White Echo. At 0213 hours, an unauthorized breach occurred within the secure perimeter of RAF Fillingdales Early Warning Station. 3 individuals, later confirmed to be non-cleared civilians, entered the command dome undetected by standard surveillance. Secondary recordings indicate the momentary interference of local magnetic fields and thermal signature displacement. Witnesses report the intruders wore long black coats or robes, and spoke in archaic or indecipherable English. One officer, Lieutenant Ames, described a sensation of dreaming while wide awake, followed by rapid memory loss. Critical failure point. During attempted containment, the lead intruder produced what has now been identified as a wand-like instrument and performed a form of hypnosis or neurological interference on Commander Weller. However, rather than blanking the commander's memory, the effect appeared to enhance short-term recall and induce a hyper-reactive neurological response. Commander Weller suffered a seizure and began repeating the words, "Hey, don't want to erase us, they want us unmade." Weller is currently in critical care under psychiatric observation. Outcome: one intruder was apprehended and is now being held under extreme isolation. The other 2 vanished literally from thermal and visual tracking. Audio logs recorded a final phrase: "Too much iron. The song can't take root." Incident has been classified. Ministry of Defense has suspended all non-essential data exchange with magical liaison officers. Prime Minister's office has declared this a containment failure and is escalating alert levels. Daily Prophet. Internal memo. Not for publication. 2. Magical law enforcement. Misuse of Muggle artifacts. Office subject: Fillingdales incident. The obliviation charm has failed under previously unknown atmospheric or material conditions, possibly related to the site's extensive use of electromagnetic shielding and iron-rich architecture. Initial theory: wand-based memory interference becomes unstable around concentrated magnetic field interference or noncompliant cognitive patterning. Colloquially, strong-willed minds are trained resistors. Unconfirmed but alarming. Unspeakable. Alice Arcross referenced with the White Echo anomaly suggests something at the site may have resonated with the intruders in ways that overwhelmed their own spellcasting. Excerpt from a classified MOD briefing, emergency report. Date: the 28th of November 1996. Location: MOD. Secure Conference Room, London. Subject: activation of Muggle contingency plans for magical threats, following the recent breach at RAF Fillingdales and the failed obliviation attempt. The British government has activated the first phase of its contingency protocols regarding non-conventional magical threats. Phase 1. Immediate assessment and secure communication lines. In accordance with Clause 7 of the Muggle Magical Contingency Agreement, the Ministry of Defense's Directorate for Unconventional Threats has established direct communication with the International Confederation of Wizards, specifically the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. All responses will be monitored through the established magical liaison channels to determine the scope and origin of the most recent breach. Contingency Protocol Activation. Global Intelligence Cooperation. The United Kingdom has officially shared classified reports with allied governments, including the United States, Russia, and select European Union members. These governments have been briefed on the need for heightened awareness surrounding magical phenomena. A joint working group is being set up to examine potential defensive measures, including magical detection and containment. The U.S. has provided preliminary data suggesting their military might be able to detect magical signatures using a combination of satellites and electromagnetic surveillance. National Emergency Response Force (NERF). Following internal discussions, the United Kingdom has reactivated a specialized wing of the National Emergency Response Force tasked with handling non-human or paranormal intrusions. Their first priority is to locate, neutralize, and contain any magical entities operating within UK borders. They've been equipped with standard-issue electromagnetic shields and anti-tampering devices, which have shown some promise against magic in preliminary tests. NERF is authorized to use lethal force in SAWs where a magical threat cannot be neutralized or contained by nonviolent means. Military reinforcements. In anticipation of further breaches, the Ministry of Defense has begun reassigning several military units to the Magical Defense Protocol Task Force. These troops are receiving specialized training in resistance against magic. The ministry has also tasked the Royal Air Force to develop anti-magic tactics, including aerial surveillance flights designed to track magical disturbances from the air. Public awareness. The Prime Minister's office has authorized an emergency campaign to prepare the public for potential disturbances. While the official line remains that no direct threats to civilian life are currently known, a series of public service announcements will be issued to help individuals identify and report any paranormal activity, such as inexplicable phenomena, strange weather patterns, or unexplained disappearances. Next steps. Phase 2. The government has authorized the creation of a special team of scientists, including quantum physicists, biologists, and neurologists, to conduct research into the nature of magical phenomena. Their task is to understand the fundamental laws that govern magic and its interaction with the physical world. Phase 3. In case of escalation, plans are in place for an evacuation and defense protocol for the general populace. The SAE includes safe zones in underground bunkers and facilities resistant to magical interference. Excerpt from the Mughal Prime Minister's Office, internal memo date, the 29th of November 1996. Subject: urgent coordination with wizards. Magical contingency brief. As per the communication from the Department of Magical Affairs, we are facing an unknown escalation. The wizards, while acknowledging the threat, are not forthcoming with specifics, potentially because they themselves lack full control or understanding of the situation. That leaves us in a vulnerable position. The public must remain calm, but we know that something far larger is at play. We must now act not only to protect the integrity of the government, but to ensure we maintain control over this situation before it gets worse. If things spiral out of control, I will be forced to consider extreme measures, including the possible use of military force against magical entities. Classified report. The United States Paranormal Response Unit (PRU) activation. Date: the 30th of November 1996. Location: the Pentagon, Washington, D.C. Subject: activation of Paranormal Response Unit and integration of non-human assets. The United States Department of Defense has activated the Paranormal Response Unit (PRU), a covert division tasked with responding to unexplainable and non-traditional threats, including those of magical origin. The team's composition has been intentionally diverse, made up of personnel with a range of unique abilities and backgrounds, many of which are unconventional or non-human. These individuals have been recruited, trained, and integrated into military service as part of a broader strategy to counter potential magical incursions. The PRU, previously an experimental division with a quiet mandate, now operates under full military jurisdiction. And its scope has expanded rapidly following the recent reports of magical disturbances originating from Europe. The team's new mission is to identify, track, and neutralize any magical or paranormal threats in U.S. territories, as well as abroad if necessary. Team composition: Captain Benjamin Ben Fallow, human enhanced soldier. A former U.S. Army Ranger, Captain Fallow is equipped with augmented enhancements derived from military experimentation. He is stronger, faster, and more resilient than a normal human, with specialized implants designed to resist magical effects. While his enhancements are not of magical origin, they allow him to operate in areas where traditional weapons and training may fail. Dr. Elisa Nix, Witch with Temporal Manipulation. Dr. Nix is a RMER academic in the field of temporal mechanics before being recruited by the government. As a witch, she possesses the ability to manipulate small-scale temporal shifts, slowing down or speeding up localized events. Her power is unpredictable and often drains her rapidly, but it has proven useful in both reconnaissance and combat situations. Nix was brought into the team to counteract magical threats by disrupting the timeline of magical attacks, if possible. Sergeant Malcolm Bryant, Lycanthrope Combat Specialist. Malcolm Bryant is a highly skilled werewolf, captured by the military at a young age and recruited as part of the government's initiative to harness paranormal creatures for national security purposes. While he can only transform under specific conditions, usually a full moon, his heightened senses and regenerative abilities make him invaluable in tracking and confronting magical entities. His control over his transformations is a closely guarded military secret. Private Tanya Kuro, Elemental Manipulator. Private Kuro is a young woman who was discovered to possess the rare ability to manipulate the four classical elements: earth, water, air, and fire. A mix of Japanese ancestry and untraceable magical lineage, Kuro is one of the few individuals who can manipulate these elements at will. Her ability to control fire and water is particularly useful in both defensive and offensive engagements with magical threats, although she is still learning to manage the limits of her power. Specialist Damian Cole, Ghostly Infiltrator. Damian Cole is a former soldier who died under mysterious circumstances during a covert operation in the Middle East. His resurrection, however, has not been through magical means but through a classified military process. Cole now exists as a spirit, bound to his earthly form by a combination of military technology and supernatural elements. His ability to phase through walls and remain undetected is unparalleled, making him the team's top infiltrator. His presence is unsettling for many, as his ghostly form can manifest as both an asset and a liability during missions. Lieutenant Alexander Lex Holt, Vampire Liaison and Specialist in Combat Strategy. Lieutenant Holt is a centuries-old vampire who has served in numerous military capacities throughout history. His military expertise, combined with his immortality and enhanced physical capabilities, makes him a valuable asset to the crew. Holt's role as the unit's strategist is vital, as his centuries of experience have allowed him to anticipate threats in ways that no human could. His connection to the magical world gives him a unique understanding of the enemy they are facing. The team's mission. Crew is on standby as the U.S. government prepares to deal with potential escalation of magical activities both domestically and abroad. Intelligence suggests the possibility of widespread magical manifestations, especially in regions experiencing supernatural interference. With the recent breach at RAF Fillingdales and the failed obliviation attempts in Europe, the United States has officially authorized a military response to confront these paranormal threats. The team's mission will be multifaceted: reconnaissance and identification. PRU will be deployed to identify magical or supernatural disturbances in civilian areas and military installations. They will also be tasked with tracking the source of these disturbances, using both conventional military intelligence and the team's unique paranormal abilities. Containment and neutralization. Crew is authorized to use any necessary force to neutralize magical threats. The team will work in tandem with the U.S. military to contain magical threats within restricted areas or zones, preventing further civilian harm or magical outbreaks. This may include dealing with rogue magical entities or individuals who do not adhere to government oversight. Magical deterrence and defense. The team will also be tasked with defending key military assets, including nuclear facilities and strategic locations that may be vulnerable to magical attack. While the U.S. is not fully prepared for magical assaults, efforts are underway to integrate magical defense strategies into the country's national security infrastructure. Immediate next steps. Deployment of crew units to high-risk areas, including sites near own magical hotspots in Europe and potential magical intersections in U.S. cities. Coordination with European military and intelligence agencies to assess possible transnational magical threats. Development of specialized, anti-magic, equipment and magical deterrent technologies. Top Secret Summary Report, U.S. Military Intelligence Date, the 30th of November 1996. Following multiple incidents and escalating threats in Europe, including the ongoing assault on Hogwarts and the rise of magical entities across the globe, the United States government has been forced to escalate its response. The activation of PRU is the first step toward a long-term strategy of co-opting paranormal and magical resources to protect American sovereignty. Early assessments suggest that cooperation with wizards and other magical beings may be necessary to counteract a growing enemy, though the U.S. military remains wary of full transparency in this matter. The American government is also considering the use of covert military operations to infiltrate wizarding communities and gather intelligence on the scope of magical warfare. End report. Classified report. Russian Occult Response and Containment Division RORCD activation. Date: the 30th of November 1996. Location: Ministry of Defense, Moscow, Russia. Subject: activation of Bureau of Earth Abnormal Response (BEAR) and deployment of supernatural assets. In response to the escalating magical and supernatural threats affecting European territories, Russia has activated its highly specialized covert division designed for the containment and neutralization of paranormal entities. The Bureau of Earth Abnormal Response (BEAR) has remained under wraps for several years but has now been fully mobilized, bringing together a team of military personnel, occult experts, and supernatural entities capable of facing the dangerous forces threatening Russian sovereignty. Unlike the paranormal teams in the US and elsewhere, BEAR draws heavily from Russia's rich tradition of Slavic folklore, tapping into ancient magical practices to create a unique response unit. This division blends modern military tactics with centuries-old spells and rituals, ensuring that Russia has the means to protect itself against both mundane and magical dangers. Team composition: Colonel Ivan Vova Petrov, enhanced soldier and exorcist. Colonel Petrov is a seasoned Spetsnaz officer who possesses a unique combination of military combat training and arcane ritual knowledge. Specializing in exorcism and spirit banishment, Petrov is capable of confronting paranormal threats that normal soldiers cannot. His expertise allows him to work seamlessly within the division's goal of both military defense and supernatural containment. Sergeant Katya Volkov, Ice Witch and Winter's Embrace. Serja N.T. Volkov hails from an ancient line of magical practitioners known as the Winter's Embrace. With the power to control and manipulate ice and cold, Volkov's magic proves especially effective against mystical creatures that are vulnerable to extreme cold. As a witch, her abilities serve as both offensive and defensive tools, using blizzards, ice walls, and freezing spells to fight against both magical and non-magical threats. Lieutenant Arkady Kuskov Petrov, shapeshifter and beast slayer. Lieutenant Kuskov's abilities are a legacy of his werewolf lineage. Able to transform into a massive wolf-like creature at will, Kuskov excels at tracking and confronting dangerous magical beasts. His heightened senses and supernatural strength make him a natural leader in hunting down rogue creatures, especially those drawn from Slavic legends, such as Kashay the Deathless and Baba Yaga's minions. Major Darya Dasha Makarova, Rusalka spirit summoner and water witch. Major Makarova has an unparalleled connection with the Rusalka, water spirits of Slavic lore. With her unique abilities, Makarova is capable of commanding the spirits to assist in a variety of tasks, from combat to reconnaissance. Her power to manipulate bodies of water is essential in subduing magical entities near lakes, rivers, or other aquatic environments, and her communion with water spirits makes her invaluable in the containment of water-based magical threats. Private Oleg Vasilisa Kozlov, cursed artifact hunter and necromancy specialist. Kozlov's expertise lies in the dark and dangerous art of necromancy, specializing in the identification, containment, and neutralization of cursed magical artifacts. Kozlov has become one of the division's most valuable assets. He is also well versed in dealing with the undead and can manipulate the energies of the deceased to locate and neutralize malicious spirits or ancient magical entities. His knowledge of necromancy is both practical and dangerous, allowing him to O control forces that others dare not approach. Sergeant Dmitry Morozov, shamanic medium and spirit whisperer. Sergeant Morozov, a skilled shaman, commands spirits from the Slavic tradition, particule. Arli the Rusalka and other elemental entities. His ability to summon and communicate with spirits grants him insight into the supernatural world, providing RORCD with a much-needed edge in dealing with unknown entities. Morozov's work involves locating threats, calming restless spirits, and providing spiritual guidance for the unit's more arcane operations. The team's mission. The Bureau of Earth. Abnormal Response Bear's core mission is to neutralize magical threats that are deemed to be beyond the capabilities of conventional military forces. These threats range from rogue magical creatures to malevolent spirits, necromantic forces, and powerful wizards. Bear is deployed both domestically within Russian borders and internationally, in cases where Russian sovereignty or security is jeopardized by supernatural events. Bear's objectives are as follows. Containment and combat of magical entities. The team is tasked with responding to threats such as Kashe, Baba Yaga, and the Domovoi, which are too dangerous for the Ministry of Magic's standard forces. They engage these entities head-on, using their knowledge of Slavic magic to subdue or eliminate these threats. Protection of Ent Russian artifacts and magical sites. Our PRU is responsible for securing critical magical artifacts that are key to Russian national security. This includes relics such as the Sword of Ivan the Terrible and the Book of Tsarist Spells. Items of great power that must be protected at all costs. Bear personnel are trained to defend such artifacts against theft or misuse. Counteracting necromantic forces. With the increasing presence of necromantic magic in Europe, Bear has been tasked with neutralizing any forces that attempt to raise the dead or manipulate spirits. Necromantic magic is particularly dangerous as it disturbs the natural order, and Bear is one of the few teams capable of halting these dark rituals. Magical intelligence gathering. Bear works closely with Russian intelligence RVICES to monitor magical activity both in Europe and globally. This involves using occult practices to gather intelligence on potential threats and understanding the movements of dark wizards such as Voldemort. This intelligence is then used to formulate military and magical strategies that protect Russian interests. Top Secret Summary Report. Russian Military Intelligence Date, the 30th of November 1996. The formation of Bear marks a significant step forward for Russia in its global efforts to counter magical and supernatural threats. While there has been some resistance to Bear's methods among more traditional military factions, the unit's effectiveness in dealing with paranormal threats cannot be denied. Russia's policy remains one of isolation and self-reliance, and Bear's success is seen as crucial in maintaining the nation's control over its magical and military assets. Reports indicate that Bear has already neutralized several paranormal events in the Volga River basin and along the eastern borders, preventing incursions by rogue magical creatures and addressing several necromantic outbreaks. However, the division's secrecy and refusal to cooperate with international efforts may result in growing tension with the European Union and other wizarding governments, who may not agree with Russia's independent approach. End report. Classified report. United Kingdom's Occult Response Team Activation UKORT. Date: the 20th of December 1996. Location: Ministry of Magic, London, United Kingdom. Subject: activation of the United Kingdom Occult Response Team UKORT and deployment of supernatural assets. In the wake of growing magical and supernatural threats on the European continent, the United Kingdom has officially mobilized its own covert unit designed to handle paranormal incursions. This unit, known as UKORT, United Kingdom Occult Response Team, has drawn heavy inspiration from both the American and Russian teams, but with a crucial distinction: its team members are, average CIT Izens who just so happen to have some questionable skills and experience in bizarre situations. Unlike their American and Russian counterparts, who are heavily trained in arcane rituals, combat magic, and military strategy, UKORT's team consists primarily of regular citizens. It's clear they have no idea what they're really dealing with, but the ministry insists they are the last line of defense for the United Kingdom. Whether that's a brilliant stroke of hope or complete madness remains to be seen. Team composition: Barry, the bouncer; Thompson, nightclub bouncer and occasional drunk tank rehabilitator. Barry, a 6'5", 250-pound mountain of muscle, has zero magical ability, but he does have some experience handling rowdy clubgoers and breaking up bar fights. In recent months, he's learned to push people out of places they shouldn't be and has taken a particular interest in learning how to deal with magical creatures. Unfortunately, this means he tends to tackle anything that even remotely looks like trouble, including, but not limited to, floating poltergeists and mystical wards. He's kind of the team's muscle and unofficial morale officer, even though he has absolutely no idea what's going on. Doreen, Dottie, Sampson, retired librarian and herbal tea enthusiast. Doreen Sampson, known as Dottie to her friends, spent the majority of her life cataloging dusty books and knitting socks. She's been a staunch believer in mystical energy ever since she accidentally summoned a lost cat with her collection of New Age crystals. Now, she is the team's occult expert, despite her limited experience with anything more dangerous than a paper cut. Dottie uses a combination of tea leaves, essential oils, and a lot of hopeful chanting to detect disturbances, which, shockingly, sometimes works when she's not in the middle of a heated debate about the best herbal blend for calming energies. Terrible Terry Jones, unemployed former stand-up comedian. Terry is the team's wildcard. He used to be a stand-up comedian, but his career tanked when no one could understand the metaphysical humor in his routines about wizards, ghosts, and magical realism. Now, he spends his time trying to get supernatural entities to see the funny side of things. His main weapon is a magic wand that he bought from an online store for a very reasonable price. He insists it's real. Unfortunately, it mostly just makes sparkly noises and annoys ghosts. Terry's main contribution is his ability to lighten the mood, which the team has begun to rely on more than they'd like to admit. Gary, the IT guy. Brown, its support specialist. Gary's expertise lies in rebooting computers, solving email issues, and sitting in endless conference calls. He also has an unusual talent for translating magical runes, mostly because he once read a book on ancient languages while waiting for a server to come back online. Gary insists that technological solutions can work on magical problems. His attempts to connect a magical artifact to the Wi-Fi and download updates have been unproductive. Nevertheless, he can often be found muttering about portals and system settings while trying to decipher ancient magical texts with absolutely no formal training. If anyone can get a cursed object to run on Windows, it's Gary. Susie Hargrove, middle-aged gymnastics instructor. Susa N is the only one with some semblance of useful training, as she was once a competitive gymnast in her youth. Unfortunately, she is now middle-aged and out of shape, but she's still convinced she can flip her way out of any problem. Her team-oriented focus on agility has been helpful when it comes to dodging hexes, though her back does go out about once a week. She's often seen attempting ailing to teach the others basic physical combat maneuvers like cartwheeling around the head of a ghost or swinging her legs in an acrobatic display for distracting enemy forces. She's also an explica Bly convinced that there's a way to negotiate with werewolves using positive reinforcement. The team's mission. The UKORT's mission is to handle any magical occurrences that fall outside the ministry's immediate jurisdiction. Despite their complete lack of experience, the team is tasked with responding to magical incursions with the hope that their combined skills, however improbable, might make them an effective deterrent to supernatural forces. Given that their first major assignment is investigating reports of a large boggart infestation in the abandoned basement of a Muggle post office, UKORT is already facing an uphill battle. The ministry's official line is that this is an emergency team response, but the team has mostly been preparing by, holding team building exercises, aka awkward staff meetings, and watching YouTube videos of how to handle magical creatures 101. It's clear that they have a long way to go before they even begin to understand what's really going on. Team's recent efforts. Encounter with boggart in the abandoned post office. The team's first mission went badly. It turns out none of them know how to deal with a boggart properly, and their attempts to reason with the shapeshifting creature were met with confusion, laughter, and one near-drowning incident involving a very upset postman. They eventually solved the issue by, quite literally, aiming at the creature until it dispersed. Attempt to stop a poltergeist at a local pub. Another mission saw UKORT attempting to stop a local poltergeist from causing havoc at a popular pub. Unfortunately, the poltergeist, named Tommy, was quite fond of their brand of slapstick humor and left the team tied up in a broom closet for 3 hours, until Gary, who was on Wi-Fi duty, managed to free them. Top Secret Summary Report. UKORT, Ministry of Magic. Date, the 21st of December 1996. Please not these guys. The UKORT's initial deployments have been less than successful, but they have generated positive top-level attention. The ministry has decided that their sheer enthusiasm for tackling magical problems will hopefully help them get through the learning curve. Meanwhile, we are still monitoring He team's interactions with magical creatures and determining how best to integrate them into broader magical defense protocols. While UKORT's successes have been minimal, they've managed to reduce the impact of magical disturbances by sheer luck and unwavering optimism. Their willingness to approach magical threats with humor and a "we'll figure it out later" mentality has made them a very brightest response to the growing global supernatural crisis. Should we face any future magical threat in the UK, it's unlikely that this team will be the deciding factor, but their heart is in the right place. End report. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Date, the 5th of December 1997. The heavy air of tension that had lingered for weeks over Hogwarts was finally beginning to settle. The shattered walls, the burned hallways, the signs of dark magic scarring the ancient stone, it was all slowly being repaired. Professors worked tirelessly to mend the physical damage, while the students began to pick up the pieces of their disrupted lives. In the Great Hall, life was returning to some semblance of normalcy. The students were whispering about the latest Quidditch match, and the house elves were back to serving warm meals. Though an odd air of unease still clung to the school, but it was in the halls and classrooms where the true shift had occurred. Professor McGonagall was now the unofficial headmistress. Having assumed the position in the wake of Dumbledore's mysterious removal, the transition had been difficult for many. McGonagall, though composed and fiercely capable, had inherited a broken institution. And the weight of leading Hogwarts through a time of growing darkness was not one she took lightly. Still, her sharp eyes and no-nonsense demeanor had begun to restore a sense of order to the school. For all her strength, however, McGonagall could not fully erase the uncertainty in the Ira challenge that loomed as she took the reins. John's recovery. Location: Hogwarts Infirmary. John lay in one of the infirmary's beds, his muscles sore, his bones bruised, and his mind weary from the brutal fights he'd endured. The pounding headaches, the strange aftereffects of being exposed to so much dark magic, these things still gnawed at the edges of his consciousness. His clothes were patched with healing charms and layers of makeshift bandages, a testament to the battle he'd fought. Yet even in his bruised state, John couldn't bring himself to rest completely. He was far too accustomed to moving, to action, to the feeling of urgency. The door to his room creaked open, and he turned his head to see Harry enter. The young wizard wore a tired but determined look. The shadows under his eyes seemed to hold the weight of too many sleepless nights. They both knew the battle was far from over. "How are you feeling?" Harry asked, his voice a mix of concern and understanding. John gave a wry smile, leaning up on his elbows despite the pain that surged through his body. "Better than I look," he replied, though the words were hollow. The truth was, he was far from healed physically and emotionally. He could feel the invisible scars from the fight with Morwen and the harrowing hours spent in that damned labyrinth. But Harry didn't need to know all that right now. "Good to hear." Harry hesitated before continuing. "I want to thank you for everything." John raised an eyebrow, surprised. "For everything? I didn't exactly win the day." Harry shook his head. "You held it together when we needed you. Not just with the fight, but the way you kept pushing through. I think if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have made it out of there." John's eyes softened, just for a moment. He had never been one for sentimentality, but he could feel the sincerity in Harry's words. It meant more than he'd let on. "You're welcome, kid." Before Harry could respond, the door opened again. This time, Snape walked in, his usual cold demeanor set firmly in place. He didn't spare a glance at John but instead addressed Harry. "We need to talk, Potter," Snape said, his tone clipped. John's brow furrowed, but he bit back the urge to say something about the man's infamous treatment of students. There was more to Snape than his dark exterior, but it was still hard to respect someone who had constantly undermined him. The weight of everything they'd been through now sat between them, like an unspoken agreement to move past old grudges for the sake of the larger goal. Snape turned his gaze to John, his sharp eyes narrowing. "You may want to listen in, since you were so involved in this particular mess. As you are no doubt aware, Hogwarts is in a precarious position, and things are far from settled." His words were pointed and cold, but there was a small hint of something else there, a grudging respect, perhaps. John nodded and adjusted himself in his bed. "I'm listening." Snape leaned forward, the weight of his next words heavy. "We're not out of danger. Not by a long shot. We've stopped one threat, but that doesn't mean the war is over. The headmaster's removal is a clear sign that someone wants to control this school. And Morwen," he hesitated for a moment, as if considering his next words carefully. Morwen was merely the tip of the iceberg. Harry listened intently, his eyes narrowing. "Then we need to stop whoever's behind all this." "Indeed," Snape replied, his voice laced with something darker than usual. "But we need more than just courage. We need information, strategy, and time," John interjected, sitting up a little straighter, despite his body's protests. "I've seen a few wars in my time, and the hardest part isn't the fighting. It's knowing when to wait, when to pull back, and gather yourself. And it's that waiting that will be our biggest challenge." Snape gave a sharp nod, his black eyes scrutinizing John with an unreadable expression. "You may not be as inept as I initially thought," Snape muttered, though his tone was begrudging. "You may just be able to offer more than a few of these students combined." "Let's hope so," John said quietly. "Because if we're going to survive what's coming, we'll need every bit of what we've got left." Harry stood and met John's gaze with a small, appreciative smile. "We'll do this together. The more we learn, the better chance we have." As the trio fell into a quiet, uneasy silence, a creeping realization formed in the back of Harry's mind. The road ahead was filled with darkness, but now, more than ever, he knew they weren't walking it alone. The castle, still wounded but recovering, seemed to hum with a quiet anticipation, as if waiting for the next storm. The weight of the unknown loomed over them all, but for the first time in a long while, Harry felt like they were beginning to fight back together. Chapter: Dumbledore's Detainment. Location: Unknown Safe House, Ministry of Magic. Date: December 2, 1996. Albus Dumbledore sat alone in a small, dimly lit room, the weight of both his imprisonment and the shifting tides of the wizarding world bearing heavily on his shoulders. Once the unrivaled headmaster of Hogwarts, now an uninvited exile, his mind was as sharp as ever, though the bureaucracy that had orchestrated his removal from the school threatened to dull even his most potent plans. His fingers traced the edge of the table before him, absent-mindedly running over a chipped corner of wood. He had seen many crises in his long life, yet nothing had felt quite like this, a full-scale assault on both his person and his principles. The Ministry, once a place where he had hoped to see justice and order in a chaotic world, had become his captor, a tool of political manipulation wielded with ruthless precision. For days, he had been kept in this inconspicuous location, a room inside an undisclosed safe house, surrounded by layers of Ministry-created distractions and false leads, designed to keep him away from the one place he could make a difference, Hogwarts. The note from McGonagall, the saint he'd received from his most trusted ally, had been brief. "The situation is dire, Headmaster. The students are restless, but we are holding the line. Hogwarts still stands. We fight on." It was all he needed to know, and yet, it was never enough. The walls of the safe house seemed to close in around him as each hour ticked by without word, without progress. Ministry Politics. Location: Ministry of Magic. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Date: December 1, 1996. Across the hall, in the heart of the Ministry, a very different type of battle was being waged. Folly, the Ministry's new head of magical law enforcement, had made it his mission to keep Dumbledore out of the game permanently. Folly's office was crowded with papers and dusty tomes, his desk barely visible under piles of bureaucracy. He looked over at his assistant, a harried young man, who was trying to keep pace with the rapidly increasing flow of correspondence. His eyes flicked to the newest report detailing Dumbledore's continued absence from Hogwarts and the growing unrest among the students. "It's only a matter of time before someone comes looking for him," Folly muttered, irritation crawling into his voice. "We've got to be ready." His assistant nodded nervously. The headmaster's influence over the students, they're still loyal to him. The whispers are growing louder. The DA is still very much a presence. Folly's eyes narrowed as he read through a recent memo. "That's where we've got him. The old fool might have had power, but it's being dismantled piece by piece." He paused, chewing the inside of his cheek thoughtfully. "We control the narrative now. We make sure the Ministry's orders are obeyed, and those who resist, like Dumbledore, will learn just how powerful we've become. Even the wizarding world has to understand that there are limits to idealism. The illusion of control. Location: unknown safe house, Ministry of Magic. Date: December 2, 1996. Back in the safe house, Dumbledore's thoughts had taken a darker turn. It wasn't just that they were keeping him away from Hogwarts. No, it was the strategic precision with which they had done it, keeping him in a perpetual state of confusion and isolation. To most, it seemed like nothing more than a political inconvenience. But to Albus, it was an orchestrated campaign to wear down the trust he had spent a lifetime building. He had hoped, initially, that McGonagall's leadership would be enough to maintain some semblance of order at Hogwarts. But it was becoming increasingly clear that the storm cloud that had descended on the school wasn't just external, it was an insidious, internal attack that threatened to undermine everything he had worked for. Albus's thoughts turned to the situation with the students, their resilience, their growing fears. He knew the heart of the battle wasn't just against the Ministry, nor was it solely against the dark forces gathering in the shadows. It was a battle for the hearts and minds of the next generation. As much as he had tried to protect them, there was no shield large enough to block out all the threats. The uncertainty gnawed at him, but he held on to the one thing he knew was true: he would never give up on them. Even if he was far away, even if the Ministry had cut him off from the world he knew, Dumbledore would find a way to re-enter the fray. If not directly, then indirectly through the people who still believed in him. A knock on the door interrupted his musings. It was a soft sound, almost imperceptible, but Dumbledore's sharp mind immediately noticed the subtle change in the air. There was an unspoken message in the gesture, one he had been waiting for. The door creaked open, and a cloaked figure stepped in. The light from the single candle flickered as the figure revealed themselves. "I thought you'd be awake," said a familiar voice, low and hushed. "Severus," Dumbledore breathed, his voice a mixture of surprise and relief. "I wondered how long it would take for you to reach me." Ministry's grasp tightens. Location: Ministry of Magic, Head of Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Office. Date: December 2, 1996. Folly stood in his office, the glow of the hearth reflecting on his polished desk. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of his assistant entering. "Sir," the assistant began, "there's been another report about the DA. They're still making waves in the castle. The students are beginning to rally behind McGonagall, and some believe Dumbledore will return at any moment." Folly sighed, rubbing his temples. "Then we must ensure that he never does. Not while we are in control." Folly's mind shifted back to the task at hand, securing complete dominance. The public image was vital. Dumbledore's absence had already caused enough ripples. No, the Ministry needed more. They had to replace the headmaster with someone who would comply, someone who could reshape the school into a more obedient institution. He looked to the papers on his desk. A new headmaster would be appointed soon. Someone to steer Hogwarts away from Dumbledore's influence, someone whose loyalty was assured. This was not the first battle Folly had won, but it was one he intended to finish with a flourish. The Shadows' support. Location: unknown safe house, Ministry of Magic. Date: December 2, 1996. Snape moved into the room, his black eyes flicking to the sparse surroundings. "There's no time for pleasantries, Albus. The situation at Hogwarts is getting worse. McGonagall is holding strong, but the students, especially those in the DA, are restless. If we don't act soon, we risk losing them entirely." The Ministry's grip is suffocating the school. Dumbledore's heart sank. And you are here to offer me your help. Snape gave him a sharp, calculating look. I never left you, Headmaster. But I can't keep fighting your battles alone. You've made your enemies in the Ministry, but you're not without allies if you can get to them. I have a plan for that. Your loyalty has always been a point of conflict, Severus. Dumbledore said quietly, studying the man before him. But I trust you now more than ever. Snape hesitated for a moment, a flicker of something fleeting crossing his face, before he nodded. We need to get you back to Hogwarts. Once you're there, we can rally the support we need. But we'll need to move quickly before the Ministry decides you're too much of a threat to even remain alive. As Dumbledore's thoughts swirled, he knew the Ministry's war against him was only just beginning. But he would not go quietly into the shadows. Not yet. He wasn't finished. Not by a long shot. The Ministry's web location. Ministry of Magic date, December 2, 1996. Back in the Ministry, Folly stood in his office, looking out at the darkening skies of the wizarding world. He was a man accustomed to power. Accustomed to controlling the narrative, but even he couldn't stop the creeping sense of unease that began to form in the pit of his stomach. Dumbledore wasn't done yet. November, 96 PT3. Location: Hogwarts Infirmary, December 3, 1996. John lay flat on his back in the hospital wing, swaddled in layers of bandages, bruises rippling under taut skin, stitches stitched by hand. Not wand. The room around him buzzed faintly with the usual undercurrent of magical life, potions bubbling in distant cabinets, floating candles casting soft golden glows. And yet, the most extraordinary thing about this moment was how ordinary it felt for John, anyway. Madame Pomfrey hovered nearby with her wand poised, concern flickering behind her professional frown. She'd tried 5 different healing charms on his ribs earlier that morning. Nothing. The spell would hit his skin, spark with an irritated snap, and dissolve like a soap bubble. Well, she muttered, consulting her notes. Either your constitution is entirely foreign or you're the most obstinate patient I've ever had. Could be both, John grunted, voice hoarse but amused. He tilted his head to look at her. But I've been worse. I'm just not used to staying in bed after a fight. A few paces away, Professors Flitwick and Sprout sat conferring in hushed tones, their eyes frequently darting back to the bed. It wasn't every day a man helped kill a headmaster turned nightmare, collapsed from blood loss, and refused to be magically healed. I just don't understand, Flitwick whispered, voice barely audible. Even minor spellwork slides off him like oil. Healing charms should work on anything living, not him. He's like static. A silence in the spell. Sprout nodded slowly, chewing her lip. And yet, he walks through Eldritch wards like he's strolling through a field. Maybe there's something in that silence. From his bed, John heard them. Of course he did. A decade of black ops in classified magical fields made you attuned to whispers. It's not that I'm special, he muttered under his breath, staring at the ceiling. I'm just not yours. Harry dropped by mid-morning, sitting by his bedside and offering a smirk. You look like someone just dug you out of a dragon's stomach. John gave a weak laugh. I felt like I got chewed up and spit out. Might have been better if the darn thing just finished the job. Harry's smile faded slightly. I heard about the cold iron. That's how you ended it. John nodded once, slow. Didn't win because I was stronger. Won because I was prepared. That's the trick, Potter. Knowing when the magic won't save you, and bringing your own tools to the fight. Harry leaned back, brows furrowed in thought. You're not a wizard, but you fought like one. No, John said, eyes closing for a beat. I fought like a soldier. That's different. Over the next few days, his wounds mended, but not with potions, spells, or magical salves. Instead, it was clean gauze, sterile needles, slow physiotherapy. And the discipline of someone who'd pulled himself back from worse. Students whispered that he must be cursed, that the spells couldn't find him. Some theorized he was magical, but in a way the world no longer understood. Some said he wasn't magical at all. But John didn't care. He'd never needed spells to be dangerous. And he wasn't done yet. Let the castle rest. Let the wizards heal with their charms. John would take the long road like always. Location: Hogwarts, Muggle Studies Classroom, December 9, 1996. The snow had begun to settle on the ledges of Hogwarts, soft and powdery, giving the ancient castle the look of a storybook fortress rather than the haunted war zone it had been only weeks earlier. But inside the warm stone walls, life was returning, not fully, not cleanly, but enough to let the children laugh again. John sat at the front of his now expanded Muggle Studies classroom, cane leaning against his desk, posture careful. The stiff movements betrayed the deep bruising still wrapped around his ribs, but his presence was calm and reassuring, the way a lighthouse must seem to a shipwrecked sailor. The students packed the room twice as many as before. Normally, this elective was sparsely attended, a soft subject with easy credits. But now, the man who'd stood toe-to-toe with monsters, who'd saved parts of the school and its students, was the professor. The stories were spreading faster than a Gryffindor rumor. "You're not going to teach us how to shoot guns, are you?" A third year from Ravenclaw asked, half joking. "Only if we run out of coffee," John replied dryly, earning laughter from half the room. He stood carefully, favoring his left leg, and tapped the board behind him. "No, today's lesson is about resilience, and how your world and mine define it differently." He scribbled in chalk. "Discipline, imagination, consequences. You lot have grown up with magic as your birthright. A wand in your hand since 11. You think in spells and potions. But what happens when none of that works? What do you rely on then?" Silence followed, curious and expectant. A Muggle doesn't get an incantation to solve their problems. We bleed early and often. We endure. We adapt. That doesn't make us better. But it makes us something else. And when the two worlds cross, he let the sentence hang in the air. We all have something to learn. Students scribbled notes. A few just watched him, transfixed. Not for the lecture though, it was good, but for him. His presence. A scarred man still walking, still teaching, even after bleeding in the bowels of their school. After class, the flood of questions became more personal. "Professor John, is it true you stabbed the headmaster with a dagger made of iron?" John raised a brow. "Did you read that in the Quibbler?" More laughter. More respect. The last student lingered after the others left, a quiet Hufflepuff with round glasses and a shy tone. "Do you think I could be brave like that?" John's eyes softened. "Brave isn't about not being afraid. It's about being afraid, and doing what needs to be done anyway. And yeah, I think you could be." She smiled, cheeks pink, and hurried out. When the door finally shut, John let out a slow, weary breath. He limped back to his chair, every step echoing the cost of his fight. But as he looked out the frosted window to the snow-covered courtyard below, he found something he hadn't felt in a long while. Peace. Not because the war was over. It wasn't. But because the next generation was watching and maybe, just maybe, learning something that didn't come from a spellbook. Location: Hogwarts, training room below the Great Hall, December 11, 1996 evening. The training room had once been part of the castle's catacombs, long forgotten. Now, it echoed with the dull thuds of boots on stone and the occasional ragged breath. The space was mostly empty, bare save for a few practice dummies, sparring circles etched in white chalk, and a scattering of mismatched magical artifacts John had deemed probably harmless. Harry stood in the middle of the room, sweat glistening on his brow, shirt clinging to his back, wand at the ready. Across from him, John stood shirt-sleeved and stiff, the bruises still visible beneath the healing lines of scar tissue. His movements were slower than usual but precise. Measured. "You hesitate," John said as Harry lowered his wand after a spar. "Not out of fear, out of guilt." Harry frowned, breathing heavily. "I'm trying to do this right. Not just win." John nodded slowly, walking a half circle around the boy. "Here's the thing, Harry. The thing no one wants to say out loud." Harry listened, wand still in hand. "None of this is fair. Not the monsters, not the war, not the choices you're going to be forced to make. There's no balance scale weighing good intentions. There's only the damage you cause, and the damage you prevent." Harry's jaw clenched. "I know that. You think you do," John replied. But you still believe you're in a story where the right thing will always work if you just try hard enough. I'm telling you, this enemy, it doesn't care about being understood. It's not evil in the way you've fought before. It's wrong, broken, Older than language. It doesn't want power. It wants to end things. You. This place. Reality. Harry lowered his wand. Then why fight it? John looked him dead in the eyes. Because I'd rather die screaming in the dark than live quietly in a lie. Silence. John limped forward and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. You're not here to beat it. You're here to give others a chance. That's the job. Sometimes that means you win. Sometimes it means you buy 10 seconds so someone else can win after you. Harry blinked, eyes burning with an emotion he hadn't yet named. John stepped back. Again, he said simply. Harry raised his wand without hesitation. This time when he cast, it wasn't out of desperation. It was out of understanding. He fought not like someone who believed he would win but like someone who knew why he had to keep fighting. Location. Hogwarts, Staff Quarters, December 12, 1996 evening. The flickering candles in the small side room, off the staff dining hall cast long shadows on the stone walls. It was late past the usual supper hour and only 2 men remained at the long, worn table, Severus Snape and John. Their meal was simple, soup and dark bread, the kind of food meant more to warm the body than please the palate. Snape, ever meticulous, ate in silent precision. John, slower now thanks to the tight pull of half-healed wounds, pushed pieces of bread around his plate, chewing idly. For a while, neither spoke. Then John said quietly, I've seen it before. Not the mark on your arm, the other one. Snape didn't look up. He reached for his goblet, sipped the bitter wine, and waited. That feeling, like something watching from the other side of the mirror. The way your shadow pulls wrong on the wall when you're tired. The way dogs don't quite trust you. John's voice wasn't accusing, just observant. Snape finally looked at him, eyes narrowing. Say what you mean. John leaned back, shoulder groaning with effort. You touched something beyond the veil once. I don't know how, I don't know when. But I can tell. It's the same look I've seen on people who walked too far into the jungle, came back, changed, not evil, just marked. The candlelight danced in Snape's dark eyes, and for a moment, he looked far older than he was. I was 16, Snape said, voice barely more than a whisper. Brilliant, arrogant, obsessed with magic older than time. There was a spell half formed, unfinished. Lily and I found it in a crumbling book that shouldn't have existed. He didn't say her name like someone mourning. He said it like someone remembering light through stained glass. I crossed something, saw something, a moment, a presence. I came back and swore it was nothing. But it was. It still is. And that thing I brushed against. It's in me, like a second pulse. Quote. John nodded slowly. That's what Voldemort saw, isn't it? Not loyalty, not potential, just the stain. He saw you as kin. Snape's hand curled around the goblet. He called me brother, said I was close enough to understand. I let him believe it. They sat with that. The crackle of the fire behind them was the only sound. You ever wish you'd gone further? John asked quietly. Finished the spell. Quote. Snape's smile was thin and sad. I wish I'd turned back before I ever opened that book. John raised his mug. Here's to not being able to undo the past. But still walking forward anyway. Snape clinked his goblet against John's. And for a brief, fragile moment between 2 men marked by wars no one else could see, they were not enemies, not even allies. Just survivors. The fire crackled gently, casting long shadows along the stone walls. Plates lay scraped clean, pushed to the side. It was late. The castle had quieted down, but something in the silence between John and Snape felt heavier than any spell or curse. Snape regarded the other man coolly, but not unkindly. You recognized it. The mark. On me. John didn't answer immediately. He took a slow sip from his mug and set it down. Eyes fixed on the fire. Yeah, he finally said. I've seen it before. Snape waited, patient. There was a mission, John said, voice distant, like he was watching it all again through frosted glass. Not mine. I wasn't supposed to be there, just fresh out of training. But they pulled me in because, well, I don't play by the same rules. The real team, the old team, was already on site. They called themselves the Hollow Watch. Snape's brow furrowed. He knew that name. The leader was a man named Fallow. Jacob Fallow. Brilliant tactician. Cold under pressure. And oh, nay of the only men I've ever seen stare into the void and not blink. He had this way of seeing the whole board. Like a chessmaster who also knew the pieces personally. Wife divorced him but kept his kid himself. He leaned forward, voice quieter. Something ancient stirred under the ruins of a ghost town in Kazakhstan. The kind of place where time forgets itself. We were tracking unnatural interference dreams that killed. People walking into the night and never returning. Jacob's team went in first. My group followed in when contact went dark. A pause. By the time we got there, the only thing left standing was Fallow. Jacob, holding the line. Behind him was a tear in the world, not magic. Not even that. It was something else. A wound in reality, bleeding thought and nightmare. The team was gone, absorbed, transfigured, screaming from behind their own reflections. John swallowed. He looked me dead in the eyes and handed me the kill switcher remote detonation with a non-Newtonian payload. Experimental. It'd close the wound, maybe. But someone had to be inside to ensure the implosion worked. His voice dropped, and Jacob walked in. Snape looked down, and sealed the breach. John exhaled. He didn't just seal it. He bought us time. Time we're still using up. Silence again, long and respectful. I stayed behind with Benjamin, his son, after, John added. Helped raise him from a distance. His mum didn't want him in the game. But fate's funny like that. Snape stared into the fire, the lines on his face deeper somehow. Yeah, John said, and you've touched it too. Whatever it is. And that mark, that's what Voldemort recognized in you. The same way he smells blood, he smells otherness. Snape nodded faintly. He never trusted me, not fully. Perhaps now I understand why. John sat back in his chair. We're not heroes, not in the storybook sense. We're the fail-safes, the last hand on the lock. And if we fail, John looked Snape dead in the eye. Then there won't be a world left to tell the story. The fire popped. Outside, snow drifted gently past the tower window. 2 men, a spy and a soldier, quietly swearing, without speaking, that they'd hold the line again if they had to. Location: unknown, December 14, 1996. Voldemort no longer walked. He drifted. The form that had once been man-shaped was now a silhouette stitched from unraveling void and red-veined mist. Draped in the illusion of robes. His eyes, if they could still be called that, were glassy marbles of starlight gone sour, flickering with something older than hate. He did not blink anymore. He did not breathe, and he did not speak in the human sense. His words slipped through minds like a knife slipped through flesh, leaving impressions, commands, and dread behind. Where is the Auror outpost in Wales? He rasped, though his mouth barely moved. The Death Eater kneeling before him trembled, blood dripping from her eyes. Gone, my lord. The storm you called swallowed the coastline whole. No survivors. Voldemort's laugh was not a sound. It was a flicker in the lights, a warping in the air. The shadow that used to follow him, his tether, his anchor, was gone now. Reality no longer bound him the way it once had. He was free, and in that freedom, something broke. Bellatrix stood at his side, reverent but wary. Even her madness looked restrained beside him now. We are winning, she whispered. We are, Voldemort said, voice echoing too many times in too many tones. But not fast enough. He turned, drifting toward the bone-white map of the British Isles etched across the floor. Pockets of resistance glimmered like ulcers. Hogwarts a throbbing wound, the Ministry flickering with infighting, Muggle radar outposts circling invisible threats with increasing urgency. They still cling to the old stories. Light and dark, good and evil, even Potter still fights like a child, with rules. His presence bent the very lines of the room. Cracks spider-webbed from beneath his floating form. The castle around him, his castle, no groaned, as if it resented the task of holding something so unnatural within its bones. I have seen beyond, Voldemort muttered. What lies past the veil isn't death. It's freedom, chaos, truth. I am not a man anymore. I am the answer to the question no one dares ask. Bellatrix, eyes wide, dared to speak again. And what of the boy? A pause. Then, in a whisper that made the torches go out, Voldemort said, he will break. Or he will become like me. Either way, he will serve. And with that, he drifted through the wall, leaving frost and the stench of ozone in his wake. The Death Eaters, all hardened killers and zealots, waited until he was gone before breathing again. The war wasn't being won on battlefields anymore. It was being won in nightmares. And Voldemort was the king of them all. Location: Hogwarts, Staff Meeting Room. Date: December 15, 1996. The staff room still smelled faintly of ash and blood despite the cleaning charms. Smoke stains clung to the rafters like memories too stubborn to forget. Minerva McGonagall sat at the head of the table now, her hands folded neatly over a stack of parchment. Her jaw was tight, lips drawn thin. She hadn't spoken yet. Around her sat the remaining teachers. Sprout, Flitwick, Hooch. Even Firenze stood against the wall, arms crossed, his eyes distant. They'd gathered like survivors at the edge of something enormous and unknown. And in the silence, the unspoken truth lingered. Hogwarts had nearly died, and one of their own had helped keep it breathing. Snape stood near the far wall, his arms folded across his chest. Robes impeccable, face unreadable but no longer masked in shadows. "I'm not a spy anymore," he said flatly, finally breaking the silence. "That game is over." Minerva's eyes sharpened. "Then perhaps it's time you started acting like it." Snape stiffened. "I did what I had to do to stay in character." "You did what you wanted," she snapped, rising slightly. "You humiliated students, belittled them. You used your role as a shield to settle old grudges. We all made sacrifices, Severus. But you made yours at the cost of children." Flitwick cleared his throat gently. "She's not wrong. We understand the role you played, but there are wounds among the students that won't heal just because your cover's been lifted. Some of those wounds are in Harry," Pomona added softly. "And Ron. And Neville. You broke him, Severus. And I don't know that he'll ever trust a professor again." Snape's jaw clenched. He said nothing for a long moment. Then, quieter than before, he murmured, "I know." Firenze stepped forward. "The stars do not judge but men must. It is not vengeance we seek, Severus, but accountability. Do not hide behind the war now that the war has come to your doorstep." Snape's expression flickered just for a moment as if something cracked. A fragment of guilt, a shard of regret. "I don't expect forgiveness," he said. "But I still have work to do. I can still help, if any of you will let me." Minerva studied him, her expression hard but not without pity. "You're not wearing a mask anymore, Severus. That's something. But if you truly mean to help, you'll need to start with your own students. Even if they never trust you again." Snape nodded once. "I intend to." Outside, snow began to fall. A reminder that even the harshest seasons could be followed by quiet. But inside the castle, no one forgot the fire they'd just come through, or the ghosts that still wandered the halls. Location: Greenhouse 7, Hogwarts. Date: December 16, 1996. Neville Longbot. Tom crouched beside a patch of frostbitten fluxroot, carefully trimming the damaged stems with a steady hand. The early morning air in Greenhouse 7 was damp and cold, the glass panes steamed with condensation. Professor Sprout had given him permission to tend the more sensitive plants himself, said it helped keep them alive, especially after all they'd endured. Truth was, it helped him feel alive. He didn't hear the door open. He didn't notice the footsteps until the shadow fell across the row beside him. Neville looked up, shears still in hand, and froze. Professor Snape stood at the entrance, arms behind his back, dressed in black as always. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were less sharp than usual, more tired. "Longbottom," he said quietly, as if the name itself were a spell being tested. "May I have a word?" Neville straightened slowly, heart already racing. "Why, yes, sir." There was a long pause. For a moment, it looked as if Snape might simply walk away. "I owe you more than an apology," he finally said. "But I'll start with one." Neville blinked. "You, what?" "I failed you," Snape said. "I mocked you, diminished your efforts, and reinforced your fears instead of helping you face them. I justified it as part of my role in the war. But that wasn't all of it. I was cruel, and that was inexcusable." Neville's throat felt dry. He didn't trust it enough to speak. Snape continued, now shifting slightly to the side, examining the plants with an odd sort of reverence. "Sprout tells me you've an aptitude for herbology beyond your years," he said. "And that you've shown interest in potion ingredients. Though, understandably, not potions themselves. Neville stiffened. I don't want to make mistakes again. Snape nodded slowly. Then perhaps we should make them together. That hung in the air. I'm not asking you to forgive me, he added. Only to let me teach you. If you're willing. Neville looked down at the roots he'd been tending. His first instinct was to say no. He had every right to. Snape had once been his worst nightmare light rally, thanks to the boggart in third year. But war had changed them both. And if he'd learned anything, it was that strength didn't come from hate. It came from the choice to be better. He met Snape's gaze. I'll try, Neville said. But only if you do too. Snape inclined his head. Fair enough. As he turned to leave, Neville called after him. Professor. Snape paused. I'm not the boy you used to scare, Neville said. And I don't think I want to be the man who holds on to that fear. Snape gave a faint nod. And perhaps there's hope for both of us yet. The greenhouse door closed behind him with a soft click. Neville looked back down at the fluxroot, and for the first time in a long while, the frost didn't seem so impossible to melt. Harry leaned against the courtyard railing, arms crossed, breath fogging in the cold. A light snowfall dusted the edges of the transfigured training mats below, where John, still wrapped in gauze and a stiff brace across his ribs, circled a seventh-year student who was easily a head taller. Come on, Thomas, John barked, voice hoarse but sharp. You don't stop just 'cause I'm limping. You stop when I make you. Quote. The other student, a wiry Hufflepuff with a background in Quidditch, lunged. John dropped low, pivoted despite his obvious pain, and used the boy's momentum to flip him onto the mat with a jarring thud. The air rushed out of Thomas in a grunt. Harry winced. Not for Thomas, for John. That move cost him. John sat back, clearly biting down a groan. You all right? He asked the boy he just slammed. Thomas, dazed but grinning, gave a thumbs up. All good, sir. Good. Let that be a lesson. You don't need strength when you have leverage and control. Class dismissed. The small group of volunteer students filtered off, murmuring to each other. Some were giddy, some sore, but all of them a bit more grounded literally and metaphorically than when they started. Harry stayed. John slowly stood, clearly favoring his left side. Don't say it, he said, not even looking at Harry. I know I shouldn't be doing this. Harry smirked. Wasn't going to say that. John gave him a skeptical glance. Fine, Harry amended. I was going to say that. But then I remembered who I was talking to. John chuckled, walking stiffly to the edge of the mat and lowering himself to sit. This helps. Keeps the ghosts quiet. You know. Harry didn't reply right away. Instead, he sat beside him, watching the snow fall in silence for a moment. You're still injured, he finally said. You're still trying to save the world with a stick and a scar, John replied. We all have our crutches. Harry cracked a grin despite himself. John leaned back slightly, wincing. You wanted something. Harry hesitated. Not really. I just wanted to see you train. I think I get it now. Why you don't teach magic. John looked at him. You train the parts of us that magic can't fix, Harry said. The part that still gets up when everything hurts. The part that doesn't flinch when reality's breaking. John didn't respond right away. He just stared out at the courtyard, snow clinging to the stone arches. The castle beginning to look peaceful again. Magic is amazing, John said eventually. But I've seen wizards fold under pressure because no spell taught them to take a hit and keep going. Eldritch horror or otherwise doesn't care if you know Latin. He looked at Harry, expression softening. You've got it, though. That grit, you're going to need it soon. Harry nodded. We all are. A moment passed. Then John added with a smirk, also, grappling's the one thing Voldemort can't monologue his way out of. Harry laughed. A real one. And for just a second, even with the looming dark, the world felt survivable again. You know, John said, tone casual, when I was younger, I hated violence. Harry, bent over with hands on his knees, huffed a laugh. You've got a strange way of showing it. John chuckled. No, I mean really hated it. I thought anyone who made their life about hurting people had already lost something essential. Something human. He stopped pacing. But that's before I learned the truth. He knelt down and drew a line in the frozen dirt with a stick. This is the line between life and death, he said. And when someone or something is trying to erase your existence, kindness doesn't stop them. Words don't stop them. Magic doesn't always stop them. He looked at Harry. What does? Harry hesitated. Force. Violence. John corrected, blunt and cold. Not because you want to. Not because it's glorious. But because if you don't unleash heck at the right moment, they don't just kill you, they kill everyone behind you. He stood again. Violence, in its purest form, is a tool. Like a scalpel. Like a hammer. Like fire. Dangerous, yes, but when used by someone with a steady hand, it saves lives. Harry straightened up, jaw clenched, eyes dark. So, you're saying the good guys have to be as violent as the bad guys? John's expression softened not with pity, but with understanding. No, I'm saying the good guys have to be better at it when it counts, because they hate using it. Because they only bring it when there's no other choice. He stepped closer. You'll face something soon, something not even Voldemort fully understands. It won't negotiate. It won't respect power. It only understands finality. You hesitate. You try to win. Nicely. John paused. You won't win at all. Harry looked away, the weight of it all settling on his shoulders again. Then how do you live with it? John exhaled, gaze distant. You don't live with it, Harry. You carry it, and if you're lucky, you find people who help you carry it. They stood in silence. Finally, Harry nodded. I think I understand. John patted his shoulder. Let's hope you never have to. But if you do, make it count. And in the frostbitten dark, teacher and student walked back toward the castle. One lesson heavier than before. Location. The courtyard by the greenhouses. Date. December 18, 1996, late afternoon. The last bit of sun clung to the horizon, its golden light scattering rough the frost-covered glass panes of the greenhouses. A small, familiar group had gathered to unwind after training. Neville laughing with Luna over some misremembered spell, Dean and Seamus tossing conjured snowballs. And Ginny Weasley seated alone on the courtyard bench, scarf looped loosely around her neck, a book resting unread on her lap. Harry spotted her from across the path, lingering behind the others. Heart tapping a little faster. He didn't plan the moment. He never did with Ginny. Mind if I sit? He asked, voice uncertain in a way it hadn't been during drills or battles. Ginny looked up, then shifted over with a crooked grin. Sure, I thought you'd be off in the room of requirement, punching shadows with John. Harry chuckled as he sat beside her. Took the night off. Thought, I might remember what it's like to talk to people without sweating or bleeding. She nudged his shoulder. Very brave of you, Potter. They sat in a companionable quiet. The sounds of the others faded, leaving the soft creak of winter trees and their breath fogging in the air. I saw you during sparring, she said suddenly. You hesitated, not because you didn't know the move but because you were pulling it. Harry looked down, brushing snow from the bench. Didn't want to hurt Dean. I think I've finally hit that point where I know what it feels like to go too far. Ginny nodded, eyes thoughtful. That's what makes you good. You know. He smiled at her then, a quiet, tired smile. You're pretty good at this. The talking bit. I've got 6 brothers. Talking is survival. He laughed, and the moment opened a little wider. Hey, he said after a beat, nervousness creeping in, I've been thinking about something. Yeah, us. I mean, I don't know what it is exactly, but I'd like to figure it out. Slowly, if that's all right. Ginny blinked, and her lips curled into a soft smile, smaller than her usual grin, but warmer. Yeah, she said, I'd like that. Harry exhaled, tension slipping from his shoulders. Not a grand kiss or a sudden rush, just the start of something real, something gentle in a world that rarely was. And as the evening settled around them, they stayed there side by side, warm against the cold. The laughter of their friends had faded into the chill evening air. Harry and Ginny remained on the bench, the hush between them more electric than any words they might have shared. Ginny glanced over at him, the last hints of golden light reflecting in her eyes, and Harry felt the pull of something old and new all at once. Something he'd been pushing down, trying not to want too much, not to need too deeply. But the world had never listened to his plans. Without thinking, without hesitation, he leaned in. And Ginny didn't flinch. She leaned in too, their lips meeting in a kiss that was warm, deep, and undeniably real. Her hand slid up his arm, resting against the back of his neck, anchoring them both in the present, away from prophecy and war. The kiss held none of the nervousness of their words. Just the quiet, desperate affirmation of two people who had lost too much already. When they finally pulled apart, breath mingling in the cold, Harry kept his forehead again. Saint hers for a moment longer before withdrawing, a line creasing between his brows. "I'm sorry," he whispered, voice ragged. Ginny blinked. "Sorry. I shouldn't have. I mean, I wanted to. But that's the problem, isn't it?" He stood, pacing a step away from her before turning back. "I've been trying not to want things. Not to hope for things like this." She stayed seated, watching him carefully. "I think I'm supposed to die, Ginny." His voice broke, low and bitter. "I don't have proof, just the way people look at me. The way Dumbledore talked. The way Voldemort obsesses over me. I'm the bloody lightning rod for all this madness. And if I let myself care too much about anyone, it feels like I'm just setting them up to get hurt." Ginny rose, closing the distance. "Do you think not caring would protect us from that pain?" Her voice was soft, but resolute. "Because it wouldn't. And it's not fair to carry that alone. I don't want to drag someone down with me," he said, eyes wet now, angry with himself for letting it show. "You didn't drag me anywhere, Harry. I walked into this war the same way you did, eyes open." She reached for his hand, fingers threading through his. "If the world's going to end, I'd rather spend what time we have being honest about how we feel. With you." Harry didn't answer right away. He looked down at their hands, then up into her eyes. "I'm still scared." "Good," she said, and squeezed his hand. "So am I." And in the growing dark, they stood there, two young teens holding onto each other, not as saviors or symbols, but simply as two hearts choosing hope, even when they knew it might hurt. The common room was quiet, shadows flickering on the walls as the fire burned low. Most students had gone to bed already, the excitement of the coming holidays beginning to settle into something warm and nostalgic. But Harry sat alone on the old, cushioned window seat overlooking the dark grounds of Hogwarts, his forehead resting against the cold glass, his breath leaving faint foggy clouds against it. He'd been chasing sleep for an hour, but it refused to come. His mind, though not racing, was active, softly, steadily turning over the past year like worn pages in a book he'd read too many times. It had been nearly a year and a half since Sirius had fallen through the veil. That grief still lived inside him. It always would, but it was no longer a sharp wound. It was quieter now, more of a presence than a pain. There were nights like tonight where he missed Sirius so fiercely it ached in his ribs, but the ache no longer left him hollow. Now, it gave him a kind of strength. A direction. Sirius had died fighting for the world they were all trying to save. Harry had been chasing that ideal since. But now, he wasn't just reacting. He was leading, teaching, choosing. He looked at his reflection in the glass. His eyes seemed older now. Still green, still his mother's, but steadier. A part of that was Ron and Hermione, always steady at his side. A part of it was John, whose gruff mentorship and brutal truths about the real nature of survival had changed the way Harry saw the world. And part of it was Ginny's hope in a future, her choice to stand with him even when it terrified them both. He still had fear, still had anger, but he didn't feel alone anymore. Not like he had in the months after Sirius died, when it seemed like the world would ask everything of him and leave him nothing in return. He was still scared of what might come. But for the first time in a long time, he wasn't just surviving. He was living. The fire gave a final crack before settling low into embers. Harry leaned back into the cushion, eyes drifting shut, one last thought keeping him warm. "I don't know how much time we have left, but it's enough to fight for." December 21, 1996, Gryffindor Common Room. Snow drifted lazily outside the high castle windows, casting soft, blue-white light onto the stone floors. The castle was quieter than usual, not from absence, but from tension. This year, Hogwarts had made the unusual decision to keep all students over the holidays, citing safety concerns and ongoing instability outside its walls. Families were informed, arguments were had, but the decision stood. And so, on the eve of Christmas, the Gryffindor Common Room remained filled not with noise or raucous celebration, but with a warm buzz of low conversation, the kin Born of tired comfort and shared hardship. Ron slouched on the couch near the fire, a half-unwrapped chocolate frog in hand. So, that's it, we're staying for Christmas. First time since first year. Only this time it's not because we want to. Hermione sat on the rug beside him, back against the armrest, her legs tucked under a blanket. At least we're safe. And, together, Harry emerged from the staircase leading to the dormitories. A folded wool blanket slung over his arm. He looked tired but content in the firelight, his scar a pale mark against his skin. You two sound like a married couple. Ron gave him a lazy grin. Just waiting on your approval, mate. Hermione rolled her eyes but leaned into Ron a little more. Honestly. Harry sat across from them in a chair worn smooth by generations of Gryffindors. For a few moments, they didn't speak. The fire popped, casting shadows that danced along the walls. Outside, the snow kept falling. It's strange, Harry said quietly, being here like this. Everything's changed and yet this feels normal. Us, talking like this. Hermione looked over, her expression soft. We needed this. Yeah, Ron said. It's been mad. Feels like every time we stand still, something explodes. Quote, Harry smiled, but it was a tired smile. Or someone. Usually me. They laughed, the sound a relief in the quiet. Hermione looked at both of them, serious now. We're not the same people we were at the start of the year. You've both changed. I've changed. But I think we needed to. To be ready for what's coming. Harry nodded slowly. It's not over. No, Ron agreed. But it's Christmas. Let's pretend it is. Just for tonight. Harry leaned back and let himself exhale, the weight on his shoulders not gone but lighter, shared. The golden trio sat, together as they once had. Three friends in a common room, firelight on their faces, snow at the windows. Older, wiser, maybe a little more broken. But still together, still whole, in the ways that mattered. Harry, Hermione, and Ron remained in the common room long after the others had gone to bed. The fire had dulled to embers, casting a red-orange glow across their tired faces. They sat together on the rug, close but not speaking until Hermione broke the silence. I think I found something, she said, her voice low and thoughtful. In the restricted section, Ron perked up slightly. Another cursed diary, or one of those books that screams when you open it. Hermione shook her head. A journal, handwritten, hidden inside an old book of magical theory, the spine hollowed out to keep it safe. Whoever it belonged to, they called themselves the Half-Blood Prince. Harry sat up straighter. The same name as the spellbook I found at the beginning of the year. Yes, but, she replied, eyes locked on the flames. Older, different handwriting. This one isn't about dueling spells or textbook hacks. It's something more. She pulled the worn journal from beneath her blanket and set it gently between them. The cover was dark, stained by time and magic. No name, just that same title inked inside the first page, The Path of the Half-Blood Prince. He was trying to understand something ancient, she continued. Old magic. Magic that doesn't follow the rules. It reads like someone trying to break through reality. Or maybe hold it together. Harry frowned. Was he trying to stop something? Like the things we've seen? Hermione nodded slowly. I think so. The entries get more erratic the deeper you go. There are pages I can't even read. The ink seems to shift, or vanish when you focus on it. But what I did read, he knew something was coming. He thought he could fight it, at least a friend he called Flower. Ron scratched the back of his neck, uncomfortable. So what happened? Did they win? I don't know. The last entry was unfinished. Just a line repeated 3 times. I am not alone in here. Flower is here too. Then, nothing. The silence returned for a moment. A strange mix of awe and dread settled between them. Do you think, Harry began, we're walking the same path? Hermione looked at him. Maybe. He was someone like us. Someone caught between worlds. Half in, half out. I think he was a student once, too. Maybe he tried to do what we're doing now. Hermione said, with a small, fierce smile, maybe we're not the first to try. But that doesn't mean we'll fail like he did. Harry reached out, resting his hand on the old journal. Then we'll finish the journey. Outside, the snow fell in silence. And somewhere deep in the stones of the castle, ancient magic stirred watching. Waiting. I had this idea in my head, wanting out. I am hoping you are enjoying this exploration of war, combat, living and survival. I forgot where I had it, but I listened to the song, Hi. Ren, and used some of that for the argument with fighting eldritch horrors. The song is amazing, hope you listen to it. As always, love your reader. Please provide feedback or if you have any ideas you would like to see explored. Let me know. Deck 96. Location Hogwarts Infirmary, December 3, 1996. John lay flat on his back in the hospital wing, swaddled in layers of bandages, bruises rippling under taut skin. Stitches stitched by hand, not wand. The room around him buzzed faintly with the usual undercurrent of magical life, potions bubbling in distant cabinets, floating candles casting soft golden glows. And yet, the most extraordinary thing about this moment was how ordinary it felt for John, anyway. Madame Pomfrey hovered nearby with her wand poised, concern flickering behind her professional frown. She'd tried 5 different healing charms on his ribs earlier that morning. Nothing. The spell would hit his skin, spark with an irritated snap, and dissolve like a soap bubble. Well, she muttered, consulting her notes. Either your constitution is entirely foreign or you're the most obstinate patient I've ever had. Could be both, John grunted, voice hoarse but amused. He tilted his head to look at her. But I've been worse. I'm just not used to staying in bed after a fight. A few paces away, Professors Flitwick and Sprout sat conferring in hushed tones, their eyes frequently darting back to the bed. It wasn't every day a man helped kill a headmaster-turned-nightmare, collapsed from blood loss, and refused to be magically healed. I just don't understand, Flitwick whispered, voice barely audible. Even minor spellwork slides off him like oil. Healing charms should work on anything living, not him. He's like static. A silence in the spell. Sprout nodded slowly, chewing her lip. And yet, he walks through eldritch wards like he's strolling through a field. Maybe there's something in that silence. From his bed, John heard them. Of course he did. A decade of blah, CK ops in classified magical fields made you attuned to whispers. It's not that I'm special, he muttered under his breath, staring at the ceiling. I'm just not yours. Harry dropped by mid-morning, sitting by his bedside and offering a smirk. You look like someone just dug you out of a dragon's stomach. John gave a weak laugh. I felt like I got chewed up and spit out. Might have been better if the darn thing just finished the job. Quote. Harry's smile faded slightly. I heard about the cold iron. That's how you ended it. John nodded once, slow. Didn't win because I was stronger. Won because I was prepared. That's the trick, Potter. Knowing when the magic won't save you, and bringing your own tools to the fight. Harry leaned back, brows furrowed in thought. You're not a wizard, but you fought like one. No, John said, eyes closing for a beat. I fought like a soldier. That's different. Over the next few days, his wounds mended, but not with potions, spells, or magical salves. Instead, it was clean gauze, sterile needles, slow physiotherapy, and the discipline of someone who'd pulled himself back from worse. Students whispered that he must be cursed, that the spells couldn't find him. Some theorized he was magical, but in a way the world no longer understood. Some said he wasn't magical at all. But John didn't care. He'd never needed spells to be dangerous. And he wasn't done yet. Let the castle rest. Let the wizards heal with their charms. John would take the long road like always. Location: Hogwarts, Muggle Studies Classroom, December 9, 1996. The snow had begun to settle on the ledges of Hogwarts. Soft and powdery, giving the ancient castle the look of a storybook fortress rather than the haunted war zone it had been only weeks earlier. But inside the warm stone walls, life was returning, not fully. Not cleanly, but enough to let the children laugh again. John sat at the front of his now expanded Muggle Studies classroom, cane leaning against his desk, posture careful. The stiff movements betrayed the deep bruising still wrapped around his ribs, but his presence was calm and reassuring, the way a lighthouse must seem to a shipwrecked sailor. The students packed the room twice as many as before. Normally, this elective was sparsely attended, a soft subject with easy credits. But now, the man who'd stood toe-to-toe with monsters, who'd saved parts of the school and its students, was the professor. The stories were spreading faster than a Gryffindor rumor. You're not going to teach us how to shoot guns, are you? A third year from Ravenclaw asked, half joking. Only if we run out of coffee. John replied dryly, earning laughter from half the room. He stood carefully, favoring his left leg, and tapped the board behind him. No, today's lesson is about resilience. And how your world and mine define it differently. He scribbled in chalk. Discipline. Imagination. Consequences. You lot have grown up with magic as your birthright. A wand in your hand since 11. You think in spells and potions. But what happens when none of that works? What do you rely on then? Silence followed, curious and expectant. A muggle doesn't get an incantation to solve their problems. We bleed early and often. We endure. We adapt. That doesn't make us better. But it makes us something else. And when the two worlds cross, he let the sentence hang in the air. We all have something to learn. Students scribbled notes. A few just watched him, transfixed. Not for the lecture though, it was good, but for him. His presence. A scarred man still walking, still teaching. Even after bleeding in the bowels of their school. After class, the flood of questions became more personal. Professor John, is it true you stabbed the headmaster with a dagger made of iron? John raised a brow. Did you read that in the Quibbler? More laughter. More respect. The last student lingered after the others left, a quiet Hufflepuff with round glasses and a shy tone. Do you think I could be brave like that? John's eyes softened. Brave isn't about not being afraid. It's about being afraid, and doing what needs to be done anyway. And yeah, I think you could be. She smiled, cheeks pink, and hurried out. When the door finally shut, John let out a slow, weary breath. He limped back to his chair, every step echoing the cost of his fight. But as he looked out the frosted window to the snow-covered courtyard below, he found something he hadn't felt in a long while. Peace. Not because the war was over. It wasn't. But because the next generation was watching and maybe, just maybe, learning something that didn't come from a spellbook. Location. Hogwarts, training room below the Great Hall, December 11, 1996 evening. The training room had once been part of the castle's catacombs, long forgotten. Now, it echoed with the dull thuds of boots on stone and the occasional ragged breath. The space was mostly empty, bare save for a few practice dummies, sparring circles etched in white chalk. And a scattering of mismatched magical artifacts John had deemed, probably harmless. Harry stood in the middle of the room, sweat glistening on his brow, shirt clinging to his back, wand at the ready. Across from him, John stood shirt-sleeved and stiff, the bruises still visible beneath the healing lines of scar tissue. His movements were slower than usual but precise. Measured. You hesitate, John said as Harry lowered his wand after a spar. Not out of fear, out of guilt. Harry frowned, breathing heavily. I'm trying to do this right. Not just win. John nodded slowly, walking a half circle around the boy. Here's the thing, Harry. The thing no one wants to say out loud. Harry listened, wand still in hand. None of this is fair. Not the monsters, not the war, not the choices you're going to be forced to make. There's no balance scale weighing good intentions. There's only the damage you cause, and the damage you prevent. Harry's jaw clenched. I know that. You think you do, John replied. But you still believe you're in a story where the right thing will always work if you just try hard enough. I'm telling you, this enemy. It doesn't care about being understood. It's not evil in the way you've fought before. It's wrong, broken, older than language. It doesn't want power. It wants to end things. You, this place, reality. Harry lowered his wand. Then why fight it? John looked him dead in the eyes. Because I'd rather die screaming in the dark than live quietly in a lie. Silence. John limped forward and put a hand on Harry's shoulder. You're not here to beat it. You're here to give others a chance. That's the job. Sometimes that means you win. Sometimes it means you buy 10 seconds so someone else can win after you. Harry blinked, eyes burning with an emotion he hadn't yet named. John stepped back. Again, he said simply. Harry raised his wand without hesitation. This time when he cast, it wasn't out of desperation. It was out of understanding. He fought not like someone who believed he would win but like someone who knew why he had to keep fighting. Location. Hogwarts, Staff Quarters, December 12, 1996 evening. The FL. Ickering candles in the small side room off the staff dining hall cast long shadows on the stone walls. It was late past the usual supper hour and only two men remained at the long, worn table, Severus Snape and John. Their meal was simple, soup and dark bread, the kind of food meant more to warm the body than please the palate. Snape, ever meticulous, ate in silent precision. John, slower now thanks to the tight pull of half-healed wounds, pushed pieces of bread around his plate, chewing idly. For a while, neither spoke. Then John said quietly, "I've seen it before. Not the mark on your arm, the other one." Snape didn't look up. He reached for his goblet, sipped the bitter wine, and waited. That feeling, like something watching from the other side of the mirror. The way your shadow pulls wrong on the wall when you're tired. The way dogs don't quite trust you. John's voice wasn't accusing, just observant. Snape finally looked at him, eyes narrowing. "Say what you mean." John leaned back, shoulder groaning with effort. "You touched something beyond the veil once. I don't know how, I don't know when. But I can tell. It's the same look I've seen on people who walked too far into the jungle, came back, changed, not evil, just marked." The candlelight danced in Snape's dark eyes, and for a moment, he looked far older than he was. "I was 16, Snape said, voice barely more than a whisper. "Brilliant, arrogant, obsessed with magic older than time. There was a spell half-formed, unfinished. Lily and I found it in a crumbling book that shouldn't have existed." He didn't say her name like someone mourning. He said it like someone remembering light through stained glass. "I crossed something, saw something, a moment, a presence. I came back and swore it was nothing. But it was, it still is, and that thing I brushed against, it's in me, like a second pulse." John nodded slowly. "That's what Voldemort saw, isn't it? Not loyalty, not potential, just the stain. He saw you as kin." Snape's hand curled around the goblet. "He called me brother, said I was close enough to understand. I let him believe it." They sat with that. The crackle of the fire behind them was the only sound. "You ever wish you'd gone further?" John asked quietly. "Finished the spell." Snape's smile was thin and sad. "I wish I'd turned back before I ever opened that book." John raised his mug. "Here's to not being able to undo the past. But still walking forward anyway." Snape clinked his goblet against John's. And for a brief, fragile moment between two men marked by wars no one else could see, they were not enemies, not even allies. Just survivors. The fire crackled gently, casting long shadows along the stone walls. Plates lay scraped clean, pushed to the side. It was late. The castle had quieted down. But something in the silence between John and Snape felt heavier than any spell or curse. Snape regarded the other man coolly, but not unkindly. "You recognized it. The mark. On me." John didn't answer immediately. He took a slow sip from his mug and set it down, eyes fixed on the fire. "Yeah," he finally said. "I've seen it before." Snape waited, patient. "There was a mission," John said, voice distant. Like he was watching it all again through frosted glass. "Not mine. I wasn't supposed to be there, just fresh out of training. But they pulled me in because, well, I don't play by the same rules." The real team, the old team, was already on site. They called themselves the Hollow Watch. Snape's brow furrowed. He knew that name. The leader was a man named Fallow. Jacob Fallow. Brilliant tactician, cold under pressure, and one of the only men I've ever seen stare into the void and not blink. He had this way of seeing the whole board. Like a chessmaster who also knew the pieces personally. Wife divorced him but kept his kid himself. He leaned forward, voice quieter. Something ancient stirred under the ruins of a ghost town in Kazakhstan. The kind of place where time forgets itself. "We were tracking unnatural interference dreams that killed, people walking into the night and never returning. Jacob's team went in first. My group followed in when contact went dark." A pause. "By the time we got there, the only thing left standing was Fallow. Jacob, holding the line. Behind him was a tear in the world, not magic. Not even that. It was something else. A wound in reality, bleeding thought and nightmare. The team was gone, absorbed, transfigured, screaming from behind their own reflections." John swallowed. He looked me dead in the eyes and handed me the kill switcheroo. Moat detonation with a non-Newtonian payload. Experimental. It'd close the wound, maybe. But someone had to be inside to ensure the implosion worked. His voice dropped, and Jacob walked in. Snape looked down, and sealed the breach. John exhaled. He didn't just seal it. He bought us time. Time we're still using up. Silence again, long and respectful. I stayed behind with Benjamin, his son, after, John added. Helped raise him from a distance. His mum didn't want him in the game. But fate's funny like that. Snape stared into the fire, the lines on his face deeper somehow. Yeah, John said, and you've touched it too. Whatever it is. And that mark. That's what Voldemort recognized in you. The same way he smells blood, he smells otherness. Snape nodded faintly. He never trusted me. Not fully. Perhaps now I understand why. John sat back in his chair. We're not heroes. Not in the storybook sense. We're the fail-safes. The last hand on the lock. And if we fail, John looked Snape dead in the eye. Then there won't be a world left to tell the story. The fire popped. Outside, snow drifted gently past the tower window. 2 men, a spy and a soldier, quietly swearing, without speaking, that they'd hold the line again if they had to. Location. Unknown, December 14, 1996. Voldemort no longer walked. He drifted. The form that had once been man-shaped was now a silhouette. Stitched from unraveling void and red-veined mist, draped in the illusion of robes. His eyes, if they could still be called that, were glassy marbles of starlight gone sour, flickering with something older than hate. He did not blink anymore. He did not breathe, and he did not speak in the human sense. His words slipped through minds like a knife slipped through flesh, leaving impressions, commands, and dread behind. Where is the Auror outpost in Wales? He rasped, though his mouth barely moved. The Death Eater kneeling before him trembled, blood dripping from her eyes. Gone, my lord. The storm you called. Swallowed the coastline whole. No survivors. Voldemort's laugh was not a sound. It was a flicker in the lights, a warping in the air. The shadow that used to follow him, his tether, his anchor, was gone now. Reality no longer bound him the way it once had. He was free, and in that freedom, something broke. Bellatrix stood at his side, reverent but wary. Even her madness looked restrained beside him now. We are winning, she whispered. We are, Voldemort said, voice echoing too many times in too many tones. But not fast enough. He turned, drifting toward the bone-white map of the British Isles etched across the floor. Pockets of resistance glimmered like ulcers. Hogwarts a throbbing wound, the Ministry flickering with infighting, Muggle radar outposts circling invisible threats with increasing urgency. They still cling to the old stories. Light and dark, good and evil, even Potter still fights like a child, with rules. His presence bent the very lines of the room. Cracks sp. Eider webbed from beneath his floating form. The castle around him, his castle, no groaned, as if it resented the task of holding something so unnatural within its bones. I have seen beyond, Voldemort muttered. What lies past the veil isn't death. It's freedom, chaos, truth. I am not a man anymore. I am the answer to the question no one dares ask. Bellatrix, eyes wide, dared to speak again. And what of the boy? A pause. Then, in a whisper that made the torches go out, Voldemort said, he will break. Or he will become like me. Either way, he will serve. And with that, he drifted through the wall, leaving frost and the stench of ozone in his wake. The Death Eaters, all hardened killers and zealots, waited until he was gone before breathing again. The war wasn't being won on battlefields anymore. It was being won in nightmares. And Voldemort was the king of them all. Location: Hogwarts, Staff Meeting Room. Date: December 15, 1996. The staff room still smelled faintly of ash and blood despite the cleaning charms. Smoke stains clung to the rafters like memories too stubborn to forget. Minerva McGonagall sat at the head of the table now, her hands folded neatly over a stack of parchment. Her jaw was tight, lips drawn thin. She hadn't spoken yet. Around her sat the remaining teachers. Sprout, Flitwick, Hooch. Even Firenze stood against the wall, arms crossed, his eyes distant. The wide gathered like survivors at the edge of something enormous and unknown, and in the silence, the unspoken truth lingered. Hogwarts had nearly died, And one of their own had helped keep it breathing. Snape stood near the far wall. His arms folded across his chest, robes impeccable, face unreadable but no longer masked in shadows. "I'm not a spy anymore," he said flatly, finally breaking the silence. "That game is over." Minerva's eyes sharpened. "Then perhaps it's time you started acting like it." Snape stiffened. "I did what I had to do to stay in character." "You did what you wanted," she snapped, rising slightly. "You humiliated students, belittled them. You used your role as a shield to settle old grudges. We all made sacrifices, Severus. But you made yours at the cost of children." Flitwick cleared his throat gently. "She's not wrong. We understand the role you played, but there are wounds among the students that won't heal just because your cover's been lifted. Some of those wounds are in Harry," Pomona added softly, "and Ron, and Neville. You broke him, Severus. And I don't know that he'll ever trust a professor again." Snape's jaw clenched. He said nothing for a long moment. Then, quieter than before, he murmured, "I know." Firenze stepped forward. "The stars do not judge but men must. It is not vengeance we seek, Severus, but accountability. Do not hide behind the war now that the war has come to your doorstep." Snape's expression flickered just for a moment as if something cracked. A fragment of guilt, a shard of regret. "I don't expect forgiveness," he said. "But I still have work to do. I can still help, if any of you will let me." Minerva studied him, her expression hard but not without pity. "You're not wearing a mask anymore, Severus. That's something. But if you truly mean to help, you'll need to start with your own students. Even if they never trust you again." Snape nodded once. "I intend to." Outside, snow began to fall. A reminder that even the harshest seasons could be followed by quiet. But inside the castle, no one forgot the fire they'd just come through. Or the ghosts that still wandered the halls. Location: Greenhouse 7, Hogwarts. Date: December 16, 1996. Neville Longbottom crouched beside a patch of frostbitten fluxroot, carefully trimming the damaged stems with a steady hand. The early morning air in Greenhouse 7 was damp and cold. The glass panes steamed with condensation. Professor Sprout had given him permission to tend the more sensitive plants himself, said it helped keep them alive, especially after all they'd endured. Truth was, it helped him feel alive. He didn't hear the door open. He didn't notice the footsteps until the shadow fell across the row beside him. Neville looked up, shears still in hand, and froze. Professor Snape stood at the entrance, arms behind his back, dressed in black as always. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes were less sharp than usual, more tired. "Longbottom," he said quietly, as if the name itself were a spell being tested. "May I have a word?" Neville straightened slowly, heart already racing. "Why, yes, sir." There was a long pause. For a moment, it looked as if Snape might simply walk away. "I owe you more than an apology," he finally said. "But I'll start with one." Neville blinked. "You, what?" "I failed you," Snape said. "I mocked you, diminished your efforts, and reinforced your fears instead of helping you face them. I justified it as part of my role in the war. But that wasn't all of it. I was cruel, and that was inexcusable." Neville's throat felt dry. He didn't trust it enough to speak. Snape continued, now shifting slightly to the side, examining the plants with an odd sort of reverence. "Sprout tells me you've an aptitude for herbology beyond your years," he said. "And that you've shown interest in potion ingredients, though, understandably, not potions themselves." Neville stiffened. "I don't want to make mistakes again." Snape nodded slowly. "Then perhaps we should make them together." That hung in the air. "I'm not asking you to forgive me," he added. "Only to let me teach you. If you're willing." Neville looked down at the roots he'd been tending. His first instinct was to say no. He had every right to. Snape had once been his worst nightmare. Light rally, thanks to the boggart in third year. But war had changed them both. And if he'd learned anything, it was that strength didn't come from hate. It came from the choice to be better. He met Snape's gaze. "I'll try," Neville said. "But only if you do too." Snape inclined his head. "Fair enough." As he turned to leave, Neville called after him, "Professor." Snape paused. "I'm not the boy you used to scare," Neville said. "And I don't think I want to be the man who holds on to that fear." Snape gave a faint nod. Then perhaps there's hope for both of us yet. The greenhouse door closed behind him with a soft click. Neville looked back down at the flux route, and for the first time in a long while, the frost didn't seem so impossible to melt. Harry leaned against the courtyard railing, arms crossed, breath fogging in the cold. A light snowfall dusted the edges of the transfigured training mats below, where John, still wrapped in gauze and a stiff brace across his ribs, circled a seventh-year student who was easily a head taller. "Come on, Thomas," John barked, voice hoarse but sharp. "You don't stop just 'cause I'm limping. You stop when I make you." The other student, a wiry Hufflepuff with a background in Quidditch, lunged. John dropped low, pivoted despite his obvious pain, and used the boy's momentum to flip him onto the mat with a jarring thud. The air rushed out of Thomas in a grunt. Harry winced. Not for Thomas, for John. That move cost him. John sat back, clearly biting down a groan. "You all right?" he asked the boy he just slammed. Thomas, dazed but grinning, gave a thumbs up. "All good, sir. Good. Let that be a lesson. You don't need strength when you have leverage and control." Class dismissed. The small group of volunteer students filtered off, murmuring to each other. Some were giddy, some sore, but all of them a bit more grounded, literally and metaphorically, than when they started. Harry stayed. John slowly stood, clearly favoring his left side. "Don't say it," he said, not even looking at Harry. "I know I shouldn't be doing this." Harry smirked. "Wasn't going to say that." John gave him a skeptical glance. "Fine," Harry amended. "I was going to say that. But then I remembered who I was talking to." John chuckled, walking stiffly to the edge of the mat and lowering himself to sit. "This helps. Keeps the ghosts quiet, you know." Harry didn't reply right away. Instead, he sat beside him, watching the snow fall in silence for a moment. "You're still injured," he finally said. "And you're still trying to save the world with a stick and a scar," John replied. "We all have our crutches." Harry cracked a grin despite himself. John leaned back slightly, wincing. "You wanted something?" Harry hesitated. "Not really. I just wanted to see you train. I think I get it now. Why you don't teach magic." John looked at him. "You train the parts of us that magic can't fix," Harry said. "The part that still gets up when everything hurts. The part that doesn't flinch when reality's breaking." John didn't respond right away. He just stared out at the courtyard. Snow clinging to the stone arches, the castle beginning to look peaceful again. "Magic is amazing," John said eventually. "But I've seen wizards fold under pressure because no spell taught them to take a hit and keep going. Eldritch horror or otherwise doesn't care if you know Latin." He looked at Harry, expression softening. "You've got it, though. That grit. You're going to need it soon." Harry nodded. "We all are." A moment passed. Then John added with a smirk, "Also, grappling's the one thing Voldemort can't monologue his way out of." Harry laughed. "A real one." And for just a second, even with the looming dark, the world felt survivable again. "You know," John said, tone casual, "when I was younger, I hated violence." Harry, bent over with hands on his knees, huffed a laugh. "You've got a strange way of showing it." John chuckled. "No, I mean really hated it. I thought anyone who made their life about hurting people had already lost something essential. Something human." He stopped pacing. "But that's before I learned the truth." He knelt down and drew a line in the frozen dirt with a stick. "This is the line between life and death," he said. "And when someone or something is trying to erase your existence, kindness doesn't stop them. Words don't stop them. Magic doesn't always stop them." He looked at Harry. "What does?" Harry hesitated. "Force. Violence," John corrected. "Blunt and cold. Not because you want to. Not because it's glorious. But because if you don't unleash heck at the right moment, they don't just kill you, they kill everyone behind you." He stood again. "Violence, in its purest form, is a tool. Like a scalpel. Like a hammer. Like fire. Dangerous, yes, but when used by someone with a steady hand, it saves lives." Harry straightened up, jaw clenched, eyes dark. "So, you're saying the good guys have to be as violent as the bad guys?" John's expression softened, not with pity, but with understanding. "No, I'm saying the good guys have to be better at it when it counts, because they hate using it. Because they only bring it when there's no other choice. He stepped closer. You'll face something soon, something not even Voldemort fully understands. It won't negotiate. It won't respect power. It only understands finality. You hesitate. You try to win. Nicely. John paused. You won't win at all. Harry looked away, the weight of it all settling on his shoulders again. Then how do you live with it? John exhaled, gaze distant. You don't live with it, Harry. You carry it, and if you're lucky, you find people who help you carry it. They stood in silence. Finally, Harry nodded. I think I understand. John patted his shoulder. Let's hope you never have to. But if you do, make it count. And in the frostbitten dark, teacher and student walked back toward the castle, one lesson heavier than before. Location: the courtyard by the greenhouses. Date: December 18, 1996, late afternoon. The last bit of sun clung to the horizon, its golden light scattering through the frost-covered glass panes of the greenhouses. A small, familiar group had gathered to unwind after training, Neville laughing with Luna over some misremembered spell. Dean and Seamus tossing conjured snowballs, and Ginny Weasley seated alone on the courtyard bench, scarf looped loosely around her neck, a book resting unread on her lap. Harry spotted her from across the path, lingering behind the others, heart tapping a little faster. He didn't plan the moment. He never did with Ginny. Mind if I sit? He asked, voice uncertain in a way it hadn't been during drills or battles. Ginny looked up, then shifted over with a crooked grin. Sure. I thought you'd be off in the room of requirement, punching shadows with John. Harry chuckled as he sat beside her. Took the night off. Thought I might remember what it's like to talk to people without sweating or bleeding. She nudged his shoulder. Very brave of you, Potter. They sat in a companionable quiet. The sounds of the others faded, leaving the soft creak of winter trees and their breath fogging in the air. I saw you during sparring, she said suddenly. You hesitated. Not because you I didn't know the move, but because you were pulling it. Harry looked down, brushing snow from the bench. Didn't want to hurt Dean. I think I've finally hit that point where I know what it feels like to go too far. Ginny nodded, eyes thoughtful. That's what makes you good, you know. He smiled at her then, a quiet, tired smile. You're pretty good at this. The talking bit. I've got 6 brothers. Talking is survival. He laughed, and the moment opened a little wider. Hey, he said after a beat, nervousness creeping in, I've been thinking about something. Yeah, us. I mean, I don't know what it is exactly. But I'd like to figure it out. Slowly, if that's all right. Ginny blinked, and her lips curled into a soft smile, smaller than her usual grin, but warmer. Yeah, she said, I'd like that. Harry exhaled, tension slipping from his shoulders. Not a grand kiss or a sudden rush, just the start of something real. Something gentle in a world that rarely was. And as the evening settled around them, they stayed there side by side, warm against the cold. The laughter of their friends had faded into the chill evening air. Harry and Ginny remained on the bench, the hush between them more electric than any words they might have shared. Ginny glanced over at him, the last hints of golden light reflecting in her eyes, and Harry felt the pull of something old and new all at once. Something he'd been pushing down. Trying not to want too much, not to need too deeply. But the world had never listened to his plans. Without thinking, without hesitation, he leaned in. And Ginny didn't flinch. She leaned in too, their lips meeting in a kiss that was warm, deep, and undeniably real. Her hand slid up his arm, resting against the back of his neck, anchoring them both in the present, away from prophecy and war. The kiss held none of the nervousness of their words, just the quiet, desperate affirmation of two people who had lost too much already. When they finally pulled apart, breath mingling in the cold, Harry kept his forehead against hers for a moment longer before withdrawing, a line creasing between his brows. I'm sorry, he whispered, voice ragged. Ginny blinked. Sorry, I shouldn't have. I mean, I wanted to. But that's the problem, isn't it? He stood, pacing a step away from her before turning back. I've been trying not to want things. Not to hope for things like this. She stayed seated, watching him carefully. I think I'm supposed to die, Ginny. His voice broke, low and bitter. I don't have proof, just the way people look at me. The way Dumbledore talked. The way Voldemort obsesses over me. I'm the bloody lightning rod for all this madness. And if I let myself care too much about anyone, it feels like I'm just setting them up to get hurt. Ginny rose, closing the distance. Do you think not caring would protect us from that pain? Her voice was soft, but resolute. Because it wouldn't. And it's not fair to carry that alone. I don't want to drag someone down with me, he said, eyes wet now. Angry with himself for letting it show. You didn't drag me anywhere, Harry. I walked into this war the same way you did, eyes open. She reached for his hand, fingers threading through his. If the world's going to end, I'd rather spend what time we have being honest about how we feel. With you. Harry didn't answer right away. He looked down at their hands, then up into her eyes. I'm still scared. Good, she said, and squeezed his hand. So am I. And in the growing dark, they stood there, two young teens holding on to each other, not as saviors or symbols, but simply as two hearts choosing hope. Even when they knew it might hurt. The common room was quiet, shadows flickering on the walls as the fire burned low. Most students had gone to bed already, the excitement of the coming holidays beginning to settle into something warm and nostalgic. But Harry sat alone on the old, cushioned window seat overlooking the dark grounds of Hogwarts, his forehead resting against the cold glass. His breath leaving faint foggy clouds against it. He'd been chasing sleep for an hour, but it refused to come. His mind, though not racing, was active, softly, steadily turning over the past year like worn pages in a book he'd read too many times. It had been nearly half-year since Sirius had fallen through the veil. That grief still lived inside him. It always would, but it was no longer a sharp wound. It was quieter now, more of a presence than a pain. There were nights like tonight where he missed Sirius so fiercely it ached in his ribs, but the ache no longer left him hollow. Now, it gave him a kind of strength. A direction. Sirius had died fighting for the world they were all trying to save. Harry had been chasing that ideal since. But now, he wasn't just reacting. He was leading, teaching, choosing. He looked at his reflection in the glass. His eyes seemed older now. Still green, still his mother's, but steadier. A part of that was Ron and Hermione, always steady at his side. A part of it was John, whose gruff mentorship and brutal truths about the real nature of survival had changed the way Harry saw the world. And part of it was Ginny's hope in a future. Her choice to stand with him even when it terrified them both. He still had fear, still had anger, but he didn't feel alone anymore. Not like he had in the months after Sirius died, when it seemed like the world would ask everything of him and leave him nothing in return. He was still scared of what might come. But for the first time in a long time, he wasn't just surviving. He was living. The fire gave a final crack before settling low into embers. Harry leaned back into the cushion, eyes drifting shut, one last thought keeping him warm. I don't know how much time we have left, but it's enough to fight for. December 21st, 1996, Gryffindor Common Room. Snow drifted lazily outside the high castle windows, casting soft, blue-white light onto the stone floors. The castle was quieter than usual, not from absence, but from tension. This year, Hogwarts had made the unusual decision to keep all students over the holidays, citing safety concerns and ongoing instability outside its walls. Families were informed, arguments were had, but the decision stood. And so, on the eve of Christmas, the Gryffindor Common Room remained filled not with noise or raucous celebration, but with a warm buzz of low conversation. The kind born of tired comfort and shared hardship. Ron slouched on the couch near the fire, a half-unwrapped chocolate frog in hand. So, that's it, we're staying for Christmas. First time since first year. Only this time it's not because we want to. Hermione sat on the rug beside him, back against the armrest, her legs tucked under a blanket. At least we're safe. And, together. Harry emerged from the staircase leading to the dormitories, a folded wool blanket slung over his arm. He looked tired but content in the firelight, his scar a pale mark against his skin. You two sound like a married couple. Ron gave him a lazy grin. Just waiting on your approval, mate. Hermione rolled her eyes but leaned into Ron a little more. Honestly. Harry sat across from the in a chair worn smooth by generations of Gryffindors. For a few moments, they didn't speak. The fire popped, casting shadows that danced along the walls. Outside, The snow kept falling. It's strange, Harry said quietly. Being here like this, everything's changed and yet this feels normal. Us, talking like this. Hermione looked over, her expression soft. We needed this. Yeah, Ron said. It's been mad. Feels like every time we stand still, something explodes. Harry smiled, but it was a tired smile. Or someone. Usually me. They laughed, the sound a relief in the quiet. Hermione looked at both of them, serious now. We're not the same people we were at the start of the year. You've both changed. I've changed. But I think we needed to. To be ready for what's coming. Harry nodded slowly. It's not over. No, Ron agreed. But it's Christmas. Let's pretend it is. Just for tonight. Harry leaned back and let himself exhale, the weight on his shoulders not gone but lighter, shared. The golden trio sat together as they once had. 3 friends in a common room, firelight on their faces, snow at the windows. Older, wiser, maybe a little more broken. But still together, still whole, in the ways that mattered. Harry, Hermione, and Ron remained in the common room long after the others had gone to bed. The fire had dulled to embers, casting a red-orange glow across their tired faces. They sat together on the rug, close but not speaking until Hermione broke the silence. I think I found something, she said, her voice low and thoughtful. In the restricted section, Ron perked up slightly. Another cursed diary, or one of those books that screams when you open it. Hermione shook her head. A journal, handwritten, hidden inside an old book of magical theory, the spine hollowed out to keep it safe. Whoever it belonged to, they called themselves the Half-Blood Prince. Harry sat up straighter. The same name as the spellbook I found at the beginning of the year. Yes, but, she replied, eyes locked on the flames. Older, different handwriting. This one isn't about dueling spells or textbook hacks. It's something more. She pulled the worn journal from beneath her blanket and set it gently between them. The cover was dark, stained by time and magic. No name, just that same title inked inside the first page, The Path of the Half-Blood Prince. He was trying to understand something ancient. She continued, old magic, magic that doesn't follow the rules. It reads like someone trying to break through reality. Or maybe hold it together. Harry frowned. Was he trying to stop something? Like the things we've seen? Hermione nodded slowly. I think so. The entries get more erratic the deeper you go. There are pages I can't even read. The ink seems to shift, or vanish when you focus on it. But what I did read, he knew something was coming. He thought he could fight it, at least a friend he called Flower. Ron scratched the back of his neck, uncomfortable. So what happened? Did they win?